Ninth Masters, live from Augusta National.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Sports Extra.
And BBC Sounds.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, it has been such a frantic sporting day across so many different sports, and it won't stop until we get to the early hours of Sunday morning. We are live in the Augusta sunshine, lovely and warm here on day 3 of the 89th Masters. And here at Amen Corner, as I look at the big white leaderboard opposite me, the top 4 men atop that leaderboard are Justin Rose, Bryson DeChambeau, Rory McIlroy and Corey Connors. Rose and DeChambeau get underway in less than 10 minutes. McIlroy and Connors are on the first. Ian Carter.
And Justin Rose, the leader, making his way over to the putting green, which is adjacent to the first tee, touching knuckles with various spectators and looking pretty relaxed, although he did drop his ball in the walkway there, but very nonchalantly used the back of the putter to pick that up. Up ahead, I can tell you that Rory McIlroy has fired an immense drive down the first, carrying the bunkers. It actually foxed the cameraman who'd been ready for it to land somewhat shorter than it did. So a monstrous drive from McIlroy. He'll be playing his second shot very shortly. And I can also tell you that Scotty Scheffler has wedged in close at the second, so should be making a birdie there. Rose 8 under par, DeChambeau 7 under par. They play together at 7:40, so very, very shortly. McIlroy and Corey Connors both at 6 under, making their way down the first hole as we speak. And the players at 5 under par, there's a whole clutch of them out on the course. Jason Day, Sungjae Im, who's just chipped in for eagle at the second. Victor Hovland's 1 under today to get to 5 under. Scheffler, I was telling you about, it looks like he'll go to 6 under. Matt McCarthy, the American debutant left-hander, he's at 5 under. So too Shane Lowry, who's playing the second hole as we speak, Mark.
Well, here at Amen Corner in the sunshine, Andrew McGee, who played here 7 times, has covered this tournament 19 times for us as well. We were expecting it to be tough today, and maybe it will be tough, but lots of players have made good starts.
This is an amazing day. Not a breath of wind. 150 yards for the benign Golden Bell number 12 in front of us, and only 1 player has hit the green in the last 4 groups. So it's showing some mettle, even though it's not blowing. And number 11, we're seeing the same results. Right of the green, chipping up to 6 feet, having the par putt. So the course is showing some teeth.
Calm out here. Rory was calm yesterday. Let's find out how he's doing today. Ian.
Just a wedge of 105 yards in on the first, and you can hear the applause for it because he's just spun it back down the slope to the right hand portion of the green where the hole is located. He's going to have around about 10-11 feet for an opening birdie. The distance mark for that tee shot, 371 yards. 371. Incredible hitting.
Down the right and over the bunkers, yeah?
Down the right and over the bunkers by a distance.
Decent start, Trish Johnson.
Sensational. Do you know what I felt really sorry for, Chappers, was Corey Connors, because he absolutely mullered his drive and he's got full 40 yards. I think he looked like he hit 6 iron in. It's going to be a long day for Corey Connors.
When you look at it as well, what do you make of how people have started? I'm just going off the board in front of me. Sungjae Im eagled the second. He's 5 under. Jason Day birdied the second. Ian's mentioned that Scheffler will have a decent opportunity on the second. Victor Hovland has birdied the second. Ages ago, Zach Johnson eagled the second. He started the day 2 over. He's finished his round 4 under. There are scores out there, it would appear.
Well, I've got to be honest, when I was out there earlier, I went to the practice ground just to watch a few players warm up, maybe around about 10:30, 11 o'clock, and then just wandered back along the first and up round the Butler cabin. And I have to say, I don't think there's been a more perfect day to play golf. You could not handpick a better day. There is not an ounce of wind. It is absolutely perfect conditions. The only thing that players have to contend with is themselves and the pressure of playing in front of just these enormous crowds.
Mark, I'm just going to jump in because Scotty Scheffler is about to hit his birdie putt from no more than 2.5 feet on the second. This will get the defending champion, the man going for 3 titles in 4 years, to 6 under par. His playing partner Tyrrell Hatton off to a very poor start so far. In it goes for Scheffler. And there's the first birdie from the big man, and he moves to 6 under par as he lopes off towards the third tee. Hatton dropped a shot at the first. He's just missed a 9-footer for birdie at the second, and has got work to do with his par putt, having hit that attempt through the break. So frustration for Hatton. He's back to 4 under. But Scheffler with his first move, he's to 6 under with a birdie at the second.
And the thing for Tyrrell as well, Trish, is that he ended yesterday in frustration.
No, I mean, it was a horrible, that 3-putt at 17. Actually, he 3-putted back-to-back, didn't he?
He did.
But the 3-putt at 17 was awful because it was only a foot, if that, and he was trying to get out of his playing partner's way. So, no, he's not got off to... The thing with Tyrrell, though, is you never know. You really don't. He's an extremely unusual character, and I think he will thrive playing with the world number one today. He's not got off to the greatest start, but there's plenty of time.
Can you think of a partnership, Ian, that has a more contrasting body language?
I'm struggling to off the top of my head. I'll give you that much, Mark. Now, Corey Connors has just missed his birdie attempt, but the significant thing there is that it was pretty much on the same line as McIlroy's, and Connors missed it from around about 15-16 feet, but that will help McIlroy as he sizes up his birdie putt, which is coming very shortly. All the attention now, though, is on the first tee, and what a scene it is. And I can see Justin Rose there, the grey hair.
Justin Rose now driving.
Flecks of grey beneath that navy blue cap, and a pale blue top and navy blue trousers, white shoes, and he bends down. And the way that he was just nodding and looking around and taking in the scene with hundreds upon hundreds of people just standing and watching this final group. And as he tees it up, Bryson DeChambeau's there. His eyes were closed there as if in a trance. Just behind him is Mark Fulcher, the long-time loyal servant to Justin Rose, who has driver in hand for this tee shot. And he's put the ball onto the tee, and as he addresses it, the ball is sitting just to the left of his shadow, which is vivid on the verdant green turf of this opening teeing ground. And there it goes. And it looks like it's just peeling off a little to the right. A little concern from Justin Rose, because that ball has gone down the right-hand side, and it's either gone just to the right of the bunker or into the bunker.
Bryson DeChambeau now driving.
US Open champion, 31 years of age, ranked 19 in the world. Huge, muscular shoulders, white cap on today. Quick practice swing, then he goes behind the ball, takes one last look down this 445-yard par 4, and he's got a fairway wood in hand for this one. Not going with a big dog, going with the fairway wood. And he launches himself through that ball, and he watches somewhat anxiously as well. Clear blue skies overhead, and the ball lands smack in the middle of the fairway. Excellent tee shot from DeChambeau, but the leader, Justin Rose, in the bunker, and you can hear the ovation there for DeChambeau. McIlroy is hugely popular, but this guy has got huge support for this third round. And what an opportunity. He was in this position last year, sharing the lead and in the final group when he was at the halfway stage. Now McIlroy up ahead on the green. This for an opening birdie. Yes! From 11 feet into the middle of the cup. A little nonchalant wave with the right hand. And McIlroy moves to within a shot of the lead at the very first opportunity. What a start. 371-yard drive. And then he wedges it in, and from 11 feet knocks in the birdie, 7 under. Trish Johnson.
Sensational stuff from McIlroy, without a shadow of a doubt. Ian, you hit the nail on the head, though. What a great read he got from his playing partner. Just, if he isn't any doubt at all about it, he knew exactly the line. And I think when McIlroy knows the line, he's pretty damn good at hitting it on that line. A lot of the time he might misread it, but when he's confident in the line, he's putting superbly.
So already, Mark, change in the leaderboard, because McIlroy has jumped up alongside Bryson DeChambeau at 7 under par, one shot behind Justin Rose, who, as we've just seen, has gone into the bunker down the right-hand side. The 44-year-old not quite with the power to carry the sand on that off that first tee.
even though, as he revealed yesterday when he was asked, he's travelling with his own personal gym, although he clarified, the reporters asked him about it, and then he clarified that it's more a recovery vehicle now than necessarily to build him up. As he said, he has to keep pace with the younger guys. Interestingly, here at Amen Corner, when that big white scoreboard put the red 7 next to McIlroy's name, there was a cheer from round here, Catherine Downs.
Yeah, and it's like a living postcard from Augusta, isn't it? They all sit here, they've got that beautiful view, that big white scoreboard over to the left-hand side, and you can sit here and take it in, this stunning vista across the par 3, Golden Bell, over Rays Creek, and those big tall pine trees in the distance in the par 3. And then the full picture of the drama unfolding in front of you with the leaders just teeing off, and yeah, that moment that Rory McIlroy's birdie on the first appeared, he moved to 7, Corey Connors at 6. We've still got the name of Rose and DeChambeau to get any figures next to them, and there'll be murmurs aplenty here on Amen Corner this afternoon.
There will. They barely noticed the 6 going up to next to Scotty Scheffler's name after he birdied the second, but they certainly noticed McIlroy birdieing the first here around Amen Corner. Victor Hovland's got off to an even better start, birdied 2, birdied 3. James Gregg will be watching him on 4.
Yeah, and he's hit a really good one into the par 3 fourth mark. He's on this back plateau. It's such a long par 3 hole, 247 yards it's playing today, the longest by a considerable stretch when you're talking about the short holes here at Augusta National. Victor Hovland's hit an absolute peach of a long iron right onto this back level. He's probably got 20 feet from the back fringe for a second consecutive birdie, a third birdie of the day, and if he does knock it in, he'll get to -7 himself. Now, the rest of our team have been calling me an excitable puppy, right, Mark, this week. I'm sat next to a very excitable puppy.
Are you?
Yeah. His name is Michael McIntyre.
Oh, right. Has he got headphones on?
I do, Chappers.
Oh, right.
I do indeed.
Do you relish being called an excitable puppy?
Well, I've just sat down in the stand, and I'm literally directly in front of James, who's been knocking wildly on the glass saying BBC. and I'm actually really thrilled to have joined him because there's no scoreboard here. So I've travelled all this way to watch the golf, and I've got no idea what's going on. We're behind the 4th green, and we don't know what's going on. I would have had to wait until Rory made it. So I've just found out that he's birdied the first thanks to you guys. It's very beautiful here, but I'd know a lot more about what's going on if I was back at home, and I would have saved an awful lot of money as well.
Is this your first time here, though?
It is. It's completely heaven. It's amazing. I'm having an amazing time, and yes, I don't know how many steps I've done because you're not allowed phones, but I've been trying to count them, and I think it's about 13,411. I've also had 9 picante sandwiches that only cost $1, which is extraordinary. And I've also employed this golf commentator's voice, which I didn't even know I had.
It's astonishing.
It's an incredible level. I didn't know I could sing to this level. Should we commentate on this one?
Please do.
Who is it? It's Højgaard. Am I saying that correctly?
That's correct, yeah.
So he stands over the putt. He's got about, I would say, I don't know, 4,000 inches from the hole. I think it looks like it's going left to right or right to left, depending on where you're standing. He set it off. It's going down the hill. It is tracking wide, I feel. And he's left that. Oh, no, it's keep going. Oh, that's actually might get a round of applause. Here we go. There it is.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's good.
Højgaard is at 3 under par, and he's left himself a couple of feet. That was very good, Mark, wasn't it? I'm a bit concerned. This is only my first Masters. I think I might be losing my job already.
It's a Scottish accent, though. It sounds much better when you employ a slightly Scottish tone to your... So now we've got Hovland coming up back to form this season. He's been fantastic, hasn't he, of late? And he's doing this thing where he lines up the putt by waddling towards it with his legs either side. Dare I say, akimbo, as he walks down. Hands up now, as he waves at the hole. Very friendly. Always good to make friends with your enemy. He's just on the fringe, actually, so he's going to have to give this a little bit to get it on, set it on its way. But he's on fantastic form, isn't he, James?
He really is, Michael. And he's just going to have another quick look at this. This is a birdie chance for Victor Hovland to get to 7 under par here on day 3 of the Masters. Now, his form has been terrible this season, but golf's a funny game. He missed 3 cuts.
I want him to not get it in because I want Rory to win.
Yes, it is rude, Michael. We're impartial here on the BBC, particularly on 5 Sports Extra. Here is Hovland now, standing over the ball. This is very, very slippery indeed. He barely tickles it out of the back fringe. It's tracking. It's just going to miss on the left-hand side. That was a very, very good effort, Chappers.
Chappers, are you coming on the wheel or what?
Well, I need to ask you about that. Are you all right to keep the headphones on for a bit longer? Because I'll keep you updated with Rory news. Is that all right?
Okay.
All right, I'll come back to you in a second. I mean this in the nicest possible way. I won't be a stranger. I'll be back with you, Ian.
Just to tell you that Justin Rose has played out of the bunker down the first and has managed to get it up to the back of the first green, and his ball's pretty adjacent to Bryson DeChambeau's as well. So the man in second place, sharing second place with Rory McIlroy, is on the putting surface as well. Here is McIlroy now after another monstrous drive. He's only got 219 yards in from the downhill lie from the middle of the fairway on the par 5 second. The flag located in the left half of the green. That's the sound of McIlroy's second shot, with probably a 5-iron, sends it up to the back of the green, and it skips just through the back. That will be a delicate one coming back from there. So McIlroy not finding the green in 2, but flying it over the bunker. Remember, he birdied the first, so is at 7 under par alongside Bryson DeChambeau, 1 shot behind Justin Rose, Victor Hovland at 6 under par, Scotty Scheffler at 6 under, and now Shane Lowry is as well, because he's picked up a birdie at the second, the Irishman.
This is such a brilliant leaderboard. Are you here tomorrow as well, Michael, or is it just one day? Yeah.
No, I'm here for the double. I'll be here for the finale.
And do you play?
Yes. I played yesterday morning and it went very badly.
Okay.
I sort of pulled a muscle in my back. And I actually got treatment this morning from Danny Willett's physio.
Back to Ian.
Scotty Scheffler, is nothing wrong with his back as he bends down and takes the ball out of the hole, but he'll be a little frustrated. Good birdie chance there on 3, went to begging, and it just hung on the edge of the hole, so he taps that in at 3, and that means that he remains at 6 under par. Here's the man at 7 under par on the first green, Bryson DeChambeau. What's the read here, Trish?
It's quick and it's left to right down the hill, so he's just got to get it over. He's got to hit it about 15 feet, and as soon as he gets it to the edge of the hill, it's going to go directly left to right and swift as you like.
Right, it gets to the top of that slope, almost stops, and then gathers pace down the slope, heading towards the hole. Looking good, looking good. Yes! In it goes for Bryson DeChambeau, and at the very first opportunity, he moves into a share of the lead, putting from the very back edge of the green, leaving the flag in the hole, and the ball joins the flag with unerring accuracy. Brilliant from DeChambeau. He's at 8 under.
And very, very shortly, that number 8, that red number 8, will go alongside Bryson DeChambeau's name here at Amen Corner, and the galleries in front of us who are in this temporary stand and the ones who are a little lower down in their fold-up green chairs will, I would imagine, let out a roar that was similar to the one they screamed when Rory McIlroy had that 7 put against his name. Were you all right there, Trish? I thought I was going to have to bring in Michael for the read on the putt.
No, just a slight little mishap, that's all. It's all fine.
Okay.
All fine.
Good. Excellent.
My colleague rescued me.
Good. Well, that's what colleagues are for.
Indeed.
Ian.
I think I've ricked my back diving across the... so I don't know if Michael
physio
could just put me in a word in. I was diving across the studio there, just whack that microphone on. Right, here's a big moment. Justin Rose will have learnt a little bit, but the angle's slightly different for his attempt to birdie and reassume the outright lead. This on the first green. The sun's just popped in as this one goes down the slope, takes the borrow from right to left, needs to keep turning. It doesn't, needs to put the brakes on, and they don't get applied until the ball has gone around about 5 feet past the hole. So this is a real nervy one coming back for Justin Rose.
Yeah, not judged that very well at all. The only good news is it's straight back up the hill, so he can be fairly aggressive with it.
Up ahead at the second, third shot for Rory McIlroy, wedge in hand after putting his second shot beyond the green. Delicate this because it's down the slope, and he's aiming to the right of the hole as well. The flag hanging limp, bright yellow amid a scene of green. Flies it all the way to the green, then the spin comes, and it's in! He's done it! It's an eagle 3. McIlroy has Connors eagled with a chip in at the second, and McIlroy leads the Masters now. What an explosive start. Birdie, eagle, 9 under, and Rory McIlroy, the man in pursuit of the career Grand Slam, he looks implacable. He doesn't smile, he just bites the top of his lip. He looks mighty satisfied, but what a moment.
Well, it's an extraordinary shot, it really is. It was as swift as you like, but he's played it absolutely perfectly. He's hit that little one that it fizzes and then it checks, and I've got to be honest, it never looked anywhere else.
No, he had to aim, a couple of feet right of the hole, maybe more, a couple of paces right of the hole, and the grab of the spin just controlled the speed down there. They're playing the replay, that's why you can hear these cheers over and over again. One of the magic moments of the 89th Masters, and it belongs to Rory McIlroy. Wowee, 9 under, and he leads.
As you can tell, Michael, we don't always whisper. Is he there?
I beg your pardon, sorry, I was just being asked what the noise was for, and I was just informing people, because that noise over here on this fourth tee was incredibly loud indeed, reverberating all around Augusta National. That's my first experience of something like that here on a weekend. Scotty Scheffler approaching this big grandstand here at the back of number 4. He's in the left-hand bunker on this long par 3. It is one of those, though, that you do see Scotty Scheffler knock in from time to time. We'll get back to you, Ian.
Justin Rose from 5 feet saves his par and gives a nod of satisfaction there. That was a tester after the birdie putt got away from him. So he makes his par and he sits alongside DeChambeau at 8 under, but they trail Rory McIlroy at 9 under after the Northern Irishman chipped in for his birdie. Now Corey Connors has just picked up a birdie at the second, so he goes to 7 under par. Jason Day with a birdie that has taken him to 6 under after 5.
Okay, the patrons round here didn't really respond to Bryson DeChambeau's 8 under, but Andrew McGee, they have responded to Rory McIlroy going 9 under.
I think they're just settling in, just trying to figure out who's where and what's going on, and now they know the game is on, the race is on, and the boys are putting on a show with birdies and eagles aplenty to start this beautiful Saturday.
James.
Scheffler sending this bunker shot on the way. It's a perfect opportunity for him to try and create some short game magic. It won't be a birdie 2, but let's be honest, we didn't expect him to hold it. It's just one of those that Scheffler occasionally does just pull out of the hat. The world number 1 at 6 under par for the championship. He'll have heard those roars as he was striding down this par 3 4th hole. A tricky tee shot today into the breeze, 247 yards from an elevated tee to an imposing green that slopes right from the very back edge all the way down to a false front. England's Tyrrell Hatton has a birdie opportunity after his slow start to try and get back to 5 under par from around 20 feet. He is just lining this one up at the moment, Mark.
Well done on getting Michael McIntyre. He's had to go, hasn't he? But well done.
He does. You know what? He is actually genuinely the nicest person I've ever met. So that's good to know, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. I met him a couple of times, and he is exactly as you would expect him to be. Colin Morikawa has dropped a shot on the par 4 7, so he goes back to 3 under, and already this leaderboard is taking shape in exactly the way you hoped it would, Ian Carter, at the start of the day.
Well, yeah, what a start it's been with McIlroy's eagle chip in at the second to get to 9 under. Rose gamefully holding on to his position at 8 under, but a birdie from DeChambeau to signal that he means business today. That's the sound of McIlroy's tee shot, driver in hand at the par 4 third, and that finds the fairway but going down the slope away to the left. So a pitch from there for McIlroy's second at the third. James.
Well, Tyrrell Hatton's had a really good look for birdie up the hill there. He's slapping the palm of his hand into the base of his putter, though, because he left it probably a couple of feet shy. It's one of those that would have looked really good from where he was stood. He stayed down on it, which is always a telltale sign, isn't it, for these players. Back to you, Ian. Who have you got eyes on?
Shane Lowry at the third, rolling in a birdie putt from around about 15 feet, clenched fist from the Irishman, and he climbs this leaderboard up into a share of fourth place at 7 under par. McIlroy 9 under, DeChambeau 8 under, Rose 8 under, Lowry and Connors at 7 under, the defending champion Scheffler at 6 under, alongside Victor Hovland and Jason Day.
Do you think, Trish, that these guys, as they look at the leaderboard as they go round, they look at the start, that the majority of them have made, they've all picked up a shot or two, actually, when I look at this leaderboard in front of me? Do you think they're, I don't know, there'll just be a shrug of the shoulders that they would expect, put it this way, everybody to have started as they have done? I
think they all know when they're on the range this morning, it's just the most perfect conditions you could ever wish to get. And when you look at the calibre of player at the top of the leaderboard, I think they would, in all honesty, chappers, I'd say 68 today is level par. That's the sort of conditions and the level of, contention of the players that if you don't shoot probably 66, I'm afraid you're going to be letting people get away, and you can see that the class of the players coming right at the very beginning as well. Like you say, there's just an absolute bucket load of birdies already.
James.
Scotty Scheffler has tied it up for his par. Great bunker shot after that tug tee shot, and Tyrrell Hatton also tied it up for his par 3. It's a tricky hole. It's the third hardest hole statistically in Masters history, this par 3 fourth hole. It's one of those, there's lots of quick, frustrating, derailing bogeys. Neither of those two players having one of these, though. Scheffler remains therefore at 6 under par. Not really the start that he would have wanted, particularly when he will know from that noise that just echoed its way up that third hole towards that fourth tee where Scheffler was, as McIlroy created that moment of magic that Ian so wonderfully described for that eagle. He'll know that there's something happening behind, so he might just start to try and force things a little bit, but his hands were tied here at this fourth hole. Par 3, not a bad result.
Would you agree, Andrew, with you were nodding when Trish started with how she described how these players would be thinking about today?
Of course. I mean, number one, it's traditionally played very difficult to see McIlroy make a birdie, DeChambeau make a birdie, Morikawa make a birdie. The other guys are looking at these boards and going, I better get on my horse now because this is going to be a shootout. And they know that. They don't want to get too far away from those leaders to have a chance on a Sunday.
So are you, as Trish said, on the range and you're all there and you're in the conditions and you're thinking, do you know what? I'm going to have to go lower than a 68.
Well, I don't think they know that on the range, but as soon as they see those first scores going up in the first few holes, it's like, blimey, I've got to get my game going. I can't aim 10 yards left of the pin. I've got to go at the pin and change my game plan a little bit right now and be more aggressive.
Ian?
Yeah, I think that's that there is a balance though, because this golf course can still bite even in these conditions.
Am I getting carried away?
Well, it's still very early to get carried away, but it's just been such an explosive start to the day's play, hasn't it, for the leading contenders? But Andrew, you've played this. The one thought that I have is that someone like McIlroy has come into this with a game plan, and I'm sure all of these players have had their game plans in mind. And while yes, you want to take advantage of benign conditions, you've still got to respect the golf course, haven't you?
Oh, you totally do. And it's Saturday. You know what's happening. And I hate to use an American term, but how many bullets are in your gun? And some people have a 6-shooter, some people have a full clip. That can really pour them in. And let's see how this pace is just crazy early. If some guys might just shoot it up early and then kind of just putter out.
Well, here comes Justin Rose's second shot on the par 5, second down the hill, and the ball comes to rest short of the bunker that guards the right of that green. Not a bad angle, though, to get at the flag with his third shot on that par 5. Now, here's Rory McIlroy after teeing off and finding the left portion of the fairway. So he's got a big steep bank to go up here, and he's seen his playing partner spin off the green, Corey Connors, with his approach, and it's just a half back, half through kind of wedge shot, and then the ball just stops immediately after it scuttles past the hole, and he's given himself a look at birdie from 5 feet. So he's gone birdie, eagle, and now a birdie chance from 5 feet, McIlroy.
And that was exquisite. It really was. It was not easy at all. He had to give it enough that it's pitched basically at least flag high. It's always going to take one bounce forward, but that was just beautifully played, just nipped perfectly.
And in terms of respecting the golf course, Corey Connors kind of justified the point, didn't he? Because he went chasing the flag and didn't quite get it right and spun it off the green. Let's just see what Bryson DeChambeau does with his second shot from 244 yards out on the second. Lands it on the green. Beautiful control. And the ball will now go away. It'll take the contours. All the time it's rolling away from the flag located on the left side of the green, and that ball is going to trundle down to the right side of the green. So a lengthy eagle putt to come for the US Open champion.
James.
Well, I've got news and eyes of Shane Lowry. Shane Lowry just lumbering down in that way that he does when he's hit a poor one, and that's exactly what he has done here off this fourth tee. The pin in the back left corner of this par 3 green. It used to be shaped like a boomerang, but that angle is less so now. They've made a few tweaks to the way this green looks. Lowry's ball in the front right corner, or kind of where the curvature of that boomerang would be, short right of the green. It's going to be a really testing bunker shot for him to come, of course. Had a bit of momentum as well, stood on this fourth tee, having made birdies at 2 and at 3 as well. So he's at 7 under par. Just a couple back of Rory McIlroy, but this is a real test for the Irishman. This is also a hole, by the way, that has yielded just 3 birdies all day long, just to give you a bit of an idea of just how tricky this fourth hole is. It's a potential banana skin in the early portion of the round, and all those players in these final few groups will be well aware of it. Lowry probably a minute or so away from playing this really difficult shot, Mark.
Ian.
Justin Rose with his third shot to the par 5 second. Up ahead at the 8th, Tommy Fleetwood has just rolled in a birdie putt, which takes the Englishman to 3 under par. Here is another Englishman, the 44-year-old, lives on the Wentworth estate these days. Justin Rose, little wedge in hand, just got the corner of the bunker to fly over, a little bit of green to work with as well. Just a short backswing, nips it off the tight turf and then lets it release towards the flag, but it doesn't quite get the release that he needed, and he's left it 10 feet short.
Yeah, disappointing that. It was a fairly straightforward shot. He just looked at his wedge after he'd hit it. I'm not sure he made the contact that he particularly wanted to, expected it to release a little bit more.
He gestured as if it snagged.
Yeah, it wasn't what he wanted, definitely not.
Which can happen at Augusta because the fairways are mown back towards you. Let's try and limit the amount of run you can get. Here's Corey Connors anyway, as he putts now for his par, and he's got up and down at the second attempt because he spun off the green with his approach. So the Canadian remains at 7 under par, but what a moment coming here for McIlroy. Just wonder how much adrenaline is going through his veins at the moment.
Well, I think when we see the way he chipped in, and especially at the first when he held the birdie putt, he's trying not to get too excited, because inside he will be absolutely buzzing. But you can't let those emotions this early, as you talked about. It's way too early. But, I mean, if he can knock this one in, well, it's very difficult to keep your emotions inside. The thing is, when he's like this, though, Rory, this is when he goes on a roll. And let it flow.
Yeah, and he does look like he's flowing. Everything about him is in balance. And his brilliance is coming to the fore. That was a wonderful touch to set up this 6-footer for birdie at the third. McIlroy to go 2 clear inside 3 holes of the third round. A little bit of left to right on this, and it turns from left to right and into the hole. It's another birdie. Birdie, eagle, birdie. What a way to start your third round. And McIlroy just strolls away. Again, understated in his celebration.
Is he smiling?
Inside, no, he's not. No, implacable.
Is he bouncing?
Head down, no, he's just strolling. Very, very easy, very languid. Just looking at his ball, saying, yep, I was expecting to do that. And so he's at 10 under par. 2 clear of this man, but he can move alongside him if DeChambeau holds this putt. He's not going to. It's from miles across that second green, and he's left it up to the right. And he's left himself an awkward 4, 5, maybe 6-footer down the hill there for Bryson DeChambeau to move to 9 under. But as it stands at the moment, McIlroy leads by 2, 10 under par, 2 ahead of Rose and DeChambeau, and 4 ahead of this man, Scotty Scheffler, who's on the 5th, playing his second shot from between the bunkers down the left-hand side, and that skipped long and has been gobbled up by the bunker at the back of the green on the 5th. So Scheffler not having it his own way, and is currently 4 shots behind McIlroy at 6 under.
You're right, Trish.
Yeah, I just thinking to myself, you know, we were sat here, no more than sort of 48 hours ago, and McIlroy has just made 4, you know, he's gone from left 4 under to level par, and that's it. It's done and dusted. He's done it again. Blown it.
To be fair to us, we said he's not out of contention.
No.
But it was such a bizarre meltdown.
That's very true, and such an uncharacteristic one as well. He didn't really hit a bad shot, but now all of a sudden, 4 under after 3. I mean, there are dreams and there is that.
So do you need it, Ian?
Yes, Mark, just to say, because Rose is over this birdie putt on the second from 9 feet, and he misses. It looked like it was going into the middle of the cup until the very last moment, just veered away to the right, and that means it's a par start for Rose. He remains at 8 under, 2 behind McIlroy now as we go to the 4th and James.
Well, Shane Lowry's just tapped in, having missed his lengthy par putt. His tee shot actually missed way right of the bunker I was talking about here at this par 3 hole, playing mighty tricky. And now I've got eyes on Rory McIlroy. The sun just coming back out again. It had dipped behind the clouds for a couple of moments, but what a blistering start from the Northern Irishman. Favourite and heavily talked about, of course, coming into the week. He's not wasted much time over these shots. And in the white baseball cap, you can just see the brim through my binocular lenses, just flicking ever so often back towards the pin. One final glance now, as everything is so perfectly still. Ball is on its way. That was the swish of the club. He holds the finish. He's sort of bending his knees as if to say, sit down, do something, ball. And it's just going to cling on to the back left corner here on this 4th green. It's going to be a birdie try for Rory McIlroy to come from around 20 feet or so. He's going to be off the green, but that noise you just heard was the crowd seeing the change in score, Ian Carter.
Bryson DeChambeau gets his birdie from 7 feet on the second. It was a tricky one down the hill, but a 2-putt birdie. So a birdie start from the US Open champion. And suddenly it's the 2 protagonists from Pinehurst from last year who have a little bit of separation at the top of the leaderboard. McIlroy 10 under, DeChambeau now 9 under, with Rose, the overnight leader, after 2 pars in 3rd place at 8 under, and Corey Connors at 7 under.
I am going to go early on this. I am desperate for those two to be the final pair, Andrew McGee, tomorrow. I am absolutely desperate.
Oh, so birdie doesn't get you the lead. It's crazy. Looking at the big white board across the black pond left of 11. This is just so much fun. I'm so glad it's not a digital board and it's keeping us updated, because when the squares become empty, that's the only way the patrons can find out the scoring. We're waiting for this score to be empty next to McIlroy, and this double digit, the first double digit of the tournament, shows up at 10. There's going to be a big murmur here in this crowd.
They're just waiting for the tee shots to be played on 12 before they do that. But genuinely, Ian, if they are the final pair tomorrow, I don't think there'll be anybody else anywhere on the golf course.
No, box office, absolutely box office that would be. Scotty Scheffler has just played a lovely bunker shot from the back of the 5th and should be able to save his par. He's got around about 3.5, 4 feet now to maintain his position on the leaderboard at 6 under. Meanwhile, driver in hand, Bryson DeChambeau, after his birdie start, birdied this 3rd hole on Thursday, and this one's going way left. His tee shot to the short par 4. It's gone over the bunkers and into potentially trouble down that left side for Bryson DeChambeau. The cameras haven't picked up exactly where that has flown to, but frustration for DeChambeau. We're just catching sight of it now, and it's in amongst the spectators down that left side. Not as bad as it might have been.
Well, memory serves me right, Ian. He'd lost a ball there. You know the year when he said, here's McIlroy's 10 going up at Amen Corner.
Suspense.
I know. They're taking their time. There you go.
There we go.
There you go. That year he said that the par for him was 67.
Yes.
And it was wet, and there weren't any patrons, were there, I don't think, because I have a feeling he lost his ball on the 3rd.
I think you're right. Yeah, I've recollection of that as well. Mark, nice tee shot from Justin Rose going up the right side of the 3rd, so he's got the more elevated position to play his second shot in there. Nice tee shot from Justin Rose at 8 under par on 3. DeChambeau will find his ball, there's no doubt about that. We've caught sight of it, and he should have a relatively unimpeded second shot into that short par 4. Just a little flick with the wedge. I want to say actually that Scheffler, now we're getting a different angle on this, has got 5 feet, would you say, Trish, to save par?
Yeah, I think so. 5 feet left to right, slippery one down the hill. Got to be pretty careful with this.
These can get away from him, but Phil Kenyon, his English putting coach, really has corrected what is has been the Achilles heel. Little claw grip that he has, coaxes it down the slope and into the hole. So a superb up and down from the back bunker to put a par on the card on the 5th. Dangerous hole, and Scheffler remains at 6 under, 4 behind McIlroy.
Trish, if you were Harry Diamond at the moment, then what would, and McIlroy's absolutely flying, and he must be excited inside, whatever his demeanour is on the outside. What are you saying? Because you said, you know, when he's flying, sometimes you just let him go and it will be amazing. Do you sort of do you keep that energy, or are you a bit like I don't know, Del Boy to Trigger before he fell through the bar, going, play it cool, Rory, play it cool?
Well, I think, funny enough, I was looking at Harry Diamond on the replay when Rory holed his chip shot, and he didn't bat an eyelid. There was no fist pump, there was no nothing. He did give Rory a sort of a high five afterwards, but that was from McIlroy, sort of instigated it. And so
you play it cool?
You play it, you just let him go, really, when he's in this sort of form. And if I'm honest, I think Rory kind of does pretty much what he wants to do most of the time anyway. Harry is a very good foil for him, especially when he's in this mode.
Victor Hovland's dropped a shot on the 5th. He's gone back to 5 under. James Gregg watching Rory on 4.
And he's down on his haunches now in these sort of grey-blue trousers, the off-white shirt, and then the really bright white cap. Those golf shoes that you liked, Mark, when we saw him the other day in his practice round, with the pink trim on the back. This ball resting just on the back left corner on the fringe here at hole number 4. Off the back of this blistering start, the Northern Irishman takes one final glance at this cut. Cuts on this little plateau in the back left corner, and the ball is motoring, it's tracking, it's about to turn right. Rory's beckoning to turn more right, and it doesn't quite listen to him or indeed the rest of the spectators in this huge grandstand at the back of the par 3 4th. It will be a consolidatory par for Rory McIlroy. He'll just walk up there, and no need to reach into the pocket for the marker. And he takes one glance at Corey Connors' line, makes sure he's not standing on that one, taps it in, and Rory McIlroy still sitting there proudly at 10 under. He waves to the gallery here. He's got that little bounce, struts up towards his golf bag, Mark, and it's just the body language. We've talked a lot about his body language, to the point where lots of people probably think we're body language analysts here on our coverage, haven't we?
I'm sure they don't.
Well, no, you're right, actually. But it does look really, really good, and he's just chatting to Harry Diamond now, and what a great start that's been.
Andrew McGee, what's going wrong with Rory? He's only parred that.
Got to regroup.
Yeah.
Got to regroup. Got to get Harry back in the fold. And talking about this earlier, Harry, don't say a word to him. Let him go. When he's on go, let him go.
Birdie, eagle, birdie, par. McIlroy's first 4 holes on the 3rd round of the 89th Masters. Ian.
4 successive 3s. Not bad, is it, to start your round. DeChambeau at 9 under par is playing from the spectator area down the left. He's got no problem with the lie whatsoever of this 3rd hole. It's steeply uphill to the flag, which is located on the right-hand side of what is a narrow strip of green. What breeze there is coming from his left. He rehearses the takeaway. Of course, uniquely, all his clubs the same length. They're all 6-iron length, even his wedges, and that's what he's got in hand here. And he swings it like the hand of a clock, and he's come up short. It bounces into the bank, and it will suck back down that slope, and it's still rolling away and rolling away. So a miscue from Bryson DeChambeau, and I would suggest that is the area where he is perhaps most found wanting. Not necessarily out of rough on normal golf courses, but on a golf course like this one.
Yeah, Ian, if I could jump in really quick, I agree with you. Having a stiff-looking chip shot, you want to have more wrist and hands and feel on those shots, and that's the one thing that he looks very, very stiff. Hard to judge distance.
Justin Rose with his second shot to the third, much easier coming from the right-hand side, and he bounces it onto the green, will take the contours, and the ball just circling round and drifting ever so slowly towards the hole, finally coming to rest 9 feet away. My goodness me, if he could just have a quick chat with Rory McIlroy, he'd give him the line to that putt. So a birdie chance for Rose to come as we see Lowry on 5 at 6 under par, firing his second shot into the green there, and it's an absolute beauty. And the Irishman, winner of the Open in 2019, will have a look at birdie from around about 16 feet on 5.
They're just about to put Rory McIlroy's par score up here at Amen Corner. Brian Harman, former Open champion, Bubba Watson, 2-time Masters champion, coming down here at the moment. They are both in red numbers, 2 under and 3 under. We have just seen actually here James as well. Let's just tidy up the fourth because Corey Connors dropped a shot quickly.
He did. The Canadian found that left-hand bunker that Scheffler made it look so easy to get up and down out of, but he's dropped a shot. He's back at 6 under par.
Hovland's gone bogey, so he's now 4 under through the par 3 6th. Ian.
Bryson DeChambeau with his third shot, and it's a bit clumsy, Trish. He's put it to the back corner. Yeah. And he's going to have maybe 15 feet, something like that, to save par, remain at 9 under and 1 behind McIlroy.
Yeah, I mean, he really had no chance with where he left the ball, with the pin in that position it was.
McIlroy's tee shot, 495 yard, par 4, fifth. That one looks like it's going down the right-hand side. He wants it to sit down, and it does sit down, and it comes to rest in the fairway. Another absolute monster from McIlroy. I think he was worried it was just going to drift a little to the right and potentially into the first cut of rough, but no, it's smack in the middle of the fairway. Wonderful shot there. Should also tell you, Aaron Rai has had 4 birdies in a row. This is a little further down the leaderboard. He's gone to the 17th tee now at 1 under par, the pro from Wolverhampton. But McIlroy is just flowing beautifully with that swing.
Yeah, I mean, that you've hit the nail on the head. It's his flow, isn't it? And his balance is so magnificent. And for someone that creates such huge amount of ball speed, to have that sort of magnificent balance, his driving is, if he keeps driving it like this, I mean, he's going to leave himself so many opportunities, and his short irons have improved so much over the last 18 months. He just looks like he's enjoying himself, doesn't he?
Yep, marching away off that 5th tee in conversation with his caddy Harry Diamond. Back behind him on the 3rd green. Bit of grinding here for Bryson DeChambeau, because that was a bad error with the second shot, and the third wasn't anything to write home about.
No, I think the second shot was an awful effort. It didn't even come to the front of the green, and he needed to pitch it at least flag high, so he's come down 6 or 7 yards short and left himself an impossible third shot.
Here he goes then to try and save par from 11 feet down the slope, and the ball is not going to drop because it's just gone to the left of the hole and actually finishes behind the hole, so went through the break. So a 5 at the 3rd, that's going to hurt, and that will drop him back, well, for the moment alongside Rose. But of course Rose has got a really good birdie chance and will have learnt from DeChambeau's putt a little bit as well, so they're going to potentially swap places on this leaderboard. DeChambeau back to 8 under. McIlroy leads by 2 as he makes his way down the 5th. Big moment this coming for Rose though.
Yeah, it is. And what he has got to do, Justin Rose, is be aggressive with his putting today. A lot of the time when he misses his putts, they're just dying at the hole, and it's easy to say, and around Augusta it's not easy at all, but a lot of putts so far. The first one he very hit on the first, just missed to the low side. Be aggressive.
Up ahead at the 6th, Scheffler's missed the green on the par 3 going through the back. Here comes Rose for his birdie at the 3rd. Needs to turn from left to right, and he over-borrowed, and he's missed his opportunity. Should be a par 4 for the Englishman, and he'll sit alongside DeChambeau at 8 under, which is 2 behind McIlroy. Now, can Lowry get to 7 under after that brilliant approach to the 5th? Big break from left to right, the ball turning and running out of steam, 6 inches short of the cup. It's only a par for Lowry, so he will remain at 6 under par, heading to the 6th tee. It's happening all over the place at the moment. We saw Scheffler's tee shot on 6, which bounded through the back of the green. The flag is located in the back left corner, 194 yards today. But he's not quite firing on all cylinders, just 1 under for his round so far.
Well, he hasn't been all week, really, has he? You know, his short game kept him in it the first day, so by no stretch is he playing anywhere near his best. But you know what Scotty's like, he's just hanging around.
And just by hanging around, Trish, he has a presence that all the others are going to be aware of.
Yes, without a shadow of a doubt. But the only thing I will say, Mark, is, like I said, we spoke about it at the beginning of the day, there are so many good names here. This isn't just Scheffler against McIlroy against one other. There are 8 players here, all either multiple tournament winners but major winners as well, and that makes a huge difference. It's not just Scheffler that they're looking at any stretch, and obviously with McIlroy's start, well, he's the main man right now.
Let's just give you how it's looking, because we mentioned 3 or 4 golfers quite regularly, but there are some interesting names on this leaderboard in front of us. So you have McIlroy on if I'm going to do a leaderboard, it'd help if I could talk. McIlroy on 10 under. Rose and Bryson DeChambeau are now 8 under. And then a whole gaggle of players on 6 under. Corey Connors on 6 under. Jason Day 6 under through 7. Sungjae Im is 6 under through 7 as well. Scotty Scheffler 6 under through 5. Shane Lowry 6 under through 5 as well. Then you've got McCarthy on 5 under and Hovland on 4 under. They are all the names that are on the big white leaderboard in front of us here at Amen Corner. James with Rose and DeChambeau on the 4th tee.
Well, after the drop shot for the US Open champion there at number 3, it's going to be the Englishman Rose to tee off first. Just shy of 250 yards. We'll play slightly less than that because of the elevated tee box, but Rose, with the blue trousers on, I can see through by my binoculars, standing over the ball now. The ball on its way. It's high into the cloudy skies here above this 4th hole here at Augusta National, and that's a stunner from Justin Rose. It's not quite crept up onto this back level where it is so tricky to access such a small landing zone for all these players with such a large amount of club in their hands. So Rose, I think, will be pretty pleased with that particular effort, although it was only a couple of feet away from just skipping up there somewhere near hole high. And that was actually a 7-wood, and I did wonder actually at the start of the day when I saw the yardage with this tee right at the back of the tee box at number 4, how many head covers we would see come off clubs in order to try and set up a birdie opportunity here at, like I said earlier on, the 3rd hardest hole historically here at the Masters. Now it's going to be Bryson DeChambeau, obviously a significantly longer hitter than most of his peers, including that of Justin Rose. I don't expect to see a head cover coming off the club that he's about to use here, Bryson DeChambeau. He's just going through a final little look behind the ball and then addresses it. And the big US Open champion, big YouTube star, now looking at that pin, fluttering away in the distance for him one final time. Oohs and ahs in the crowd as they pick the ball up in the sky. Whereabouts is that going to land here on this boomerang-shaped green? Well, that's in the bunker. Bunker short right of this 4th hole. That is not the spot to be. Shane Lowry dropped a shot from there just a couple of groups ago. Right, not the play. Bryson DeChambeau knew it. His body language there as that ball was mid-flight was, what have I just done here? Coming off the back of a bogey, of course, and now 2 back of Rory McIlroy, Ian Carter, golf correspondent.
170 yards out, McIlroy's second shot into the 5th, another beauty. Right over the flag, and McIlroy's put it to 16, 17 feet. The flow continues. 4 straight 3s to start his round. He's 10 under par. He's leading by 2. He's got a birdie chance at 5 as we go ahead to 6 now, and Scotty Scheffler chipping from off the back of the green. He's usually very good with these, and he is. He's excellent with this one. The ball going down the slope towards the hole and beautifully judged to 18 inches.
Absolutely magnificent, isn't he? You always think when he's got a pretty straightforward chip, I fancy him to hole it. He really does have such great technique.
Superb stuff. As we now just look at a highlights reel of McIlroy so far. I mean, the tone was set, wasn't it, with that 371-yard tee shot on the first, and then he chips in for an eagle on the second, and just ate up the third as well. And any time you make 3 on the fourth from that very back tee, you're playing good golf.
He's carrying on from where he left off last night, wasn't he? Back in 31, and he's just, I mean, he's actually played, he'll have played, my word, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 under par for the last sort of 13 holes. I mean, doesn't get a lot better than that, does it?
Yeah, and Mark was making a great point about how so many of the leading protagonists have made good starts, got straight into the red figures under par for their rounds, and that's why Tyrrell Hatton has tumbled down to a share of 10th now, because he's 1 over for his opening 5 holes. So he's in the group at 4 under alongside Victor Hovland and Patrick Reed. What a round today from Zach Johnson, by the way. 66 to get to 4 under, the champion in 2007, and 49 years old.
Yeah, and that's just what I was thinking about. You know, when he managed to shoot that sort of number, those players are going to know, no disrespect to Zach Johnson, but if he can shoot that number, they know there's low ones out there.
Just on the 6th mark, Scheffler's just finishing off after that beautiful little chip. Let's make sure there's no mistake. None whatsoever. In it goes, so he remains at 6 under.
No disrespect to Zach Johnson.
None whatsoever.
I didn't mean any.
No, but often when you say, not when you say, but when we say in broadcasting, no disrespect to, it's more than likely to be disrespectful.
That is very true, but the point being is he is sort of 40... Oh, actually, I don't know. He might even be the big 5-0, is he?
49 he is.
49, which is an amazing score, but you would have to think...
still a young
whippersnapper.
age. James Gregg, don't say anything.
Bryson DeChambeau treating the gallery here. What a stunning bunker shot that was. Must have been on the upslope. The way it came out was just so soft. It landed like a butterfly with sore feet just on the top of that ridge and just cozied down nicely. A couple of feet away left then for Bryson DeChambeau for his par at this tricky 4th hole. Justin Rose has a really good look for birdie. It's pretty straight actually from what I've been seeing here today for a birdie 2. He's obviously got off to a very solid start without really making a splash. Par for the 44-year-old, and he's dressed in all blue once again is Rose. Navy blue cap, navy blue slacks and light blue top. He's down just having one final read. His caddy Mark Fulcher usually gives him a little bit of a hand, but he's stepped away. He's actually in conversation. He's the man they called Fooch with Bryson, who is stood on the back of the green knowing that he's played an absolute beauty. DeChambeau off the back of a bogey, of course, at the par for 3rd hole. Rose just putting that ball on the surface now then. This would be a nice first red number to make here on this Saturday afternoon with the sun just dipping in and out behind those clouds overhead. And at the moment it's all casting shadow. Ian Carter,
McIlroy for his birdie at the 5th, and he's done it. Oh my goodness me, a 5th successive 3. What a start from Rory McIlroy, and it continues. He's holed from 18 feet there to move to 11 under par and 3 shots clear.
He's trying so hard not to smile.
Is he smiling?
No, there is not even a smirk on his face, Mark. It's extraordinary, and that putt's never missing. This must be so difficult because he's enjoying it so much. But there is a steeliness at the moment. There's not even a hint of a smile, is there?
He's on a mission. There was a little clenched fist there. He picked the ball from the hole. He just gave a little point to the crowd, said thank you very quietly. And I got the impression that he's just nipped off to go to the loo now, because I think there might be a bit of a hold-up on the 6. We're just seeing Lowry with his tee shot there. And oh my goodness, this is a good one from the Irishman. What a shot from Shane Lowry. And he's got a brilliant opportunity for a birdie from just a couple of feet on the 6th. Oh, the quality of the golf today.
It's unreal.
But you know, there are times in tournaments where players go on runs and they take events by the scruff of the neck, and that is exactly what McIlroy is doing.
You're not a fan of him going to the toilet, are you?
No, I just wish Harry would continue the Hooked on a Feeling song and let ABB finish that as he rounds around 15, and hopefully he can finish that song for us in a happy tune, AB.
He's not there at the moment.
Well, he's not there. Well,
no, he's not. I know. We're an hour.
Should be listening, but do not go to the loo.
We're an hour in, and he still hasn't contributed to this broadcast. The 11 has gone up for McIlroy. I think your point was, if everything's going well, don't disturb anything by going to the toilet.
Yeah, just give me a yardage and shut up, please.
Justin Rose has parred the 4th golfer. Yes, James?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't. So just as we went to Ian to hear news of that Rory McIlroy birdie, to see him go to 11 under par, Rose was stood over that birdie putt, and that was to go to 9 under par. However, he rolled it 3 or 4 feet by, and a horrible stroke, I have to say, with the par putt. It's the first time he's missed from inside 10 feet this week here at the Masters, the 44-year-old. Now, that is not the good way to start. Pars to start is fine, but then a sloppy 3-putt, just as McIlroy is inching further ahead. So the 36-hole leader, Justin Rose, is now back at -7. He's 4 back, therefore, of Rory McIlroy. Bryson DeChambeau hit that beauty of a bunker shot. He's just lining up his par putt now. But it just feels like those that McIlroy is pulling away from what it sounds like. I mean, all over the golf course, they're just struggling to actually get their teeth stuck into this thing. I know that Bryson obviously started with those 2 birdies, but he then dropped one at number 3. He's had to scramble hard here for a par at number 4. He does get that one, so we are through. That is all the groups through this 4th hole now. The flag being replaced back in for no apparent reason by the caddy of Bryson DeChambeau. This grandstand emptying, but that noise that came from that McIlroy moment once again was just so loud, and it came as Rose was stood over that birdie putt. It didn't put him off it, Mark, but he'll definitely know what's happening ahead.
McIlroy has a 3-shot lead, and that is the point, Trish, at the moment, that when we came on air on Sports Extra, we talked about how most of the players have got off to a good start. What you would say is that either they've then not been able to kick on again, or they've just, in Scotty Scheffler's case, he's doing nothing wrong, is he? I mean, he's 1 under for the day, he's gone to 6 under, but what McIlroy has done has just blasted him clear of everybody else.
Right now, he's blowing them out of the water if he can continue with this. But like you say, if you take him out of the equation, then it's all very, very tight. DeChambeau has a 1-shot lead over Justin Rose, and everybody else on 6, which is 5 of them. They are there or thereabouts. But McIlroy's start is just extraordinary.
A long way to go.
A long way to go. And the back 9 is the scoring 9, by the way. So if you watch out, this could be course record under a 63. We have had 2 63s in the history of Augusta in the Masters, and we'll be watching that soon.
Well, he's had 5 threes already to start his round, has Rory McIlroy. And let's not forget, Ian, that yesterday it was the other way around, wasn't it? He was very serene on the front 9 yesterday, just 1 under all the way through until the turn, and that's when he put his foot down yesterday.
It's a real test of patience, wasn't it, yesterday? And in many respects that might have been a crucial period, the fact that he didn't get derailed, where he could easily have been derailed by the frustration that he wasn't making inroads on the leaderboard, having given away what was a really, really good position late on the day before. At the 6th, Shane Lowry taps in for his birdie, so that gets him to 7 under par. McIlroy standing on that 6th tee and will watch his great mate get within 4 shots of him. So Lowry alongside Rose at 7 under, DeChambeau at 8 under, he's on the 5th. And now here's the man of the moment, Rory McIlroy. 194 yards this par 3 down the hill, spectacular portion of the course, and the flag is located just 4 paces off the left edge in the very back left corner, 25 paces on what is a severely undulating green. And McIlroy is sizing it up. They are standing 9-10 deep behind the tee, and then all the way down to the green, a real horseshoe of humanity to greet this ball. Giant white bunker at the front. That shouldn't be a factor here. There's the swing. 3/4 follow through. He watches. The ball comes down, lands on the green in the very front portion of the green, and that is a long way from the hole. That is a good 40, 50, potentially 60 feet from the cup.
Yeah, wrong club, I think. I think he hit it pretty well. Expected it just to shoot forward a little bit. It absolutely grew teeth the moment it hit the green, but I think maybe just 1 club short.
Back to the 5th tee, and Bryson DeChambeau, closest rival to McIlroy at 8 under par. launches into his tee shot. Absolute controlled violence as this one arcs through the air and lands in the fairway. Beautiful tee shot from Bryson DeChambeau. He can attack from there because the flag is smack in the middle of the green.
Yeah, beauty from DeChambeau. He's going to be there or thereabouts, there's no question.
The Canadian Corey Connors with his tee shot at the 6th, playing alongside McIlroy, just skips to the back of the green. I would think that McIlroy would happily trade tee shots there with Connors.
Yeah, more than likely. I was just thinking, Mark said he'd love DeChambeau and Rory to be the last group. Wouldn't just McIlroy and Shane Lowry be a cracking last group?
Yeah, I was also thinking that then when Lowry birdied 6, I was thinking, God, wouldn't it? That will be a good final group as well.
Because you would think that, they, being mates like they are, they're going to play well. They're sort of, that pressure is almost gone a little bit.
That would help Rory?
Oh, massively. He'd almost have someone on his side.
I don't really know. Yeah, I didn't play well with my best mates.
Did you not?
No, it just didn't spur me on too much. I'd rather play with somebody I don't like.
Did you play better with your enemies?
Yes.
Yeah. I find broadcasting is very similar.
That's why it's so good, Mark, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody hates me.
Scheffler out of position on 7 and had to really fashion a shot. It was really interesting as he hit the second shot. His right foot had to give way so that his right shoulder could come down so low to almost scoop it above the trees. He's done that, but it's gone into the back bunker on 7. So another missed green for Scottie Scheffler, who is definitely not at his brilliant best. He's having to work very hard to maintain his position on the leaderboard. 6 under now, 5 behind McIlroy.
A lot of us have had a very busy first hour or so of the show. So much going on, all pulling our weight, all contributing. Afternoon, Alistair Bruce Ball.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Why is it that everyone likes you so much, Mark? I'm hoping. Well, I mean, given the drama we've had so far, Mark, our time is going to come here at the 15th and 16th. What I will tell you about conditions down in this part of the golf course is there is a little bit of breeze up, as there was yesterday on the par 5 15th, but we have seen players going for the green in 2, and the 16th, the pin is in that lower left portion of the green. So on the Sunday, the hole-in-one position, as we sometimes call it, it's a little bit further back, but today it is in a similar slot. I've seen Zach Johnson and Danny Willett go extremely close to holes in 1 here, so we could get some real drama later on. I can tell you I have been listening as well though, Mark. So Bryson DeChambeau lost ball, you mentioned, down the 3rd. Very soft conditions. It was that 2020 Masters that Dustin Johnson won. Do you remember? And it plugged and it just disappeared. So that was that one. And I was thinking on your Only Fools and Horses reference, this sort of, calm down, son, take it easy. I was just imagining Harry Diamond walking to the 5th tee after Rory McIlroy had made his par on the 4th and giving it the old nice and easy, and then going to lean on a tree that previously was there and wasn't, and just disappearing. That was the image I had of him, disappearing off the back of the 5th tee. So I am listening this afternoon.
Excellent. Rory and Harry with work to do on the 6th.
Yes, they have, but it's actually looks like it's going to be Corey Connors who will be first to putt from off the back of the green. Meanwhile, back at the 5th, Justin Rose from the fairway down the right-hand side, long iron in hand to hit to this par 4 with his second shot. High trajectory on that one, puffy white clouds up ahead, patching the blue sky, and this one just the wrong side of the slope, and it will gather away from the flag and leave an undulating third shot, a putt that will be around about 35 feet for Justin Rose. You might have just heard his of frustration there, because that was almost very, very good. As we go up to the 6th now, and Corey Connors, the Canadian, putting from off the green, and he thinks he's hit that too hard. He's gesturing with his right hand to slow down. Well, it does slow down, but he's given himself probably 5 or 6 feet to save his par. DeChambeau, though, after a monstrous tee shot down the left side, can really attack with this one. And launches himself into that white shirt, blue trousers for DeChambeau today. He's gone long and he's gone into the back bunker. So a miscue from Bryson DeChambeau.
Massive mistake there. I mean, that is absolutely enormous. He's pitched that nearly 10 yards over the back of the pin. That's crazy.
Up ahead at the 7th, Scottie Scheffler with his third shot. It's from the back bunker. And he flies it 2/3 of the way there. The ball grips, but not with enough brakes, and the ball will run down towards the front of the green. And he's left himself 10 feet to save par. Scheffler, the defending champion and world number 1 at 6 under. Here's the world number 2. Here's the leader by 3, Rory McIlroy at the 6. Lengthy putt to come here up the hill. Sends it on its way, gathering now it needs to slow down, but it doesn't. It trundles past the hole, and it's still going, and he's left himself 10 or 11 feet to save par.
Yeah, that was the difficulty there. It wasn't an easy putt at all, but after you've got off to such a cracking start, you just don't want to fritter one away with a 3-putt.
Victor Hovland at 4 under par, 275 yards out up the hill to the par 5 8th with fairway wood. Finds the heart of the green. Monstrous hit that from the Norwegian. And he's set up the chance to get to 6 under because he'll have an eagle putt of around about 14 feet.
Trish, is DeChambeau forcing it a little bit, do you think?
Well, he hasn't really hit any decent shot yet, if I'm honest. I mean, he made birdie at the first, but that was from 45 feet down the hill. So he's not
and
really...
birdied second. So he birdied the first 2, didn't he?
Yeah, sorry. He birdied the first, but I mean, as I say, he didn't hit a good shot. I mean, he hit one to 45 feet, so you hold a tramliner. There's nothing that he's done so far that would suggest he's in particularly good form. He hit a terrible chip on 3, and so at the moment he's struggling a little bit.
Scheffler has missed his par putt on 7, the defending champion back to 5 under, so 6 behind McIlroy, but McIlroy for the first time in this round under pressure. 10 feet tops this for a par. If it goes in, it'll be a 6th successive 3. He'll have covered the first 6 holes in 18 shots, but he's got to make it. One last glance at the hole, sends it forward, borrowing from left to right. He was going nowhere else. He is so dialed in, and he is seeing the hole the size of a bucket right now, just pouring the ball in time and time again. And this is extraordinary. First player to begin a round with 6 consecutive 3s at the Masters. He goes to the 7th at 11 under par, leading the Masters by 3.
There's your answer, Andrew McGee, who you just asked me, didn't you? What the record is for the most number of 3s at the start of a round.
Bryson DeChambeau, sorry to interrupt. He has hit the pin with his bunker shot. He is brilliant with those shots. He played a great one that James told us about on the 4th. He's just hit another one there. Clatters into the flag, comes to rest 2 inches from the hole. He'll save his par and stay in second place at 8 under, 3 behind.
Yeah, let's see, 6 3s. Who's got their computer? And Command Central, can you have a look? I don't know. 7 3s, 8 3s. Can he birdie number 7, the tight? Yeah, it's got to hit the fairway. One shot at a time. Is that what they say, Chappers? Just one shot. Don't get ahead of yourself. Harry Diamond's just skipping along. He doesn't know what to say right now. What does he say? He's never been here before.
He doesn't say anything.
He doesn't say anything. No. Yeah. Hit the fairway, mate? No. Good luck? No. Here's a driver? No. 3-wood? Yes. I don't know.
Just on the hitting the pin, Trish. You're still, by even trying to do that, you're still at the element of lady luck a little bit, aren't you? Because we saw Morikawa, we saw Matsuyama do that on his first round, hit the pin, and it bounced back and went into the creek.
Yeah, that was from the fairway, though.
Can you control? So it depends where you're hitting it from.
Yeah, very much. I mean, to be fair, DeChambeau was very unlucky. It was going at no pace whatsoever. It sometimes you hit the middle of the flag, it just goes there. It was 2 foot past if it doesn't hit the flag. So those normally go. They normally drop. I think he was extremely unlucky not to hold that bunker shot because it was exquisite.
It's funny, isn't it? Because we were talking about how that very rigid, sort of straight-armed swing that he has kind of mitigates against him a little bit on those 50, 60, 70-yard pitches, as we saw on the 3rd. Yet that technique for his bunker play, think all the way back to Pinehurst and the shot that he hit there, that was a 50-yard bunker shot, but it won him the US Open. But we've seen it on the 4th here, we've just seen it again.
He holed one yesterday
as well. And he holed one yesterday as well from the sand.
Yep.
He really is good at those sort of longer bunker shots, which is really interesting to me, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
Because he is so unique in terms of the technique that he employs.
I think he's underrated, short game-wise. I think he's very underrated. That was a poor shot on 3, but I don't think in general, he left himself a really tough shot.
So the leaderboard, probably worth just bringing you right up to date because so much has been happening. McIlroy 11 under par through 6 holes now, 6 straight threes, a record for the Masters. Bryson DeChambeau at 8 under par. He's about to arrive on the 6th tee. Shane Lowry at 7 under par. Justin Rose at 7 under par, but he's got a birdie putt to come on the 5th, so we'll keep you posted on that. Jason Day and Sung Jae Im are the players at 6 under. Scheffler back to 5 under, as is the left-hander Matt McCarty. Corey Connors has bogeyed the 6th, so he's back at 5 under. The players at 4 under, a couple of Masters champions in Zach Johnson in the clubhouse after a 66. Patrick Reed, 10 holes in, is at 4 under. Colin Morikawa's at 4 under. Victor Hovland at 4 under, but with a real chance of eagle at 8. Tyrrell Hatton, 1 over for his opening 7 holes, is at 4 under par as well. Ludwig Oberg is in the group at 3 under.
So he hasn't really moved, has he, today?
No, he hasn't. Level par for his outward half, so he's on the 10th. And here's McIlroy on the 7th. 450-yard, narrow, straight as a die, par 4. And McIlroy, that one leaking a little from left to right. He's watching with a little bit of anxiety as that ball clatters down amongst the trees and amongst the spectators. It's gone quite a way right, actually. And that might... Well, it's going to be very hard to see what kind of view he's going to have. The spectators have moved across through the avenue of trees down that right-hand side. There is a bit of space there, but what's between him and his target is yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, on the 5th, Justin Rose looking for a birdie, putting up the hill and then down the hill towards the hole and just turning across the face of the hole. Will come to rest 3 feet from the cup.
Yeah, cracking effort that really was. Not an easy putt up the slope, and then left to right. Quick putt as well.
Up by the 7th green, bunker shot for Shane Lowry from the front bunker. Beautifully played, flew it over the hole and spins it back to 3.5 feet.
I was just going to mention Victor Hovland because we left him with an eagle opportunity on the 8th, which he didn't take, but he has birdied the par 5 8, so he goes back to 5 under. Started the day 4 under, so he's made up 1 shot so far, but he's 6 behind McIlroy.
Yeah, it was a timid effort from Hovland. Came up just a fraction short, but an easy tap in for the birdie, which keeps him on the fringes of contending. A couple of dropped shots, though, in the middle of that outward half after an explosive start. So, my goodness me, Mark, I mean, you've seen plenty of action down the years at the Masters, but that, opening hour and 20 minutes that we've been on, that's right up there, isn't it?
It is, and he's done what it feels like, Ian, and you tell me. I mean, you know your McIlroy history and your Masters history and major history probably, well, most definitely more than I do as the golf correspondent.
I'm feeling the pressure now.
But he's made a charge here from behind when in contention, and in so many years we talk about McIlroy makes his charge when the chance has probably gone.
Yes.
And we've said in the build-up to this, we've said all week, apart from the final 4 holes on his first round and the aftermath of that, but he has felt different.
Yes.
And this charge that he has made, we have seen him do before, but maybe when he's been 10 back or 12 back and his chance has gone.
Exactly, and it's a shot to nothing, and then you see him finish in the top 5, and ultimately down the years we then count up the number of top 5s and say, oh, he's got a pretty decent record. But when you think about it, as Shane Lowry just gets up and down at the 7th to remain at 7 under par, you think about it, it's only in 2011 when he took a 4-shot lead into the final round and then infamously took 80. That's the only time where he's really been at the vanguard at a Masters. Yes, he was in the final group with Patrick Reed in 2018, but he was 3 or 4 shots behind, and he made a mess of the opening holes and couldn't sustain any pressure on Reed on that occasion. When he shot 64 in the final round when Scheffler won for the first time, he was on the fringes of contending. I remember we had a robust discussion, Trish, didn't we, afterwards, because he got to within a shot with an eagle on the 13th, but he never gave himself another chance after that to reinforce and put pressure on Scheffler, who'd still to go through Amen Corner. So McIlroy, we've seen, has got a view down through a corridor of trees on the 7th. Whether the play will be to just find one of the greenside bunkers and try and get up and down from there remains to be seen. But here is Justin Rose, the overnight leader, currently at 7 under par with his tee shot into the 6th, and like his playing partner Bryson DeChambeau, he has come up just short, and he's turned and he's berated someone, I think, in the gallery, who I think made a bit of a noise at the top of his backswing there. That's my immediate interpretation there, because he looked furious there. Now, Scotty Scheffler at the 8th with his second shot. Can he find the par 5 in 2? Up that hill, up amongst the elephant burial ground. Well, he didn't really get all of that, and that has come up way, way short. And he's got maybe 50, 60 yards to the flag from there. And this isn't the Scotty Scheffler that we've become used to seeing, I would suggest, as we turn our attention to Rory. Now, what's the play here? I don't think he can see the flag from here. I don't think he can access the green from here. I remember Justin Rose doing that and surprising us from a similar position a few years ago, I think 2015.
Yeah, I don't see that there's a shot that he can hit high here, because there's nothing but trees, unless there is, I don't know, you know. I might know, Rory. Might be a gap that he's looking at between the two trees, possibly. Or is he just going to hit it under? And if he does, if he hits it under, I think it's from bunker.
I got to obviously just open it up and get hard, so... Yeah, open up, yeah.
Well, while he deliberates, his playing partner Corey Connors is also in the trees down the right. Seems to have caught a branch there, but manages to get the ball up onto the green with enough spin to hold the green as well. There is a big slope that takes it away to the right edge of the green, and that's a brilliant shot from an unpromising position. So Corey Connors has given himself 25, 30 feet for birdie. McIlroy, what's he going to do now? Is he going to go low? Is he going to go high? He's 137 yards out. I think he's going low here. I think he's just going to punch one out. Looks like by the judge of the club. But we wait to see. Another little glance. Full swing. No, he's gone the aerial route. He has gone the aerial route. Now, where will this come out? The crowds are roaring. And the ball comes to land. The camera doesn't know. I think it's probably in the... Ah, there it is. It's come up just to the left of the green. And that's not a bad position at all that he's found there.
No, we'll leave him a very, very tricky up and down, though. That's a huge slope. He has given that absolutely everything to get that as high as he possibly can.
Probably the most lofted club in the bag.
I think so. No. He's got more than that. Looked a sort of wedge 9-iron maybe, but he's given it everything. Just not quite enough back. But he's got through the main things.
It's like a tabletop, that green, isn't it? With the bunkers at the front and the bunkers at the back, and it's a narrow strip to hit. So he's got it sort of pin high, but to the left, but very sharply downhill from there. You know, that's going to be as slick as the infamous chip on the 15th that led to the double bogey that derailed him on the first day. But Mark, I'd go back to, a thought that occurred when we were discussing before. The difference, I think, this time for McIlroy, and I'm not getting ahead of ourselves here, I'm just stating a fact that he has played the best golf in the world so far this year, and it's about converting the confidence that generates as Justin Rose putts from the front of the 6, goes well past and leaves himself a similar sort of putt to the one that McIlroy made to sustain his run of 3s. But, we've seen McIlroy come into big tournaments playing well before. Quail Hollow, he won it last year and immediately before the PGA, but couldn't sustain it. And I think that's why it was such a jolt when we saw his bad finish on Thursday.
But I think also you could look at it, apart from 2 chip shots, he's played great all week. He hasn't put a foot wrong apart from those 2 chip shots on 17
Absolutely.
and 15.
Yeah. Here's Scotty Scheffler. You're right, he just hasn't put a foot wrong otherwise. Here's Scheffler, third shot into the par 5 8th, and he's not given that enough. He's not got it up to the back right pin position that he was aiming at, and he's left himself 20-25 feet for the birdie, and he's just looking a little discomforted. I mean, he doesn't give much away, does the bearded figure, 6 feet 3 inches of him, the world #1 Scotty Scheffler, but I just sense he's not overly happy with where his game is right now.
Exactly. His body language doesn't look good, but to be honest, he's playing very poorly for Scotty Scheffler. The fact that it's only because he's so good that he's actually still within a shout.
Now Bryson DeChambeau using that extended putter which goes up and then rests on the inside of his left forearm, and then it's just a case of rocking the shoulders, using his arms as a pendulum with the putter coming down through them as he knocks it up the slope towards that whole location on the 6th. And again, he goes long as well. Judging the pace on that putt from the front portion of the 6 is so difficult.
Yeah, I think that is on a bit of a downslope coming from the front of the green. There isn't anything to stop it. We haven't seen anybody get it within 5 feet at the moment.
Now Rory McIlroy has been able to take a free drop because his ball came to rest next to a couple of sprinkler heads, so relief is given for that. So he's taken his drop and now he's walking forward, and this is delicate, isn't it, Trish? It really is, because anything that goes beyond the flag is going to be sharply downhill.
Yeah, he's got to judge this to perfection. So to give you a bit of a clue, he's about six yards of rough. Well, it's not rough, but it's fairway. And then it just goes steeply uphill, and then once it gets to the top, he's got hardly anything left. This is just all about feel.
Again, very lofted wedge, as he always does for these shots, but bunts it forward on a low trajectory. It stops at the top of the hill, then gathers pace, and a big thumbs up from Corey Connors, because he knows how good that was. He knows the touch and the deftness that was required. And McIlroy actually probably looking more chipper after that shot than after any of the other histrionics that we've seen from him, and he should save his par. Now here's Rose looking to save his par at the 6th, and a clenched fist from the Englishman as the ball disappears from 15 feet. Really important that for Rose to keep him clinging on, and he stays at 7 under, 4 behind McIlroy.
Do you feel, Trish, I know it's difficult to tell because you're indoors, and it is very still where we are at Amen Corner. It is warm, there are a few clouds in the sky. Do you think the scoring would suggest they're finding it tougher now?
Well, I just saw Scheffler when he was walking up the 8th hole after playing his second shot up there, which he came up well short. His shirt was definitely moving in the wind and the bottom of his trousers. So if it's moving on 8, then I'm assuming, Mark, by the time they get round to you at Amen Corner, there could be a bit some fun and games going on there, obviously depending on the pin positions. But yeah, it's going to get tougher as the day goes on. It's getting hotter. The greens will get firmer, without a shadow of a doubt, which will make them that little crustiness that can be a little bit tricky, and you've got to be very, very careful with a downhill, downwind putt.
Yeah, here on Amen Corner, pins are absolutely dead still. Curious looking at the big white scoreboard, looking at the two names that can absolutely destroy the field and run away with this, McIlroy and Scheffler. McIlroy's doing a Tiger-esque play here and just demoralizing the rest of this field at this point. They're all shaking their heads like, how are we going to catch this bloke?
DeChambeau makes his putt from 6 feet on the 6, touches the peak of his cap, remains at 8 under par after making a 2-putt par, and the final pair make their way up the little walkway and get themselves up towards the 7th tee. Corey Connors is at 5 under par now, having watched the blitzkrieg that we have seen from Rory McIlroy, and he comes up way short with his putt up the hill to the hole on the 7th, as we now turn our attention back to the 8th, and Scotty Scheffler looking for a birdie from 28 feet. And it's a very well judged putt from the defending champion, but it stays up on the high side, and he will tap in for his par 5.
It's really scrappy, isn't it? Scotty Scheffler's golf so far this week, he's just scrappy. It's so unusual to see him sort of struggling for consistency.
McIlroy to save par on 7, in it goes. Superb up and down. He was in trouble the first moment of discomfort, and he's come through it after driving into the trees, found a way out of the trees. Beautiful deft touch from the side of the green, and he knocks in the par putt to remain, Mark, 5 under par for his round as he goes to the 8th tee, and 11 under par overall, leading the Masters by 3.
An astonishing first 90 minutes or so from Rory McIlroy. It will be in the next hour that he comes into view, maybe a little bit after that he comes into view here round Amen Corner, and our coverage is going to continue on Sports Extra, but 5 Live will join us as well very shortly. So for whatever reason you can't access Sports Extra later, then we will be on 5 Live, and it will be on both stations all the way through until the conclusion of this third round, which has got off to a blistering start. Remember, at the start of the day, Justin Rose 8 under, Bryson DeChambeau 7 under, and Rory McIlroy and Corey Connors were both 6 under. And how that has switched in the first 90 minutes in the sunshine here at Augusta National. McIlroy has a 3-shot lead over Bryson DeChambeau now, 11 under, Bryson 8 under, Justin Rose 7 under, and then a couple of players on 6 under. Welcome to Augusta National. The sun is shining here at Amen Corner. The 11th flag is limp. There is a little bit of breeze around the course. When the day began, the group of leading players were very well bunched, and we thought this was going to be a real bum fight on the third day. But one man, if you haven't been listening on Sports Extra and are only just joining us on 5 Live, one man has taken this course apart at the start of his round, and that man, Ian Carter, is
Rory McIlroy. An extraordinary start to his round. He set the tone with a tee shot that flew 371 yards, just a wedge flick into the first green, capitalised with a birdie there, chipped in for an eagle at the second, made a routine birdie at the third, continued the run of threes with a routine par at the difficult par 3 fourth, then at the fifth another birdie, good 2-putt par at the par 3 6. So for the first time we had someone opening a round at the Masters with 6 straight threes. He's just made a 4 at the 7th, the only hole where he's had any difficulty, and now on the 8th he fires off his tee shot on the long par 4, and he's found the bunker down the right hand side. So McIlroy discomforted there. He's not going to be able to get up in 2 on the par 5, but he is into the bunker, as I say, on the 8th there. So he's 11 under par, 5 under for the opening 7 holes, and he is 3 shots clear of the man who beat him to the US Open, Bryson DeChambeau, who's at 8 under, 1 under for his opening 6 holes. Shane Lowry, 2 under for his first 7 holes, is at 7 under par, alongside the overnight leader Justin Rose, who's 1 over for his opening half dozen. So he's at 7 under. Jason Day and Victor Hovland are both at 6 under, and Scotty Scheffler's not been at his best at all. He's just come through the 8th and is level par for his round, and in the group at 5 under par, 6 shots behind Rory McIlroy.
The pack is still there, and the pack is still chasing hard. And to some people this may sound like a ridiculous question, but Andrew McGee has just flagged this to me. From your experience, you are looking at how Rory McIlroy bounces back from a par. Yes?
Well, he's devastated. I was just telling you, I've shot 2 10-under rounds in tournament play, and you just want to birdie every single hole. And if you don't have that good birdie opportunity on a hole, it really takes the wind out of your sails. It's an amazing feeling that you're going to birdie every single hole, 18 birdies, I mean. And when you don't, it's like it's not a good day.
He's gone 3-3, 3-3, 3-3, and the first 4 on his card has come at the par 4 7th. And actually, if people weren't listening on Sports Extra, Trish, we were saying, you know, this season, and maybe a little bit towards the end of last season as well, he has been the best golfer in the world.
Oh, definitely this season. Obviously, his 2 wins without a shadow of a doubt. Probably as well because of Scheffler's injury, and Scheffler didn't get off to...
He won the finish in Dubai, didn't he, at the end as well?
Yeah, but he always wins that.
I know,
so they might as well just give him that one, to be fair. But no, I honestly believe, and I still believe it to this day, as good as Scheffler is, when Rory is at his very, very best... And we've seen it because he wins going away. Now, that's what he's doing at the moment. Whether or not he can continue to do that for the next 9 holes and then 18 tomorrow, that's still to be seen under this immense pressure that he has. Because, obviously losing the US Open the way he did, and let's be honest, he lost that as much as DeChambeau won it. He lost it. But he's always putting himself in these positions each time he plays in these majors. And I do think eventually, as much as he's probably thinking, well, I keep losing them, and people say, well, you're not going to get many more chances. From his position, I think he thinks, well, I'm bound to get over the line eventually. Bound to, because he keeps playing such good golf. And right now, he looks untouchable.
Ian.
Just watching Matt Fitzpatrick on the 18th, looking to finish with a birdie. He's going to have to settle with a par. The Englishman is at 2 over par. Matt McCarthy, the left-hander, is looking for a long-range birdie attempt at the 8th, and he might make it. And he scrunches his eyes up there in frustration. Making his debut here, Matt McCarthy. Won only his 3rd start on the PGA Tour when he won in Utah. He was the leading player on the feeder tour, if you like, the Corn Ferry Tour last year. So a lot expected of him, and just coming up shy.
He's gone serenely so far, hasn't he, this afternoon? I mean, he has parred every single hole.
Yes.
I know absolutely nothing about him. Kat alongside me was giving me a lesson on him earlier. But what a brilliant round he's putting together on his first Masters.
Yeah, 5 under par, and no mistakes so far today. Not been able to live with the blistering pace set by McIlroy, and neither has Scotty Scheffler, who's playing his 2nd shot from the corner at the 9th, up the hill to the par 4, and that one not quite getting to the level that the flag is, and taking the slope, and will now run away from the hole and back down towards the front of the green, and still going, finally stops. And so only an outside chance of birdie for Scheffler there. If he'd got it just 2 feet more, he'd have stood a chance of being on the right level.
Yeah. But again, the thing with Scheffler, when he's on, his distance control is exquisite. And today, it's not even close as we're watching it there. That was way too short. So, we saw him hit that shot on 11 yesterday, fat from the middle of the fairway. Never happened. So there's something not quite right with him at the moment. But as I say, that not quite right. He's still there or thereabouts.
Keeping an eye on Shane Lowry as well here, who has parred the par 5 8th, so he remains 7 under. Does the Irishman. Started his round on 5 under, and he is going nicely as well as he tries to chase down his great mate Rory McIlroy.
Mark, Justin Rose will have a difficult bunker shot on 7. He tangled with the trees down the left-hand side, took that aerial route and has landed in the bunker on the full. Don't get too many plugged balls at Augusta, but there is a chance that one might have just stayed in its own indentation there, which would make it brutally difficult for any kind of control on what is a bunker shot that requires a heck of a lot of control. So Rose will be up against it somewhat as he takes on his 3rd shot on the par 4 7th. And I'm just slightly distracted there because Hovland on the 10th has hoiked his tee shot way left, and that is trouble for him. DeChambeau, 106 yards out on the 7th, is punching his 2nd shot to the par 4, and the ball skips between the bunkers and then spins back down the grassy little tongue between the 2 bunkers at the front of the green, and that is going to be a brutally difficult pitch for him to negotiate for his 3rd shot.
Trish, you were oohing or umphing.
Sorry, I'm just watching
Just watching what?
I'm just watching Ludwig Oberg. He must be in front of you,
He
isn't
is
he?
in front of us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so, well, I like watching him. So,
Okay, well, I'll get Kat to describe him, shall I?
Please do.
Well, very tall, isn't he? And he's got this Masters green hat on, yellow T-shirt, blue trousers, and that big whoop that and the ooh that came from Trish was for a big par save for Oberg. His second shot had disappeared into that little run-off down the side of the par 4 11th here at Amen Corner, and he duffed the chip, really. He got too much on it, sent it spinning way past the pin, just didn't get that one right at all, but a long putt from about 30 feet to save his par, and that's what the crowd was showing their appreciation for. He stays, Ludwig Oberg, at 3 under par and just standing on the 12th tee box down below us now.
And we're now going to start to get these players who were on the leaderboard in front of us are now going to start coming round Amen Corner, so there will be plenty to do for Kat. Jason Day will be the first one coming into view, who's 6 under. Still a while until we hear from Alistair Bruce Ball, who's sunbathing like one of the turtles over 15, 16. Ian?
Looking like one of the turtles, I would imagine, as well.
On his back.
Yeah. Here's Rory McIlroy. He's come out of the bunker that he drove into on the par 5 8th, and he's got 188 yards for his third shot into the par 5. One last glance, another one, and now he launches into it, and again beautifully balanced on the follow-through, but he doesn't like it too much because it's gone long and it's gone left, and that is the one shot that still plagues him from time to time. It's just skipped off the back of the green. When he does have a miss with his approach play, it can often be that long and left.
Yeah, not the. He wasn't in a great position in the bunker, right at the front of it, so he couldn't really get a huge amount of. And I think he just caught the lip as well when he coming out of that bunker, which left him a long way back, 188 yards. But well, time to show us how good he is chipping from just off the back of the green,
which he did on the 7th to get up and down and maintain his position at 11 under par. Now this is devilishly difficult for Bryson DeChambeau as he slides his lofted wedge underneath the ball and gets plenty of grip on it as well, and he's given himself 8 feet to save par.
Yeah, not easy at all. Might be a tad more than that as well, and it's going to be slippery down the hill.
Jason Day will be the first of those contenders that'll be heading your way at Amen Corner. Here's his tee shot on the 520-yard par 4, and the Australian in prime position. So as and when his ball comes into view, he will be hitting from an excellent position down the right side of the fairway. And now Scotty Scheffler on 9 is putting up to 2.5 feet to the left of the hole. Should save his par from there, and that will keep Scheffler at 5 under, 6 behind Rory McIlroy. Here's Rose's bunker shot on the 7th. Puff of white sand as the ball emerges and heads down towards the hole. Needs to put its brakes on, and no, the brake pads are worn, and it's off, and it's down towards the front of the green. Still rolling. It just trundled past the hole, but there was no prospect of it stopping. It was like going down a marble staircase, and so he's going to have a lengthy putt now to try and save par, Justin Rose, and remain at 7 under.
Difficult start for him, Trish.
Yeah, really is. Not hitting a lot of great shots. I think his driver is causing him issues. I know he hit a decent drive up the 3rd. Don't think it was the shape he wanted. He's just got that sort of high right shoulder at the moment, and it's not really. It doesn't look, all in sync. He looks like maybe the club face is getting a little, or the club is getting a little behind him on his driver. I think he needs to drive the ball really well round here to have any chance, because he's not as long as some of these monstrous hitters.
Interesting that, because he said yesterday after his round that he actually thought his irons were a little bit off today, so he might have to work on them, and he thought he might need to work on his short game a little bit to cement a couple of his feels, is what he said. So he was looking at other areas as well. So if you're throwing the driver, he's got all sorts of problems despite being on 7 under on the 3rd round of the Masters, Ian.
I'll tell you what, actually, Mark, he has missed the putt. Clearly the images we got of the bunker shot were from a short while ago. We've just seen his attempt to save par, and he has missed it, so he is going to slip back to 6 under par. But our attention is now on Rory McIlroy, who is on the 8th, having missed left and long. I'd say he's got 4 or 5 paces of fairway before he gets to the putting surface. And he usually is very, very good with these shots. Slightly open stance, very narrow stance, and then bumps the ball forward onto the green. Should grip now, does, and grips a little too hard, and has come up 6-7 feet short. This is going to be a really important putt now, because you can take a bogey anywhere on this golf course, but for someone with his qualities, to bogey the 8th would be a real setback.
Yeah, it would be massive.
DeChambeau for his par at the 7th, delicately down the slope. It's not going to drop. Misses to the left, so DeChambeau drops a shot. He goes back to 7 under par, and that means that we have 3 players at 7 under as it stands at the moment. Shane Lowry and Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Rose, but Rose we know is going to drop out of that group at 7 under. So McIlroy, Lowry, DeChambeau. If you had said at the start of the week, this is the leaderboard that we would like, those are exactly the 3 names that you would have written down. Here's Rose to tidy up at 7. In it goes, bogey, back to 6 under.
This is, isn't it, Trish? This is a huge putt for McIlroy, because this could be a 4-shot lead as he goes down the 9th.
Yeah, this is massive as well, and just momentum-wise, you can make all the birdies and eagles in the world, but Andrew will tell you that sometimes a par putt gives you more momentum than anything else, and to make a 6 on the 8th when he's started so well, that's meat and drink to him. Number 8 as a par 5. We saw Hovland hit it in 2. You would expect for Rory, the way he was playing, could have possibly, should have got up in 2, and of course now he's struggling for his par. So this putt is of massive importance.
Yeah, and a bogey would really derail at this point. You just don't want to go backwards at all when you're on this terror like this. It just feels like a triple bogey if you make a single bogey.
Connors for birdie at 8, makes it, the Canadian, from the back of the green from around about 16 feet. So his second birdie of the day, 2 drop shots as well. So level for his round, and at 6 under par, stays within 5 of McIlroy as it stands at the moment. Now Shane Lowry has gone into the trees down the right of the 9th. He needs some creativity here, and that right foot came hurtling through there as he tried to hit a low runner, but it's caught the bunker that guards the front right, and that's a lengthy bunker shot to the 9th. But there's no one better with the wedges than Shane Lowry. Now McIlroy, this to save par at the 8th. Really important putt. No, it's just took a borrow from left to right, and the first setback of this remarkable 3rd round for the Northern Irishman, 35 years of age. And he just gave a rueful little shake of the head there, and a second one as he gets down onto his haunches, just to make absolutely certain he's got 18 inches here for his bogey 6. It's been an untidy hole from the moment he drove into the bunker. Hasn't really hit a good shot on this hole, but he does hole out for the bogey 6, and that gives hope to the rest after that blistering start. First bogey since the 17th, or first drop shot since the double bogey on the 17th on the first day. McIlroy back to 10 under par. 3-shot lead from Shane Lowry and Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, so in the space of 60 seconds, bogey for McIlroy, bogey for DeChambeau, bogey for Rose, and Lowry is in a bunker on 9. Jason Day in front of us here on 11 on 6 under.
Yeah, classically dressed Jason Day, the Australian, the former world number 1 today, head to toe in cream, sends a little chip up towards the green here on the par 4 11th, kisses the bank, and then puts the brakes on, trundles past the hole by a good 6 feet or so beyond the flag. He'll have that for his par to stay at 6 under par. He recently got back together with his old coach, his childhood coach, Colin Swatton, who coached him from 12 years old. And their philosophy is to go out there and fly the plane. Well, he's taken off with a couple of birdies early on his round, the Australian, and then he's reached a bit of a cruising altitude at 6 under par, 6 consecutive pars for the Australian, but he's got about a 6-footer here to stay at 6, 5 off the lead here on the 11th.
Took a nasty kick that off to the right, didn't it?
Yeah, so it's what you don't want. You just don't want to have to bump it into this grain and just guess which way it's going to bounce, or if it's going to bounce, if it's going to come up dead. You always want to land the ball on the green if you can.
Let's just see if Alistair Bruce Ball's all right. You okay? Ali? Oh, good. Excellent. Glad he's paying attention.
He's doing his turtle thing.
He's doing his turtle thing. Maybe. We'll try him again in half an hour or so. Ian.
Rory McIlroy makes his way to the 9th, and he's got driver in hand. 460 yards, right to left, dogleg. The halfway point at the Augusta National, 10 under par. First bogey of the day coming at the par 5 8th. Otherwise, it's been brilliant from the Northern Irishman. And this one looking to take on the corner, going high over the trees, coming down, landing in the middle of the fairway, right at the bottom of the valley, just as the hole swings away from left to right. That was absolutely glorious. That was McIlroy in full flight, and I think that tee shot will make him feel a whole lot better about life, because obviously of the setback that he suffered at the 8th. Now up ahead on the green on the 9th, the long bunker shot from Lowry is very, very good indeed, but it needed an ounce more, and it just got to the top of the ridge, and you can hear the crowd just expressing their frustration on Lowry's behalf as the ball cruelly trundles away from the hole and leaves maybe 22 feet up the hill for him to save par there. So McIlroy at 10 under par, Lowry at 7 under par, DeChambeau at 7 under par. He's found the fairway off the tee on the par 5 8th. Jason Day, you've been hearing about with Catherine, he's at 6 under par. Corey Connors back at 6 under with his birdie at the 8th, and Justin Rose at 6 under.
And here is Jason Day's par putt on 11.
Yep, 6 foot. It's coming down the slope of the green from the back towards the front, and it's going to have a little bit of movement on this one, a bit of a tester to stay at 6 under par for the Australian here. Head to toe cream, that custody cream, and this looks good, and it goes, disappears beneath the surface of the green, and he'll stay 5 shots back as he heads to the tee on the 12th, up the slope to Golden Bell and this famous par 3.
Andrew McGee, we did talk, didn't we, when we were on Sports Extra, about what a blistering start so many of the players have had. And if people have been listening to us on Sports Extra all the time, they will then know that we've just started to discuss how maybe in the last hour it's become a little bit more attritional for them all.
Yeah, the horse race around turn 2, the horses got a bit tired in this heat, and they're starting to pant a little bit as they make the turn coming into Amen Corner. It's not the place to start panting. It's the place to keep your mettle and keep your fairway shots, your greens hit, make some pars, and then get those par 5s, 13 and 15.
So for McIlroy, it's about keeping the status quo, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it totally is. But again, with his length off the tee, I think his driver is everything to him. It sets up every hole with his length and his draw off of 13 and 15 to get those easy birdies on those par 5s is key. But his driving is prodigious, and it just can destroy a golf course.
Victor Hovland coming into view shortly on 11, who's really been up and down like a seesaw in this round. He started at 4 under, he's got as far as 6 under. There are bogeys and birdies everywhere on this course. He's currently 5 under as he comes into view shortly here.
Shane Lowry putting up and coming up just short with his par putt on the 9th, so the Irishman is going to drop a shot, go back to 6 under. Hovland made a remarkable bogey on the 10th. Here's Justin Rose as he fires his second shot from the fairway. He's a good 30 yards behind Bryson DeChambeau and comes up just short of the green. Decent position that, though, for the 44-year-old. He must be feeling every inch of his age at the moment with the hard hitting that he's having to encounter with his opponent Bryson DeChambeau. That's applause for Shane Lowry, who's gone to the turn in 35 with that bogey at the 9th. He's at 6 under par and he walks up to the 10th tee. Hovland drove into the trees. I was telling you about that. Took a couple of shots for him to get back out onto the fairway. So his 4th shot to the green went a good 30 feet right of the hole, and then he holed that for a bogey. So his up and down round has been encapsulated in that hole in many respects, and the kitchen sink has been thrown at that by Bryson DeChambeau with one of the shots of the day into the 8th fairway wood, and he's got it all the way up to that back right pin position.
Amazing. Do not try that at home, because I tell you what, nobody's body is supposed to take that sort of force. That's exquisite. I'm not quite sure. His reaction was strange. I think he thought he might just catch one of the trees, but he hit it so hard and so high. It's pitched middle of the green, and he's got about a 15-foot eagle putt?
Yep. Wow, what a moment that would be.
Well,
and that would be a 3-shot swing on that hole vis-a-vis McIlroy.
That's exactly the point I was just going to put to you, Trish. If he does hole that, then all of a sudden, with McIlroy bogeying it, if he eagles it, again, we're obsessed with momentum, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, we're sort of, when we're looking, especially for myself and Ian in here, when we're looking at the scores and the scoreboard, and it's like playing match play, isn't it? It just isn't. There's so many good names still up there, but yeah, I mean, it's DeChambeau is, you just don't know what he's capable of.
Jason Day 6 under after playing 11 on the 12th tee. What did he do, Kat?
9-iron to the left of the green, just nestling down in that little hollow where the russet red pine straw comes down to meet the grass. Little dip in there, and that's where his ball has chased off to that back left corner of the green. He's going to have to chip back up and then try and control the ball before it risks plopping down into that big gaping white sand bunker in the front of the 12th bank. But he's on his way now down towards the Hogan Bridge, head to toe in cream. Even his shoes, looking through my binoculars, even his shoes are cream. It looks like he's been dipped in creme anglaise.
I can tell you that Corey Connors has hit a wonderful second shot into the 9th with a 9-iron. McIlroy's tee shot 347 yards, and he's just got 109 yards in to the flag on a hole that measures 460 yards. I mean, the numbers are just incredible. And here he is, the wee man they call him, just a sand wedge, 113 yards it's been corrected to, and it takes a medium-sized divot as that one skips up towards the hole side. Brilliant from McIlroy, and he's primed for a bounce-back birdie as he puts it to 4 feet. Superb, great tee shot. Wonderful approach.
Yeah, and not an easy approach for him either, because the pin is right at the very back of the green, so he knows he's going to spin it, but he's got to make sure that he doesn't get too much spin and fall all the way back down the green. But a beautiful shot, slippery putt though. That I will say. It's not very long, but my word, is it quick.
Wow, great stuff. I mean, it's just wonderful, isn't it? You've got DeChambeau primed for an eagle potentially on the 8th. McIlroy looking to bounce back with his birdie. And right now, Mark, it just kind of feels like we might be having a McIlroy-DeChambeau shootout. Potentially similar kind of vibe to Pinehurst last year in the US Open.
It does feel match play, doesn't it, Andrew McGee, at the moment, even though they're on different holes?
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of red on the card. Let's just, on the scoreboard across the pond here, and let's give it a few more holes before we get all excited about this matchup, and let's get through this amen corner. It's here to get today, though. I mean, these two holes are making, there's some birdies being made, although we've just seen our first water ball here from, I believe that's Sanjay M. Hit it right at the pin, which you cannot do here on Golden Bell number 12, into the raised creek. He's laying up, dropping way to the right over there with his funny angle, and then Jason Day another 50 yards to his left of Golden Bell, chipping also.
We had Michael McIntyre on with us when we were on Sports Extra earlier, which you can listen back to on BBC Sounds, as he tried his hand at golf commentary, which was very enjoyable to listen to. He described himself as an excitable puppy. You don't want us to be excitable puppies yet, do you?
Well, I enjoyed the 4,000 inches of the putt. I mean, I'm going to use that quite a bit. But no, let's not get too excited just yet. It's just Saturday. Sunday at Augusta, everything comes down to that.
Don't get carried away, Trish.
No, I think that's probably being aimed at me, and Andrew's absolutely right. There's no question. But I just, honestly, I haven't looked forward to a Saturday at the Masters as much as this one for donkey's years. So I'm just going to keep going, I'm afraid.
You're at the level at the moment of thinking McIlroy's going to win the Masters and Arsenal the Champions League, aren't you? That's where you're at.
Now, would I rather McIlroy win the Masters or Arsenal Champions League?
I've got a bigger story for you. Leicester scored a goal today. Two, actually.
Two. He's cartwheeled around the press centre today, isn't he? Right, we're waiting for Bryson's eagle on 8 and Rory's birdie on 9.
And we're watching Corey Connors make his birdie on 9 as he coaxes it down the slope. So the Canadian finishes the front 9 with a flourish and moves up to 7 under par alongside DeChambeau. 3 behind McIlroy as it stands at the moment. Third shot now for Justin Rose at the par 5 8th. It's a little pitch which he takes the high road for and skips it past the hole, and not quite enough control on that. He's left himself 9 feet for his birdie there. Much needed birdie as well. Now to McIlroy. Can he bounce back with the birdie? Very slippery, but it's only 3.5 feet after a brilliant wedge in there. Sends it forward. No, well read Trish Johnson, because that has run by the same distance, missing on the left edge. And it was a difficult putt.
Yeah, and it was a poor putt as well. It was either the worst read in the world or just a absolutely straight left off the blade. Never even looked like it was giving it a chance. He knew it was quick. He knew he had to start it right in the middle of the hole. And to be honest, I think he's got maybe slightly longer coming back for his par. Now, the good news is it's straight uphill. But this is not a putt you want to miss, that's for sure, because the momentum just be an absolute killer.
Yeah, light blue top, darker blue trousers, white shirt, white cap, white shoes, white cap. Sends this forward and in for his par 4. Well, he created a real opportunity for a birdie, and he's just berating himself a little bit there, and he's looking back at the initial putt and saying, got the line just wrong. I mean, the way that he's talking there, he's not suggesting that he pulled it, but it looked like it to us. Now for eagle, Bryson DeChambeau at the 8th. Has he given it enough? Not quite, but he coases it up to the hole side. It will be a birdie for the blonde-haired American, and that will take him to 8 under par. McIlroy remains at 10 under par, so a 2-shot difference at the top of the leaderboard. And Scotty Scheffler, well, he's having his troubles at the moment. He's spun off the front of the 10th and has hit his pitch rather clumsily and looks quite disconcerted at the moment. He has probably 10 feet to save par on 10. This is a birdie putt for Rose from similar distance, sending it towards the hole and in. And the Englishman clenches his fist and gently, with a downward thrust, celebrates the ball going into the hole. A bounce-back birdie for him. His first birdie of the round after a couple of drop shots. That gets him back on course. 7 under, 3 behind McIlroy.
McIlroy 10 under, DeChambeau 8 under, Rose 7 under, Lowry 6 under. Oh, Connors has gone to 7 under as well, hasn't he? Because he birdied 9. But apologies to the Canadian. Jason Day up in the distance on 6 under on the par 3 12th, and he has got a fight on here, Kat, to save his par.
He does. His tee shot just 150 yards today, and we've seen so many players missing this green. And you know, if you're an amateur golfer, you know pretty much which club you're taking if it's a 150-yard tee shot. So it's been a surprise to see a lot of players miss the green here. Jason Day among them, nestling down to the left hand in the hollow of the green on the par 3, and then he's just done a little clumsy chip up onto the green, left himself 10 feet to save his par. Here it goes, ball on its way, and it misses. So it's going to be a drop shot, the first of the day for Jason Day, and he'll fall back to 5 under, 5 shots off the lead.
Kat was just pointing out, Andrew, since we've been sitting, I don't think we've seen a birdie on 12.
I cannot recall. We've seen more missed greens for a 150-yard shot with no wind. It's just crazy. All these shots are left, or a bit pulled. Maybe there's a little bit of wind up top. We're not feeling right to left. But most of these shots are going just a bit long and left of the green.
Second guessing themselves?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you don't want to try to cut it too much into there and take a lot of speed off your shot and bring the water into play of that front bunker. But they are really misplaying 12.
Do you need it, Ian, or we've got Victor Hovland for a possible birdie here on 11, which would take him to back to 6 under as he goes up and down again?
Well, very quickly, I'll tell you, Justin Rose has found the fairway, as has Bryson DeChambeau on the 9th. Scotty Scheffler made a lengthy par putt on the 10th, and there've only been 5 birdies on the 12th all day.
Thank you very much. By the way, Andrew, as we wait for Victor Hovland very quickly, you were looking where the pin position is on 9, and therefore how difficult Rory's putt would have been. Yeah,
it's just a tiny little plateau in the back there, and you got to skip the shot up to get there. And if you go past that pin whatsoever, which I'm guessing that's where Rory was, just a tiddler coming down the hill. It's just so fast. You're playing defense, easily can knock that off that first ridge and down the second ridge, and then have a 20-30 footer back for par. So saving par is a good result.
Birdie putt then for Victor Hovland here on the par 4 11th. The flag just beginning to flutter as he sends the ball across the 35-foot span of grass towards the hole, and he's left that one well short. Another 6 foot or so for Victor Hovland now to save par. That was tentative from the Norwegian.
Imperious from McIlroy off the tee on the 10th, 3-wood in hand, takes it over the tree on the corner and finds the left half of the fairway down at the bottom of the ski slope. Super tee shot from the leader.
And this, Trish, is where he dialed it up yesterday with his second into 10, which he left within inches, and that's when the run started.
Yeah, I think from his point of view, he's hit 2 superb shots into 9. As Andrew pointed out, the putt on from the back of the green is, well, it's just so scary. You don't get it online to begin with, but he's made par. He hasn't dropped a shot, no problem. Ripped a drive, or 3-wood actually, beautiful draw around the corner, down on onto the 10th, and now he's in perfect position. And honestly, apart from one mistake off the tee on 8, he hasn't put a foot wrong. And you would like to think if he keeps playing the same way, back 9, as long as he gets through Amen Corner, and you will let us know, then there's every chance this could be a spectacular round.
Andrew's just shivered. McIlroy 10 under, DeChambeau 8 under, 7 under for Rose, and Corey Connors. Victor Hovland to save his par on 11. He just stood up, looked like he was about to begin his routine for taking his putt, and he's just stepped away again, and now he's back addressing his ball cap.
He is. I said it was about 6 foot. It's probably inside that, more like 4.5, having peered down through the binoculars over the heads of the thousands of spectators here looking down towards the green on the 11th. Splash of azalea pink across the shoulders of Victor Hovland, and the ball falls into the cup. So drop shot for the Norwegian on the 10th, but he saves his par on the 11th to stay at 5 under.
Alistair Bruce Ball, 15-16, you all right?
What's been going on?
We've tried to say hello to you about 3 times. You weren't there.
No, I've been standing in an inordinately long queue for the gentlemen's restrooms.
Oh, right.
But I decided not to take the Jose Luis Ballester route, and I thought I'd go traditional and conventional and keep myself on this golf course this afternoon.
If you hadn't gone the Ballester route, I don't think we'd be talking to you at all today or tomorrow.
Exactly, it would have been dead air from the 15th for the rest of the evening. It's an absolute picture down here, Mark. Just news of Tommy Fleetwood. He's marching down the 15th at the moment. A little bit of a hangdog expression. Went for this green in 2. It's the par 5. Hit the perfect drive to the brow of the hill. The second shot with the fairway wood looked like it had the distance, but it hit that steeply sharp slope at the front of this green. It stopped for a second and then trundled all the way back into the water. 2 over par for his round today. 1 under for the Masters, and Xander Schauffele, his playing partner, is 3 under. So that is 7 shots off the McIlroy lead.
Scotty Scheffler 5 under, Tyrrell Hatton 4 under. They'll be coming down 11 shortly. Can Shane Lowry bounce back with a birdie at 10 after his bogey at 9?
He's got a chance, and he's putting almost along the straight shadow cast by one of those tall loblolly pines that is so vivid across this green. The ball crosses that shadow and then heads down towards the hole, turning and looking good, but just not quite turning enough, and Lowry puts his hands on his head and then he points and says, I should have just got that line just a fraction to the left and it would have been in. Rueful smile across his bearded face, and he taps it in, the burly Irishman, and he remains at 6 under par, very much in the mix at the 89th Masters. 4 shots off the lead held by Rory McIlroy. Now Bryson DeChambeau is only 120 yards out on the 9th. This is his second shot up the hill. Oh, and he's come up way short there. Real miscue from the US Open champion, and that will go back down the slope, back towards the front of the green, and the flag right in that very back left corner. And he's going to have to be very, very careful with what will be a very lengthy birdie attempt.
Yeah, strangely, he's looking at the sky thinking, right, well, I feel like I hit that really well. It's come up miles short, blaming, I think, the wind, but misjudgment.
He's had a couple of those misjudgments, Trish, hasn't he? Whether it be long or short.
Yeah, I mean, well, good news is he's not blaming the caddy yet, but don't you worry, it will come.
Greg Bodine, it's coming your way. Corey Connors at the 10th in the middle of the fairway with his second shot. Canadian who's finished the back 9 with 2 consecutive birdies. He's going to have 3 in a row. That's brilliant. Oh, that's superb from Corey Connors. And he has put it to inside 2 feet. Wonderful shot for the man who's twice won the Texas Open, 33-year-old from Ontario. And he looks very contented behind those sunglasses beneath his white cap. McIlroy, meanwhile, has 157 yards. That drive with the 3-wood, 327 yards. The flag on the 10th hole, 11 paces on, 4 off the left. And McIlroy ready to go. Turning it over from right to left. This looks very good as well if it's the right distance. Oh, it's a bit long, and it skips to the back corner of the green. It will take a slope here, could potentially run off, but doesn't. The brakes go on just in time, but a very awkward putt coming from the back left corner to the front right corner.
Yeah, he held the club down. He was just only trying to play a short little shot, and it absolutely flew off the club face.
What do you mean, held the club down?
So he's just trying to play a little three-quarter shot, so he's halfway down the grip. You can see a lot of the grip at the top of the club, and he's just trying to play a little three-quarter one. Beautiful looking shot, but I mean, it's pitched 10 yards behind the flag. Way too much club.
Justin Rose, by the way, just making a similar error to Bryson DeChambeau, his playing partner. He only had 114 yards in and has spun it back down the slope, so a lengthy birdie putt to come for Rose.
Corey Connors, Trish, has done well, hasn't he? Because he was going backwards as Rory was putting his foot down earlier in the round, and I'm guessing, although it may not have happened to you very often, that when your playing partner is blitzing it...
Well, there's a certain Davies, I could imagine, that did that to us a few times, yes.
That just hanging in there is actually quite... No matter where you are on the leaderboard, just hanging in there, especially if you're making a couple of bogeys, you must be thinking, God, what am I doing differently to my playing partner?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, and you should give him great credit for the fact that he has just, hung in there like that.
I'm not quite sure if the images I'm seeing are live, but if they are, Scotty Scheffler's heading your way.
He is.
From 195 yards out.
Well, him and Tyrrell Hatton are both walking towards us now. One of their balls is on the green, Kat, and one is maybe 10 yards off the green.
Yeah, well, by the way that Scotty Scheffler is walking with that lazy lope of his down the slope with his putter confidently in hand, it's definitely the world number one who is on the green. His ball about 10 feet from the flag. He'll have a look at that at birdie to move to 6 under, 4 off the lead of Rory McIlroy. Scheffler hanging in here. He's not going away.
Bryson DeChambeau at the 9th from long range, putting the length of the green all the way to the back of the green, and then the ball just uses gravity a little bit to edge a little closer to the hole. He's got a very, very slippery 7-footer there to save par. Meanwhile, we look at the 10th green. McIlroy in the very back left corner. The flag is in the front left corner of the green, so this is going to be really, really tricky.
Well, this is going to be a huge break on this, left to right. And judging this pace, and what he can't do is let it go past the hole, because once it gets past the hole, it is gone. So he's got to make sure he gives it enough break, because if he hits this too low, it'll just trickle on and on and on. And he's got he's counting how many paces. He's nearly 30 paces. So he's got the best part of nearly 90 feet here.
Yeah.
And this will take an awful lot of touch.
It is. It's a 30 yarder, isn't it? And with a big left to right break on it as well. So delicacy required here for the powerful Northern Irishman. Sends it forward. The sun just goes in. And now it needs to turn from left to right. And it does turn from left to right, but it keeps going and it keeps going. And it goes past Corey Connors' marker and keeps going and finally comes to rest, probably 6 feet from the cut. So pressure putts are starting to mount now for McIlroy.
Yeah, they certainly are. He's not helping himself at the moment.
Now Rose for birdie, having seen his playing partner go long with his putt. Rose up the slope. This looks good. Yo! It hits the back of the hole, pops into the air and stays above ground. Well, it would have run on a good distance if it hadn't hit the hole, but how unlucky can you get?
It's one of those,
could easily
isn't it?
Have dropped in.
It is one of those. I mean, it was travelling, but it did hit the absolute middle. I mean, 9 times out of 10, that jumps straight up in the air and goes in.
So, well, that was a couple of moments ago. Rose makes par at 9. And that keeps him at 7 under. This to stay at 8 under for DeChambeau. Slippery one, delicate, down the slope and in. And a clenched fist. He knew that was a tester. And he passed it. He's gone to the turn in 35. 8 under par within 2 shots of McIlroy's lead, and McIlroy under pressure. DeChambeau won't know that, but McIlroy under pressure to save par and maintain his position at 10 under on the 10th green. Real drama here on third round day at the Masters. And now we do see the leader on the 10th. This is 6-7 feet to save par, back up the hill and misses. Missing on the right edge, getting ragged for Rory now after such a brilliant start with 6 straight threes. Drop shot at the 8th and now a drop shot at the 10th, you would imagine, and he's going to have to take every care over this, even though it's only a couple of feet.
Yeah, I mean, you've got half a wedge in probably, if that. You hit it way behind the flag and 3-putt. It's these are the sort of things that shouldn't be happening when you're in the form that he is in. It's weird, and that's not about Augusta. That is, he's hitting it beautifully, but it might be about being in a major.
Yeah, there it is. That's a bogey 5. So 2 bogeys in the last 3 holes after that start of birdie, eagle, birdie, par, birdie. So a little ragged around the middle of the round for McIlroy, who just sighs frustratedly as he stands next to his caddy. Harry Diamond back now to 9 under, the lead down to 1. And Mark, I'll just tell you as we head back to you where Bryson DeChambeau's tee shot on 10 finishes up, because that's the sound of it. Fairway wood, high trajectory for the American, and the ball coming down and landing on the downslope, down the right side of the fairway. That's not bad at all. That's fine for Bryson DeChambeau, sitting pretty and now only 1 shot behind.
I know. Obviously, this is their job, Ian, and they're trained in this. But I'm like everybody who is listening at the moment. I feel like my heart is in my mouth for every single. And we've still got half of a third round to go. Do you know?
Yeah.
Do you not? Are you not feeling it? There's just butterflies and fluttering and nerves and.
It's great, isn't it? It's just great sport, and the thing is that it's all internal for all these players, isn't it? It's not like someone's hitting a serve you can't return at tennis, or the fullback's got the winger in his pocket and there's nothing you can do that day. It's all down to you, and that's the magic of championship golf, and it's why it's so nerve-wracking. And it is, especially when you've got McIlroy involved, and we know about his vulnerabilities and the difficulties that he has of converting his immense talent into major victories. Lovely tee shot from Rose there on 10, by the way.
Speaking of Rose, Andrew McGee, in all of this drama, in all of this excitement that we had on that front 9, if Justin Rose's putt had, when it hit the hole, had actually dropped in rather than just staying on the lip, he'd have gone out level par for his front 9, and he would only be 1 behind McIlroy after all the drama that we've had.
Is it a classic tortoise and hare? I mean, it's just a classic. The plotter is just plodding along, and the hare jumps out, loses his steam a little bit. You just said, I know. I mean, McIlroy knew he had too much club on his second shot on 10. That's why he gripped down on it, and he made a mistake.
Shane Lowry will be coming into view shortly on 11. He is 6 under. Scotty Sheffield parred the 11th in front of us. He stays on 5 under. Jason Day bogeyed 12 up in the distance. He's 5 under. Victor Hovland, he's gone back down again. We're going back down the numbers for Victor. He bogeyed the 12th as well, and he is 4 under. So McIlroy 9 under, DeChambeau and Connors are 8 under, Rose is 7 under, Shane Lowry is 6 under. The 89th Masters feels like it is a classic already. We'll just pause for the latest news on 5 Live. Here's John Barnes.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Mark. Sir Keir Starmer says his government is turning the page on a decade of decline after emergency legislation designed to save British Steel became law. The Steel Industry Special Measures Bill gives the government the power to run the firm's plant in Scunthorpe, but it stops short of fully nationalising the company. It's unclear how much taxpayers' money will be spent on the plant. James King is an independent steel consultant.
Clearly the company has been losing this large sum of money every day, and there will be no change in that in the foreseeable future unless steel prices increase, because the fact of buying raw materials with the government's money, if that's what happens, doesn't really change the fundamental position of the company as a steel producer in a loss-making situation.
The BBC has been told that Hashim Abidi, the brother of the Manchester Arena bomber, has used homemade weapons to attack 3 prison officers at the jail where he's serving a life sentence for murder. He was jailed for helping his brother Salman murder the 22 people who were killed in the bombing in 2017. The Rail Minister, Lord Henry, has reported himself to the police after admitting he used a mobile phone while driving a vintage bus during a charity tour of London last month. An investigation which began when a passenger reported him was initially closed, but a spokesman for the minister said he had now apologised for what he called an error of judgment. And a light aircraft has crashed into a holiday park on the Isle of Wight and burst into flames. Police say that 2 people on board suffered minor injuries and were treated at the scene, but didn't need to go to hospital.
This weekend on 5 Live and 5 Sports Extra.
Tomorrow at 4 on 5 Sports Extra, it's the Bahrain Grand Prix. And in 5 Live's Premier League Sunday, Liverpool host West Ham at 2. And at 4:30, Newcastle United face Manchester United at St James's Park.
Super goal! Right-footed, finds the bottom right-hand corner.
5 Live Sports.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
The 89th Masters, live from Augusta National.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Live.
And BBC Sounds.
Let me just give you the day's sports headlines and match of the day, 10:20 on BBC One. If you want to watch the Premier League games today, the Manchester City win over Crystal Palace, the best game of the day. City were actually 2-0 down just past the half hour, but came back to win 5-2. Kevin De Bruyne both scoring and assisting in the win. Leicester ended their 8-game losing streak with a 2-2 draw at Brighton. Nottingham Forest Champions League hopes took a little bit of a blow with Everton scoring in the 94th minute to beat them 1-0. Aston Villa were 3-0 winners and missed 2 penalties at Southampton. Arsenal-Brentford finished 1-1. One other Premier League line, Eddie Howe has been admitted to hospital. He'll miss tomorrow's game with Manchester United. He's felt unwell for a number of days. In a club statement, they said that he is conscious and talking to family. Chelsea's women came from behind to beat Liverpool 2-1 and reach the FA Cup final. Celtic thrashed Kilmarnock 5-1 amongst the Scottish Premiership games. They'll win the title if Aberdeen beat Rangers tomorrow. Leeds are top of the Championship after they won today. Sheffield United lost, so they're 5 points behind Leeds. Birmingham have won the title in League One without even playing because Wrexham only drew, and Port Vale are top of League Two after they won, and Bradford lost a 5-4 thriller at Swindon. France and England look on course for a Grand Slam decider in the Women's Six Nations. France beat Wales 42-12, England beat Ireland 49-5. Bordeaux beat Munster to make the Champions Cup semi-finals earlier. Then Northampton beat Castres 51-16, so they'll take on Leinster in the semi-finals. Warrington against Hull in Super League finished Warrington 8, Hull 26. Lee look on course to beat Castleford. They lead them by 20 points to 6. Oscar Piastri's on pole for Formula One's Bahrain Grand Prix tomorrow ahead of George Russell and Charles Leclerc. His McLaren teammate Lando Norris was in 6th. And Great Britain are through to the Billie Jean King Cup finals after they won the doubles in beating the Netherlands. Shane Lowry has a birdie opportunity here at 11, so let's quickly get details of McIlroy's tee shot back up on 11.
Excellent tee shot from McIlroy. He's outdriven Corey Connors as he has done throughout the day today. He's got down the left side of the 11th as well, so he's got a better angle for coming in with his second shot to that hole location that you have there on the 11th green, Mark.
Just looking at Shane Lowry now then, Ian, beautiful approach shot from the burly Irishman. The ball just climbing a couple of feet onto the front edge of the green here, and the pin cut on this front right portion. Just a few paces in. This is 12 feet for Lowry then for a birdie. And he's missed it just to the low side, curving away to the left-hand side. Couple of inches past for Shane Lowry, and he will just tap in there. He's at 6 under par, dropped a shot at the 9th to fall back to 6 under. And that means he's 3 shots still off his good friend leading Rory McIlroy. Meanwhile, over on the 12th, away in the distance across the glassy chocolate brown waters of Rays Creek, we have Scotty Scheffler, the world number 1, playing alongside Tyrrell Hatton. And Hatton now putting for birdie just through the splayed shadows cast from those big trees behind the green, and a big swipe in anger of the putter for Tyrrell Hatton, because the ball fails to drop for the Englishman. He'll just tap in for his par, and he says tosses the ball. Actually, that's a dropped shot, I'm understanding, from Tyrrell Hatton. No wonder the ball has been thrown with some venom into the water of Rays Creek. So now the stage just set for the world number 1, Scotty Scheffler. Tall, stooped figure, pacing out the contours of this putt. He had a little tentative chip from underneath the red Acer tree to the left of the green from where I'm sitting, and he's left himself, I'd say, probably about 4.5, maybe 5, maybe a little bit more, maybe, if I look down towards the green through my binoculars. Possibly just inside 10 feet to save his par here, Scotty Scheffler. Currently at 5 under, 4 shots off the lead, and now getting ready to send this on its way through those spattered shadows and towards the hole. And it does not drop. So drop shots for both Tyrrell Hatton and for Scotty Scheffler on the 12th. Golden Bell causing some real problems here on Saturday at the Masters. Scheffler drops to 4 under. Tyrrell Hatton drops to 3 under.
Lowry parred the 11th, but that is up there on 12, Andrew Magee. That is a bogey for Day, a bogey for Hovland, a bogey for Hatton, a bogey for Scheffler, all in the last half hour. I
have never seen this whole place so easy. I mean, with the lack of wind at 150 yards, it's basically a 9-iron for these guys. Most of them are hitting it left. Scheffler, that's about the worst shot I've seen him hit in years. He just pulled it maybe 10 yards where he was looking, and then a poor chip short, and then a missed par putt. So this is little Golden Bells playing havoc with these guys, and it's a pretty simple shot at it. Now we see one ball right at the green on 11. We know that's probably Corey Connors, because he was off first. And McIlroy's Connors is long, by the way. He smashes the ball, and McIlroy's just been crushing it way past him.
So here is McIlroy with his second shot, be heading down your way. He's 186 yards out, and he's got a perfect angle to attack this flag on the right side of the green. Looks like he's made very good contact. It looks online, it's heading your way.
Yep, fingers pointing into the air here as Rory McIlroy's ball descends from the blue sky just off the green to the front right edge. He's got about 40 feet or so, 45 feet to the pin from where he is. Hasn't quite reached the putting surface, but bang on target, bang on line from Rory McIlroy. Ian.
Back at the 10th, Justin Rose for a birdie after an excellent approach. Just eludes him as the ball runs past the right edge of the hole. It'll be a par 4 for Rose to keep him at 7 under, 2 behind McIlroy, the leader, at 9 under. And Bryson DeChambeau missed the green with his approach and came up with the most magnificent of pitches to tap in range, so he will be able to save his par. Here's Rose just to finish off on 10 from 12 inches into the cup, so he remains at 7 under mark, and DeChambeau will do likewise, and he'll come to the 11th tee at 8 under, 1 behind McIlroy.
Thoughts on McIlroy's approach, Andrew Magee?
I wouldn't say that was very sparkling at all. I mean, this putt, I'm going to bet you a couple nickels that he's going to come up way short. We haven't seen this putt up to the hole yet. It's uphill a little bit, and it's fooling the players all day. It's a right to left putt. So let's just look at Rory having a 4 or 5 foot uphill par putt here. Not a good shot with that type of drive.
Right. Nichols isn't very much, is it?
Well, you know, with compounding interest, maybe 7 years from now, it might be worth like maybe 15 cents.
Good, thanks.
High flick of the wedge from Shane Lowry as he sends the ball over Rays Creek and across the water to the green of Golden Bell, the par 3 12th. And both he and Matt McCarty, who's been going along very steadily indeed on his Masters debut, 5 under par. He started the day 5 under par. He still is as he heads over Hogan Bridge and on to the 12th tee. So on they go. Shane Lowry at 6 under par as well. And meanwhile, looking at Rory McIlroy, who's reached his ball here just at the front edge, needed a couple more big bounces to kick onto the green here, and he's got, what do you say, is that about 50 feet maybe, you'd say, Andrew?
Yeah, he's got at least 50 feet, and another problem is he's not going to be able to mark his ball and clean it and line it up like we all like to line up the labels. So he has not hit a very good shot with an 186, let's say a 7-iron coming down the hill into the screen. It's a good 15 yards short if I can use American numbers and not meters. And he's wiping his face. What's that mean? What's that when you wipe your face? Is that, oh my gosh, or here we go, or what is it?
Or you've got a little itch.
Oh, or there's a fly, or there's something. Yes. But I believe he's going to play first, or is he not? No.
As James Gregg said when we were with Michael McIntyre earlier, apparently we're all body language experts. I think that conversation's just proved that we're not. Connor's to go first, Kat.
Yeah, he's in kind of sage green trousers, the Canadian, with a white t-shirt, white baseball cap, the ball just on a little downslope, and then there's a huge hollow as it then banks up sharply to the green. He's going to kick the ball into that upslope, and this is beautifully judged from Connors. The crowd rise to their feet as it just tickles the left edge of the hole and trundles on a good 4 feet or so for the Canadian. That was a lovely touch.
You want maddening. I mean, these greens are so slippery. I mean, just imagine at home that every 2 or 3 footer to finish every hole, it's a pretty straight putt. There's not a single straight putt here from 1 foot, which you've got to start most of them, outside the hole. It's just maddening. This is what makes it so difficult at Augusta. Now Rory aiming well right at this hole. It looks like he is going to chip this ball. Look at this play here. I would have guessed putter all the way. It's a bit of a flick. Kat, does that look like a chipping club to you? Yes, it does. So he is going to land this on the green, take out all the little bit of maybe into the grain right in front of him. He's got 6 feet of grain. Maybe he wants to carry it and run this all the way up, making this chip as much like a putt as possible. The ball is on its way. It's rolling, it's trundling. It's going to come up. Oh, does it 5-6 feet short? Oh, goodness. I got one right.
That's exactly what you said. It's 5, 6, maybe a little bit more, that may be 7 or 8 to the left of the flag.
All day.
Yeah, well, I say maybe the pins are about 8 feet tall, aren't they? So they're a good measure. And I'd say that's around about that measure for Rory McIlroy. Just chipping up towards the hole there. He's got that 8-footer to save his par and to stay at 9 under after a dropping shot on the opening hole of his back 9. Meanwhile, over on the 12th, Shane Lowry just pacing around his birdie putt. Ian.
Jason Day, I can tell you, has chipped in for birdie at the 14th. Superb shot. The ball clattered into the flag and disappeared. And that means that the man who opened up with consecutive rounds of 70 is 2 under par for this round as well. 6 under overall and within 3 shots of the leader, McIlroy, assuming McIlroy makes this tester to save par on 11.
Yep, he's taking every care to read the line on this one, Ian, pacing around, casting a vivid dark shadow across the perfect turf on this teardrop-shaped green. Down below us, thousands and thousands of spectators cramming into the galleries here. There is not a free space to be had. Hundreds and hundreds of baseball caps, Panama hats, straw hats, all directed towards Rory McIlroy with that big bank of trees away behind him. Sends the ball on its way towards the hole and it goes in for McIlroy. Saves his par from 8 feet on the 11th. And the first big hurdle of Amen Corner has been successfully navigated for the leader. 9 under par. Leads by just a shot from Bryson DeChambeau. Meanwhile, away on 12, his good friend, Ryder Cup teammate, Olympic teammate as well, Shane Lowry sends the ball across the green on the 12. 35-40 feet for a birdie chance for Lowry, the 2019 Open champion, but that ball doesn't disappear out of the shadows and into the hole. Lowry just slouches after it, and he'll just tap it in for a par for Lowry. So Lowry staying at 6 under, 3 shots off the lead of McIlroy, who's now standing there with folded arms, looking up towards the tee box on 12 and contemplating the challenge to come, while he watches Corey Connors with putt from 4 feet to save par for the Canadian. And I saw there, Mark, McIlroy looked across at the leaderboard just for another look at where he is, and he was asked about that in his press conference yesterday, and he said, were you looking at the leaderboard, were you looking at the names around you? He said, I was just looking for my name, I wasn't worried about anybody else's name. And all around us, thousands of people rise up from the seats here on the grandstand, from those little green picnic chairs that they bring here to the Masters, to welcome Rory McIlroy onto the tee box. And it's just been so striking that while there have been all kinds of changes on this mouth-watering leaderboard on this Saturday afternoon, it's been McIlroy's name, McIlroy's birdies, McIlroy's successes and his failures so far here on Saturday that have been met with the greatest reaction from this crowd. And you can't help thinking that they would all be, as a body, delighted if he was to shrug the green jacket on his shoulders tomorrow afternoon. We've got a long way to go before then.
Just one on Shane Lowry, Andrew McGee. You applauded those 2 putts on the par 3 12th, and unusually for a lot of players, he's got through 12 with a par.
Yeah, it's really interesting because there's no spectators over on the other side of Rays Creek, and we really can't see where the hole is. It's in the shadows. And even if you hit a good putt, and he almost made that long putt. I was watching his caddy dip to his knees, which showed me that it was close to going in and he had to tap in. But unfortunately, you just cannot see, and the gallery doesn't understand how good a first putt he did. And anytime you can have a tap in here and not have a 3-footer, it's a big deal.
And just to highlight how difficult these greens are, you go back to Corey Connors, whose little bump and run, his little chip in, actually very nearly went in the hole to cheers from the crowd. But then those cheers then suddenly stop because he leaves himself a slippery 4-footer. There was nothing else he could do. Yeah.
Usually a normal tournament, you're going to have 3 and 4 footers. Here they turn into 5 and 6 footers. That's the putt in here for par, is 5 and 6 footers.
And he's within touch now, isn't he, of his playing partner, Corey Connors, 8 under par, as he stands on this little par 3, 150 yards over the waters of Rays Creek, up into the air where those cartoon white clouds are doodled across the blue sky, and it plunges down into that famous white bunker in front of the green, in the banking above the water on 12. The little white ball clinging onto the upslope there, so it's going to be a very tricky bunker shot for Corey Connors to come. There's not much green to work with for shot 2. We've seen plenty of players in there skidding the ball across the green and giving themselves a very difficult par save to come. And now it's the turn of Rory McIlroy. These big pine trees away to my right hand side, casting a shadow over the tee box. Rory McIlroy standing in the sunshine just beyond the reach of the spreading overhead branches. Blue trousers, off-white shirt, ball flying up into the air, straight at the pin this for McIlroy. Let's see where it comes down. It's on the back edge of the green, just trickling off. It's not going to fall into the sand, but he hasn't found the putting surface on 12. And of all the leaders, actually, Mark, I was so fascinated to see how he would tackle this famous knot of holes around Amen Corner. He's covered these in 4 under par over the opening couple of holes. Par, though, so far for him on the 11th, and he's got a little tricky chip coming back from behind the green on the 12th. And so we'll see how he fares as he marches off down towards the 3 arches of the Hogan Bridge that spread across Rays Creek, and he's off towards the green.
I find it absolutely bizarre. Half this stand have got to go. Now, I know it's difficult to see the putts and the difference, but you also have the final group coming down here of Justin Rose and Bryson DeChambeau, and they are within touching distance of McIlroy. DeChambeau is 1 off, Justin Rose is 2 off. Why?
I think they're doing about what I'm going to do. I'm going to run ahead and get to 15, and maybe they're going to get to 17 to see them all come back through again in the stands and get a good spot. It's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, but you're working. Justin Rose has played his approach here at 11 cat, and we can see where the ball has landed.
Yeah, there's a big elevation change from that little hollow to the right-hand side of the green, and the putting surface itself is probably about 4 or 5 feet, and Justin Rose's ball has nestled down into that hollow just beyond the flag for Justin Rose. So he'll be chipping up and over that steep slope and then down onto the slippery surface of the green. That'll be his third shot. Bryson DeChambeau, Ian, about to hit his approach.
Yes, just heading your way from 185 yards out. Looks very good, Kat.
Yep, skipped onto the green and put on the backspin, and that sucked it away slightly from the flag. It's come up 25 feet or so from the pin, but Bryson DeChambeau will be putting for birdie here. That would see him tie the lead at the Masters.
I mean, it's exactly the same line as McIlroy's, Andrew McGee, but it's 15, 20 foot onto the green.
Well, it's just amazing how much spin he can put on the ball from 186 yards. That's just the same distance as Rory had. Probably hit an 8-iron. Who knows what kind of clubs he's got these days and how much roll and bounces on the face and what. But that spun back a good 10 feet.
Quickly, Ali has news of Jason Day.
Yeah, Jason Day in the middle of the 15th fairway, Mark. I can tell you excitement is gathering here. People know what is to come. Some great golf being played as well. Ludwig Oberg's just birdied the par 5 15th to get to 5 under. He's nearly holding one on the 16th. He's got about 3 foot there to get to 6 under, so within 3 shots of the lead. Patrick Reed, Masters champion 2018. He birdied the 16th. He's at 5 under par. And right now, Jason Day, right in the middle of the 15th fairway, is sizing up this second shot, and I'm waiting to see if he's going to have a go at the green. He chipped in on the 14th to get to 6 under par. If you need it, give me a shout. But in the meantime, let's see what the Australian can do here. I think by the look of it, Jason Day is laying up. He's hit the iron shot. He's watching it travel down the fairway. Yes, Jason Day has decided he was too far back to take on the risk. So 6 under par. He's plonked his ball to pitching distance on the par 5 15th. He is there in 2. There is a whole host of quality golfers gathering behind our leader.
So your first big contribution is a dramatic layup.
Well, I mean, what's going on today? I'm being compared to turtles. I haven't even had a chance to respond to that one yet.
This is your glory is about to come, Ali. We're watching Rory. Cat.
Yep, I think he is going to putt from off the back of the green. Yep, putter in his hand. The ball's got to come up onto the green, then cover about 15 feet down the slope towards the flag. This looks good from McIlroy. Just putting on the brakes, about a foot shy. Should be able to tidy up for a par there for our leader at 9 under. Just bending to pick the ball up from the surface of the green. That big backdrop of fresh leaves unfurling on the trees behind him. Beautiful scene here, bathed in sunshine down at Amen Corner, but he hasn't managed to capitalise around these treacherous holes in the way that he had over the first couple of rounds. Just slowing down slightly, the McIlroy steam train, and then looking down closer to us, Justin Rose chipping up from this hollow to the right-hand edge of the green. He's going to try and use that elevation to catch the ball as it flies over the ridge onto the green, and then slow down and bring the ball down towards the hole, which is cut just a few paces on from this front edge where we're standing. Dark shadow cast by Rose, white t-shirt, dark trousers, ball going down towards the hole now, needs to settle as it catches the downslope. It doesn't, gathers speed, and that's gone on what you'd say 20 feet, Andrew McGee?
Maybe 15, but it's just we can't describe how difficult these chips are. As soon as it hits the green, it's downhill right away, and it's just super slick into the green chip. You can't land it on. It's just incredible. Player after player after player, we've seen this.
Impressive par save from Corey Connors away in the distance on the 12th. He'd had to take a ball out of the sand after that's where his tee shot landed. There's no option. There's nothing you can do other than send the ball beyond the pin and far away, and he'd managed to get it back down the slope 10 feet and into the hole to keep the pressure up on his playing partner. Rory McIlroy also just tapping in for par on the 12th, so he'll stay at 9 under, in front, narrowly ahead.
McIlroy 9 under. Connors 8 under, Bryson DeChambeau 8 under with a birdie opportunity in the sense that he is on the green in 2 here at 11. Justin Rose is 7 under, but he has a job on maybe 15 feet to save his par. And then a little bit further back, Shane Lowry on 6 under. He's playing the par 5 13th, and Jason Day is 6 under, as we heard from Ali, who is playing the par 5 15th, and Bryson is putting his ball back down and will be ready to go short.
This, a 30-foot putt, which would put Bryson DeChambeau up into a share of the lead, alongside Rory McIlroy, the player with whom he tussled for the title at Pinehurst at the US Open last year. Bryson with a flat-peaked white baseball cap, bright white shirt, dark trousers, just rehearsing with that stiff-armed action of his with the long putter. Dark shadow, and then the comma-shaped pond behind him, those fresh green leaves on the trees in the Georgia springtime. He's up and after this. Has he left it short, or has he given it enough? Oh, it just needs a couple more inches on it, and that would have been a birdie for DeChambeau. That would have seen him at the top of the Masters leaderboard. But as it is, it's just going to be a tap-in for par for Bryson, and he'll stay a shot back of McIlroy as they chase each other around Amen Corner.
Wow. Every single player has misjudged the uphill of this little putt on number 11. It's uncanny. I wonder if they're going to remember it for next year. When the pin is on the back right on 11, let's give it a good whack, because it's slower than we think. It's just incredible.
That bit slower than you think, but coming the other way for Justin Rose, it was fast.
Well, that's the difference. There it is, right? And Justin Rose he's got to smash this to not smash it, but the greens are rolling. Let's say they're rolling 15 on the Stimpmeter, which is ridiculously fast. If you have a really nice golf club and it's mowed and the greens are dry and fast, maybe 11s or 12s would be fast. I'm going to go 15s here. This is easily the tournament with the fastest greens I've ever played, year in, year out. US Open maybe a little bit close, but Augusta consistently.
The only way you can prepare for these greens is by playing them then, I'm guessing.
Well, no, it's in your kitchen on the linoleum. I'm serious. It's that crazy fast.
Well, all of these calculations will be whirring through the mind of Justin Rose, who widens his stance now over this par putt of 15, maybe 18 feet up the slope. Here it comes, tiptoeing towards the hole, and it misses. And Justin Rose will fall back to 6 under par, 3 shots behind the leader, Rory McIlroy, the man who started this Saturday at the top of the leaderboard, has dropped a shot here at the beginning of this stretch known as Amen Corner. And Bryson DeChambeau, walking up the slope to the 12th tee, takes off that flat-brimmed cap and gestures to the crowd as they rise. They're lifting their caps, they're waving at the champion who won their hearts at Pinehurst last year, sharing the trophy with the thousands of fans who gathered around the 18th there. And what a popular figure in this sport he has become, and in the hunt again for another major title here at the Masters.
And whilst we wait for Rose and DeChambeau to prepare on the 12th tee, and they will take their time, because in the distance now on the 12th green, that flag is fluttering quite vociferously, having been still maybe 30 seconds before we'll get news of Ludwig Oberg with Ali.
Big leaderboards yet to catch up around the golf course, but I can tell you he's birdied 15, he's birdied 16. The tee shot was magnificent. He's to within 3 shots of the lead, as is the Australian Jason Day at the back of the 15th green. Putt is on its way, 25 foot for birdie to get to 7 under. The pace was perfect. He just drifted away to the right at the end. So Jason Day will make par on the 15th, remains 6 under. Ludwig Oberg in the mix in his lemon yellow shirt this afternoon, serenely moving towards the 17th tee. He's 6 under par.
It's going to be all yours for a while, very soon, because all the drama is going to come around 15 and 16. Just quickly, Ian, as we wait for Bryson to tee off, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Do you have news of Rory on 13?
He's not yet teed off. We've seen Corey Connors hit his tee shot. McIlroy next to play off the tee on 13. That'll be a significant one. Of course, yesterday he found the pine straw and then found the green to set up an eagle that ignited that 66 yesterday. And with McIlroy just wobbling a little bit through Amen Corner, it's going to be a very important tee shot that for him. Here's Bryson though.
Very important tee shot for Bryson DeChambeau, standing on the 12th tee here. green away in the distance. The flag has fallen still. The breeze has dropped as Bryson DeChambeau just tosses his ball across Rays Creek and plunges down into the banking of that sand bunker, the white sand in front of the pin. It's plugged in the front face. That's going to be a very difficult second shot for DeChambeau. Andrew McGee.
I see the pitch mark. I think it might have popped out of it. We'll be able to see in a minute, but that was probably a pitching wedge. And any time you're right of the pin on 12, it is not where you want to hit it. So he hit it right, probably trying to hit a little bit of a draw with the wind, and it didn't happen. And he is on the flat spot in the bottom of that bunker. We've seen some wonderful bunker play from the stiff-armed gentleman. So he's got some work cut out for him here on the 12th.
Was the wind there?
A little bit. He's probably trying to think about a little draw in there to get a pitching wedge that far. To draw it, you can get the ball further. If you cut it, it's going to be shorter.
And now for Justin Rose, trying to bounce back from that disappointing drop shot for the 36-hole leader on the 11th. Right at the pin with his wedge and down onto the putting surface. Bounces on the very front edge of the green, and it'll settle in the centre of the putting surface, this dumbbell-shaped green. The pin is cut in the very thinnest neck, right in the middle, and Justin Rose's ball has come down about 15 feet or so from the pin. Gorgeous tee shot from Rose. Ian.
Rory McIlroy's tee shot on the 13th, and he's leaning. He wants it to try and move away to the left and just sit down and behave itself. Well, it doesn't make it all the way to the pine straw. It's in the first cut of rough, and he'll have a second shot with the ball significantly above his feet and a decision to make as to whether or not to go for the green in two. I suspect he will.
Oh, I think he'd definitely have a go from there. I don't think that's a problem at all, especially with the flag at the back today. He's got plenty of room to be able to land it on the front and let it run up that bank to the back pin.
And Mark, I should say, because I caught sight of it on the TV pictures, that tee shot did take place a couple of minutes ago, so we might get the second shot of McIlroy rather quicker than you might anticipate. Although on the 13th, Lowry's had one or two problems and has had to pitch with his third shot onto the green, and he's given himself, well, that's pretty poor by Lowry's standards. He's given himself 25 feet for birdie.
I'll be honest with you, we were trying to sort of gloss over that and keep the magic going, because we could see McIlroy and Connors walking over the bridge when I asked you if you had McIlroy.
We're at the mercy of the TV directors.
Aren't we, sometimes? No such problems for Ali watching Jason Day on 16.
Drama everywhere you look. Dazzling white clothes for Jason Day this afternoon. Lengthy deliberations with his caddy, standing on this tee, 172 yards over the water. 6 iron, I'm told. Pinned down on the left-hand side. Jason Day sends the ball up high into the bright blue sky, away to the right, and now what he wants it to do is to try and take the slope, and we've seen a couple of them stay up there. We've seen some of them teeter on the top of the slope. That one is not going to move, and that means he has an extremely fast putt down the middle of the 16th green, which you can hole, but you definitely can't stop it short of the hole. He's 6 under par, he's 3 shots off the lead. And when you said McIlroy and Connors, and I'm going back to something I said to earlier in the week, you know what I heard, Mark, don't you?
McEnroe and Connors.
Exactly.
Bryson DeChambeau in the bunker on 12. Justin Rose assessing his putt. Here's Bryson's bunker shot.
Yeah, he's ready to take it now. He's done all the assessment he needed to do. Those thick tanned arms now gripping the wedge in the sand, and he's picked it up beautifully, flies past the pin, as every player who's been in that sand with today's pin cut in that little neck of the green, the very thinnest part, just a few paces from front to back. It's so hard to get control on that ball, and it's drifted by good 7-8 feet for Bryson DeChambeau. That will be to save his part, and the leader from last night, Justin Rose, down on his haunches to have a look at this birdie putt, about 15 feet, putting through the shadows here. Andrew McGee, it's not an easy one.
No, nothing's easy right now for these guys. They've been at it all day. They've been at it since the sun came up this morning. They've been thinking about this hole. They've been thinking about what they're going to hit. 12 is playing the 5th hardest today, 150 yards. Can you imagine? Just a little creek in front, a little bunker. I'm just terrified saying that, but it's just played havoc. Usually it's a big wind here, and we're going, they're going to hit lots of balls in the creek, but they haven't. Just one ball that we've seen. playing very, very difficult. We do have a birdie putt upcoming, our last of the day. Kat?
Yep, and it is Justin Rose standing stock still on the green, away across the water. Blue trousers, white top, crouching down now to read the line of this birdie putt that would move him back up to 7 under par. 2 shots behind the leader, Rory McIlroy. The field have engulfed Justin Rose today. They've caught him up and they've overtaken him, but this would keep him right in the mix here at the 89th Masters. Ball on its way through the shadows towards the hole, and it does not drop. Tap-in par then for Justin Rose. He will stay at 6 under par. Ian.
McIlroy's just hit his second shot into the par 5 13th, and it was a beauty, and it found the heart of the green. It has just skipped through the back of the green, very, very close to the most right hand of the circle of bunkers that go round the back of the green. So he might be a little inconvenienced with either the chip or the putt from just off the back of the green, but in pretty good shape. It's dry, and he managed to cope with that, the awkwardness of the lie that he had for his second shot. Kat.
Par putt then for Bryson DeChambeau. This to keep the pressure on Rory McIlroy as he chases the leader around Amen Corner. A little cluster of turtles have just put their heads up through the surface of Rays Creek as if to catch the last of the action on these famous holes on this Saturday afternoon, basking in the sunshine in the shallow water, while Bryson DeChambeau towards the back of the green with bunkers behind, bunkers in front, is just laying his ball down on the perfect turf, and now standing perpendicular to the ball, running through that stiff-armed putting stroke, striding up now behind the ball. This 8 feet to save par on the famous par 3 12th. Golden Bell, which has caused some real problems here in benign conditions, hardly a breath of wind. And Bryson DeChambeau ready to send the ball down the slope, back down towards Rays Creek. The ball on its way, creeping towards the hole, and misses. And there's just a little bit of breathing space now for Rory McIlroy at 9 under par. Bryson DeChambeau will fall to 7 under par. Tap in for the US Open champion. And he takes a quick swipe of the shaft of that long putter as he hands it back to his caddy, Greg Bodine, and strides off to the 13th.
Shane Lowry parred the par. Did he? Actually, that hasn't gone up on the board. I've misread that. Did he, Ian, par the par 5 13th?
Yes, you're absolutely right. It was a really good effort for birdie from Lowry, but it didn't drop from 25 feet, so he had to settle for a par. So that means he remains at 6 under par, 3 behind McIlroy, with Corey Connors at 8 under and DeChambeau now at 7 under.
Yeah, Corey Connors now on his own in second place on 8 under, so we should be keeping an eye on him, Ian.
And I've got my eyes on him. He's in the middle of the fairway in 2 on the par 5 13th, and it's just a little wedge as he tries to access this flag, which is on the right hand side towards the back of the 13th green. Beautiful late afternoon sunshine coming down here, and that ball skips to the back but then takes the slope and goes down into the depression just off the green, and to miss the putting surface with wedge in hand, that will sting the Canadian Corey Connors, who's in second place at 8 under, 1 behind Rory McIlroy. Trish, thoughts on McIlroy's approach there?
I think it was excellent. He was on a downhill lie, but it was sat down a little bit as well in that rough, and he looked like when he made contact he was just leaning a little bit to the right hand side, but I think from where he was he'll be delighted, and he's got a very, very good chance of making birdie.
OK, Trish, thank you. We'll give you news of Justin Rose's tee shot on the 13th, but news of Ludvig Åberg with James Gregg on 17.
And the 25-year-old Swede is just putting his ball down now. Green cap on, very strong Masters green for the man who finished runner-up here 12 months ago on his major championship debut. This is a putt from, I'd say, just under 20 feet to get within 2 strokes of that lead of Rory McIlroy. He's played nicely today. He's 3 under par for this third round. The pin in the back right-hand corner, the ball on its way towards that hole, and he was straight up and after it was the Swede. He knew he didn't give it enough juice. Alistair Bruce Ball over there by the 15th green.
Well, watching some remarkable stuff away in the distance on the 16th green. The Australian Jason Day, currently at 6 under par, tee shot, stayed up on the top tier on this 16th green, the par 3. He's turned his back to the flag, such is the slope on this green, and he's chipping. He's got an iron club in his hand and he's chipping it forward, and it's onto the slope and it's rolling down the slope. And Jason Day, this would be a quite remarkable birdie. It's gone beyond the hole. Work to do for the par, Ian.
McIlroy chipping from the back of 13, pretty decent as well. That one coming to rest 5 feet to the right of the hole, so birdie chance for McIlroy to get back to double digits. He's at 9 under par as it stands at the moment. So, Trish, that was an awkward one, wasn't it? Because the bunker was it was just a couple of inches from the bunker, which would have been in his mind a little bit.
Yeah, I must admit, I thought he had a better lie than that, but it was very much in his eye line, and I think he's played that extremely well. He'll have a quick putt for his birdie, but really good chance.
On the 13th, Justin Rose has found the fairway down the right-hand side. Here is Bryson DeChambeau taking on a challenging line down the left side. He's absolutely mullered that, given that such brutal force through the ball and such a daring line as well. And he's cut the corner, and he's going to have a very short shot, relatively speaking, into the green on this par 5.
That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Mullard doesn't do it justice. It's just
super
hammered. Look how hard he has hit that.
Isn't it interesting, though? We're just getting a view of where he puts the tee in his... Now, normally with a drive, you're always taught just have it on the inside of your left foot. But that's actually almost in the middle of his stance. Yeah. Here's Corey Connors, by the way, just putting for his birdie from off the back of the 13th green. It just tails away, so it'll be a par for the Canadian, which will keep him at 8 under. But just to that point on DeChambeau.
Yeah, it's unusual, isn't it? Yeah, most players would have it just inside their left heel, and his is a little, probably 2 or 3 inches just further back. Well, this is interesting.
Yeah, that's we're just seeing the shot that Jason Day has played on the 16th green, which he actually chipped down the slope rather than used his putter, and Ali will keep us abreast of how he fares with the par putt. But we're going to concentrate here on the 13th, because this is very, very important. This is Rory McIlroy, 5.5 feet, I'd say, for his birdie that would take him to 10 under par and 2 shots clear at the Masters, the 13th hole of the 3rd round, for the man who's seeking to complete the career Grand Slam. Sends it forward carefully and into the hole, and McIlroy is steadying the ship. He's taking advantage of the first par 5 on the back 9. He's birdied it at 13. He moves to 10 under. He's 2 clear, and he looks a lot more comfortable with life as a result of that.
Yeah, extraordinary. Do you know that's his first birdie since the 5th hole, which, as well as he's played, so that was a long time ago, but yeah, he played that hole really well. He just did the sensible thing with the second shot, and a very, very, just bog standard for him up and down, but it wasn't. There's a lot of pressure going on out there at the moment.
Ali, could you see from your vantage point, because you're a long way away from that 16th green, that Jason Day actually chose to chip it rather than putt?
Well, I was just saying, Ian, from the tee shot, and we know this tee shot so well, if you're up on that slope on the right-hand side, you just cannot stop the putt, and what you've got to do, you've got to putt away from the hole. I mean, it's sort of counterintuitive. You turn your back on the hole, you putt to the back of the green, and I've seen loads of people try to putt. Jason Day tried something a little bit different there, and with just a little chip right from the middle of the 16th green, he ended up about 6 feet away. He's missed the 6-footer back up the hill, so that is a drop shot for Jason Day on the 16th. He moves back to 5 under par. Now, if you chip it on the green and hold the putt, that's not an up and down, is it, Trish?
Let's not go there, Ali.
On and down.
Let's not go there.
Okay, fair enough.
Shane Lowry at 14 has hit an excellent approach shot in from 134 yards. That was last year when he played this hole, and he holed his second shot there. So he's hit a similarly good shot, and it set up a birdie chance for the Irishman, who is currently at 6 under par, 4 shots behind the leader Rory McIlroy. A reminder of the leaderboard as it stands now. McIlroy 4 under par for his round today after that blistering start. His first birdie since the 5th, coming at the 13th, and he's at 10 under par, and on the 440-yard par 4 uphill 14th. He's now on the tee with the 3-wood, and he watches, and he's willing that to land in the short stuff because it's gone left, and he's tugged it left, but it may have caught a tree and bounced back into the fairway. We haven't seen exactly where it landed, but McIlroy clung on to that one a little bit, which he can be prone to do when he's in these kind of positions in majors. We've seen it before, but this is Saturday, it's not Sunday. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But McIlroy 10 under, Connors at 8 under, DeChambeau at 7 under. Here is Corey Connors. He's going with the driver, whereas McIlroy went with the fairway wood. Connors with a very loose, languid swing, low trajectory, and a super tee shot from him, scooting up the left side of the fairway.
Yeah, an absolute beauty that. He does an unusual golf swing. It's almost like he makes his turn and then he kind of lets his arms just collapse on top of his shoulder.
Isn't it?
It is, but it's very powerful, and I'm really impressed with him today, because he got off to a start that, well, as you say, McIlroy was out of this world, and he must have thought, oh, I can't live with this fella, but he's hung in there, and now he is still he's in great position, only 2 shots off the lead.
Listen to the ovation. That's for Rory McIlroy as he departs the 14th tee. Great area for spectators in that portion of the golf course. And rather than acknowledging the applause, he's just looking at his yardage book as we see Justin Rose now on the 13th going for the green in 2 with a long iron, a long way back from where DeChambeau is. In fact, he's laying up. So yeah, laying up there, Rose. Let's find out about Scheffler on 15 with Ali.
Going for the green in 2 on the par 5 15th. I saw the fairway wood in hand, and I can see spectators like me sort of heads moving left and right to see where it's gone. I tell you what I can't see is those ever decreasing circles in the pond in front of the 15th green. So what often happens here, if you go for this green in 2, it's often long and right. He could be in the bunker, he could be wide right. He is 6 shots off Rory McIlroy's lead.
I can tell you Ludwig Åberg is safely in the fairway on 18 after his charge, which has put him in contention at 6 under par. Here's the man in a share of 3rd place with Shane Lowry at 7 under, Bryson DeChambeau. His drive 325 yards, so he's got 202 yards to go.
Well, he looks like, to me, we're quite good line here, it looks like it's a 7-iron. It's off a slight downhill lie, so it's going to come out a little bit lower, but that looks to me like it's probably a 7-iron.
Well, all his irons are the same length, aren't they? The ball above his feet, which would suggest that the ball will fly a little bit to the left, and he looks like he's aiming to the right to compensate for that. And now he wants it to stop and get down and not go in the bunkers at the back. Well, it's a disobedient ball, and it goes straight into the bunker at the back. And he's not happy with that. As we go to the 14th now, and Shane Lowry, after his brilliant approach, 9 feet up the hill, can be aggressive with this, sends it on its way and into the cup. Clenched fist from the Irishman. He makes his move, 7 under par alongside DeChambeau, 3 shots behind the leader Rory McIlroy. What a leaderboard.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Now all of a sudden birdies are going in from everywhere again.
Now news of Scotty Scheffler as Patrick Reed finishes off on 18. Give you the details on that in a moment, but Scheffler in trouble.
Yeah, the patrons in the grandstands at the back of the par 5 15th on the right underneath that big white leaderboard have been disturbed. His second shot, the fairway wood from the top of the hill, has clattered in there, so that is going to take a little while to sort out, to find the ball and get it in the correct area to hit the 3rd shot from Victor Hovland, about to hit his tee shot on the par 3 16th here. He dropped a shot at the 15th. He's 4 under, Hovland.
McIlroy didn't get lucky with his tee shot down the left. It did clatter into the trees, but it stayed in the trees. And so he's got a bit of thinking to do here, Trish. There is a portion of sunlight that would enable him to get up and above the trees and then be able to potentially shape it from left to right and have a go at the flag. But there's a tariff to that, isn't there?
There is, but I think that's exactly what he's got to do. He's got to try and do that. He might end up on the left-hand side of the green, but that's as I think he can get it up through that gap. It just depends what club he's got to hit. Obviously, it's the less club you go to hit, the harder it is to shape it left to right.
Well, he's got his...
But he's definitely going up and over.
Yeah, 167 yards in. So that tee shot really was interrupted by the trees, and he's looking up at the gap that he wants to fly this club through, and then he'll look to move it from left to right as well to that right pin position, back right pin. Keeps glancing up there. Now he's ready. And up it climbs. He's shaking his head. The ball emerges and goes all the way right into the crowd at the back there. That could have clonked someone on the full and would have been extremely painful. It's gone into the crowd. Well, tremendous hubbub there. Not the worst place to miss, but not a great place to be sitting if you're in the crowd, because you were in the firing line there. Back to 13, Justin Rose. 6 under par, third shot to the par 5, just a wedge. Languid swing, all about feel this shot. Gets it up towards the flag, puts the brakes on. Superb shot from Justin Rose. Birdie chance of 6 feet after that.
Beauty. Played that to perfection, didn't he? Pitched it exactly where he wanted it. Lovely little bit of spin. Pin high, 5 feet for birdie.
Patrick Reed in the clubhouse after a 69 at 6 under, champion in 2018. Corey Connors from the 14th fairway after that excellent tee shot. Much easier approach. Oh, he's hit a beauty. And if that stays still now, yes it does. He's given himself 6 feet for birdie, and he's smiling beneath those sunglasses as we now rocket up to the 18th, and it's Ludvig Åberg at 6 under. 179 yards in for the tall Swede, runner-up last year, and that's brilliant. Oh my goodness, it nearly disappeared on the second bounce. Just skips a couple of paces beyond the hole, and he's going to have 6 or 7 feet for a closing birdie, and Ludvig Åberg is a threat tomorrow.
What a magnificent shot that was. His caddy thought it was too far right, but perfect.
Delicate bunker shot for Bryson DeChambeau at 13, third shot on the par 5, and it just squirts out and gets up onto the edge of the green. But he's shaking his head there to say, well, that's the only thing I could do. He's almost ran it through the sand, didn't he?
I think he's played a great shot there.
On it.
From that lie, I think it was a cracking shot. It's given himself a chance.
Now, Ali will be interested in this on 15. It's Shane Lowry's tee shot, and it's peeling away to the right. But it's on the right side of the fairway at the top of the hill, so he'll have a look and a decision to make as to whether or not he can go for the green. I don't know if that was just a little necky and perhaps hasn't got the distance that he would have wanted, because the mood music of the sound around that shot wasn't overly encouraging, was it, Trish?
Not the best, no. Not the best.
Solheim Cup legend Trish Johnson with us here on 5 Live and 5 Sports Extra, as we concentrate on this 13th hole, where both Bryson DeChambeau, who is at 7 under par, 3 shots off the lead, and Justin Rose at 6 under par in a share of 5th place, 4 off the lead, therefore are surveying birdie opportunities. It will be DeChambeau to putt first, and he is prowling, really prowling at the moment. Mark, I think you're back with us now on 17.
I am, which is playing, James Gregg has just told me, the hardest hole on the course. We can see Shane Lowry walking down 15 as well, but I'm just thinking, Trish, as well, you know, I leave 12 and walk over to 17, and it's maybe a 5-6 minute brisk walk, And you get to the 17 and you look at the leaderboard, and this is the case if you're listening as well. You just look at it and think, oh, where's Patrick Reed come from? Oh, where's Ludwig Åberg come? And that's the beauty of today.
Rory McIlroy chipping at 14, and it's a beautiful chip that runs just by the edge of the hole, so he should save his par. Here comes Bryson DeChambeau at 13 looking for a birdie, and that comes up just shy, so he'll have to settle for a par. The US Open champion will remain at 7 under. Mark.
Roars down the course with Ali.
Tyrrell Hatton chip in from the back of the 15th. Mark, I was about to give you a multiple choice question, because after his approach shot, his pitch, after the layup on the par 5 15th went over the back, I was going to say, is he A, skipping, B, smiling, or C, fuming? He was absolutely fuming. It looked like he was going to snap the iron club over his knee, pick the golf bag out, slammed it into the floor. He's walked around the pond in front of the 15th green, sized up the chip, and hit an absolute beauty. Just kissed the putting surface, took the contour towards the hole, and dropped him for a birdie on the 15th. So Hatton is 4 under.
You didn't give us a chance to answer.
Yeah, I know, you'd have got it right. Fuming was the correct answer.
I'd have gone skipping. Every single time.
So he's 4 under, and Scotty Scheffler's also 4 under, Mark. His second shot here on the 15th actually clattered into the grandstands. We were having a little chuckle here in our commentary position, because the patrons in there were getting up as if Scheffler was going to come into the grandstands and try and hit his shot from sort of the 4th level up in the grandstands. He was never going to do that. He took a drop, he's chipped on, and he's popped in the putt for a birdie. Scheffler 5 under, Hatton 4 under. Ian.
Justin Rose for birdie at the 13th, misses. Oh, it turned at the very last. He can't believe it. If it had an ounce more to it, it wouldn't have taken the borrow. It would have disappeared. Instead, he's going to have to settle for a par. Here's Ludwig Åberg looking to finish with a birdie, and just doesn't trust the line enough, and the ball swings across the face of the hole. He taps it in for a par. A third round 69 to go with rounds of 68 and 73. Åberg in the mix for the final day, the runner-up last year, and he is currently at 6 under, 4 shots behind Rory McIlroy, who is on the 14th and has a par save to come from short range. So it's it's been an extraordinary Saturday already. I think there are more twists and turns to come. Here is McIlroy looking to finish off, and in it goes. Good up and down from McIlroy. A par from the trees for the Northern Irishman. He remains at 10 under par as he goes to the 15th tee.
Ali, that Shane Lowry shot coming towards you.
Shane Lowry's ball then I'm looking for here on the green. I can see him marching down the right-hand side of the fairway, and in fact, it's a layup. I think I can see 2 golf balls there in front of the pond, one right in the middle of the fairway, and one has come within a couple of yards of actually finding the wet stuff, but it hasn't. So that is Shane Lowry marching down the 15th here with his playing partner Matt McCarty. McCarty's 6 under, Lowry is 7 under, Scheffler's 5 under, Hatton's 4 under. Very easy to lose track here. Hovland's just dropped a shot up on the par 3 16th, missed the green away to the right-hand side, so he has gone back to 3 under par.
Jason Day has just completed 17 in front of James Gregg.
Yes, and he remains, currently does Jason Day, at 5 under par. He started the day at 4 under. It's been an up and down sort of day. He got to 6 under starting the back 9 here on Saturday, but he is at 5 under par. Ian Carter, you've got eyes on Corey Connors.
Just to say that he missed what was a decent birdie chance from around about 9-10 feet on 14 after that excellent approach, so the Canadian remains at 8 under on the 15th tee, 2 behind McIlroy.
Ali.
Tyrrell Hatton then down beneath us. This is the joy of this commentary position to the left of the 15th green at Augusta National. This great drama going on in the 3rd round. To our right, Shane Lowry on his way down the 15th at 7 under par, and his Ryder Cup playing partner Tyrrell Hatton, after a brilliant chip-in birdie on the 15th over the tee shot, 172 yards, long grandstand flanking the left-hand side of this tee, committed swing from Hatton. It's heading left of the flag, which is not necessarily where you want to be on this hole. It's got to have the legs that, and I think it's probably ended up in the bunker, Andrew McGee.
Yeah, long and left, not the shot you want. You want to be right of the pin and use that bank to roll down to the pin.
By the way, welcome.
Oh, thank you very much. My favorite spot, 15. I love it.
Enjoying yourself today?
It's been one of the best.
Hope you're enjoying it on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Andrew Magee knows exactly what it's like to be in the thick of things here as well. Played in the Masters 7 times. Highest finish, I think I'm right in saying 91, tied 7th. Plenty of crystal as well.
7th, that's easily what I remember, that I quit playing after that 7th place finish, so I can remember 7th for 7 times.
Scotty Scheffler, world number 1, has won it twice. He is now standing on this long, rectangular, closely mown, beautifully green 16th tee. Deadly hush around him. Rory McIlroy leading the Masters on 10 under par. Scotty Scheffler 5 shots back. Tall, athletic figure, dark grey shirt. Swings back, pauses at the top of the backswing, looking to send this into the middle right of the 16th green. This looks really good for line. What about the length? Oh, this could be really good from Scotty Scheffler. This could even threaten the hole. It's going beyond the hole. It's coming down the slope. It'll give him a great birdie chance for Scheffler. Ian.
15th tee, Rory McIlroy, high trajectory, splits the fairway, should be going for the green in 2 from there. A monster from McIlroy down the middle, and on 14, the fairway found by Justin Rose with his driver on the par 4 there.
Let's just remind you of the leaderboard then. It's just after 10 to 11 in the UK, after 10 to 6 here at Augusta. People will be joining us all the time, getting back from their Saturday nights out. Maybe you're one of them at the moment. McIlroy is 10 under, Corey Connors is 8 under, Bryson DeChambeau and Shane Lowry are 7 under. Then you have Justin Rose 6 under, Matt McCarthy on 6 under. I nearly called him Mike then, and then that's because Mike McCarthy used to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. It's not him playing here. Ludwig Erberg is 6 under and Patrick Reed is 6 under, and they are both in the clubhouse. Jason Day going down 18 on 5 under. Ali.
Your man Matt McCarthy just pitching his 3rd shot onto the par 5 15th. Low ball flight there, came skidding in. The pin today is cut high on the right hand side. The par 5 15th, the classic risk reward Augusta hole. Get the drive into position, then you can have a go at the green in 2. Shane Lowry didn't decide to do that. He's a magician, Andrew Magee, with the wedges, and he's knocked this one right at the flag, probably about 10 feet beyond, but a birdie putt to come.
Well, he expected that to check up. I mean, you're hitting back up into the green a little bit there, and it just did not check up. Matt McCarty with a completely different kind of shot. Low skidder. I'd rather have Matt's putt up the hill be more aggressive than the defensive putt Lowry has.
How much fun genuinely is this when you're in the thick of it, when you're playing, when you're in the mix?
Well, I think these guys are exhausted, but this is fun for these top players. They've all been asking for the LIV and for the tour to get together and all battle it out for the majors, and we're seeing that thanks to Bryson's showing some medal for the LIV guys. But this is fun for us, I can tell you that. This is one of the better tournaments I've ever seen, and I've done 19 straight with the BBC 5 Live team. Fantastic golf today.
But this is what you play for, isn't it, Andrew?
Yes, they all say that. Do you believe it?
But also, Mark, as Andrew was saying to me yesterday as we came off the golf course, I mean, I know you've had an extremely long day today, considering you started presenting 5 Live Sport at midday UK time. But Andrew said to me yesterday, when you come off this golf course at the end of any round at Augusta, you are just mentally absolutely exhausted.
As myself and Andrew left Amen Corner, we had a chat with one of the security guards, and he told us, Andrew, didn't he, that they get here at 3 a.m. because of the times that the players want to arrive to start practice. I mean, and that, you know, Bryson is here till 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. I mean, it's crazy.
It's crazy. Some of these players get to the golf course and they get their physio guy with them. They go over to the trailers across the street. They stretch, they work out, they have a little breakfast, and then they relax, and then they probably do a little stretching again and have a little more breakfast. So it's really they want to get to the golf course and then kill their time here and not so much at their house.
I mean, we had that conversation, didn't we, yesterday, yes, Andrew, about I cannot think of another sport where the individual athlete, when competing, also spends as much time training, practicing, gym work. I mean, that just doesn't tend to happen in other sports to the extent it does in golf.
It didn't tend to happen in my era, and I'm not exactly a really old guy, but this new crop of kids. Way back in the green here on 16. Let's watch this Tiddler come down. Just missed it from Matt McCarty up the hill.
So let me do some counting for you here, Mark. 4 golfers in our sight. Lowry 7 under, McCarty 6 under, Scheffler 5 under, Hatton 4 under. That is convenient. McCarty taps in for his par. He remains 6 under. We're dealt with him. I'm looking away to my right, Andrew Magee. Just cast your eyes up to the right there. I think that is Rory McIlroy in the middle of the 15th fairway, and if that is his drive, I have not seen anyone, just lean to your left a bit around those trees if you can see it kind of where I am. I have not seen anyone hit it that far on this par 5 15th. Right, Tyrrell Hatton actually missed the bunker. He's putting from the back left of the 16th green. That is on its way. Hatton stands. Now this one, unusually putting from there, is going to break from right to left. All about pace from Hatton. It comes up a good 5-6 feet short. Ian, what's going on with Bryson DeChambeau?
Now here's Justin Rose in the company of Bryson DeChambeau, who's missed the green on the 14th. Here comes Rose with his second shot. Rose currently at 6 under par, and that's his beauty. And he's found the heart of the green. Just needs to stop. It's running away from the hole, but he's got a birdie chance of 25 feet. Ali.
Shane Lowry for birdie on the 15th. No, he stood up as soon as he hit it, and he knew, and it's just slid by on the left-hand side. And in a packed leaderboard like this, every single birdie chance is crucial. Larry had a wonderful wedge shot into this green, and he's a rumphing. He's down on his haunches. He's sizing up the par putt just behind the hole. A couple of feet to negotiate. He'll try and take care of that, but he knew as soon as he hit it, Andrew Magee, it wasn't in.
Yeah, don't you love that? They can really help us, tell us that we missed it right away, and I pulled that. It was a definitely left of the hole pull. And just misread it, unhappy, had a chance.
So Larry stays 7 under, pops in for par. Away to our left, Scotty Scheffler now has a birdie putt to come on the 16th green. So we'll pick up the binoculars, stare away into the distance here and watch Scotty Scheffler standing over this one. Started the day at 5 under, remains at the moment at 5 under par, and that is 5 shots off Rory McIlroy's lead. And McIlroy is waiting to attack the par 5 15th. Scheffler then, birdie putt. Can he get it to 6 under? On its way, he's standing, he's watching, and he's bending at the knees, and that one's another one that grazes the edge of the hole, and it's another chance that's missed. Ian.
McIlroy, 339-yard drive. It's a 209-yard shot with a 6-iron, alley, and you'll hear it on its way right now.
Can see the follow-through, monster of a drive. Andrew Magee looking up in the air, pointing at the ball. McIlroy, what can he do here on the par 5 15th? He can hit an absolute stunner. Oh, it's an incredible shot. It's 4 feet from the hole, possibly less. Perfect for distance. We saw it dropping out of the bright blue sky, and the patrons around us are going absolutely bananas, turning and high-fiving and saying, wow, did you see that? McIlroy has played some stunning golf this afternoon. He's our leader at 10 under par, and he's got a putt coming here, Andrew Magee, for an eagle on the 15th to get to 12 under and take a real stranglehold on this year's Masters. Away in the distance, defending champion Scotty Scheffler will know all about that. He drops it in for par, and he remains at 5 under. That was very, very special.
Oh, the roller coaster continues. Can he knock this really fast for the eagle putt and get to 12 under par? Really set a standard for one of the great rounds we've all seen in a long, long, long time. Of course, we have a little bit of work left. Tyrrell Hatton up here on the 16th green. He's got a downhill slippery one. Aren't they all downhill and slippery at this point?
Slippery.
I mean, it's just crazy. There's no tap-ins here at Augusta National. That's what makes it such a wicked, mentally difficult, exhausting place. In the air, Corey Connors had chipped out as a long third coming in on the green, putting for birdie.
Right, Connors birdie putt to come. Hatton putting for par on the 16th. McIlroy with an eagle putt to come in to get to 12 under. What's happening with you?
14th, Bryson DeChambeau chipping up from short of the green and putting it to 4 feet, which he'll have to save his par on that 14th. Birdie chance coming for Justin Rose on that 14th green. He's around about 25 feet from the cup at 6 under, 4 behind McIlroy, but McIlroy, remember, with a really good chance of eagle, which would catapult him to 12 under and take him 4 shots clear.
Goodness me. Also, there is some drama or other here on the third round. of the Masters. What did you say? Patience, Ali?
No, I said ovation.
Oh, ovation.
I was talking to our producer Amy saying, have a listen to this. Rory McIlroy, it's quietening down now. He's walking round the right-hand side of the pond in front of the 15th green here, and he is taking a standing ovation from the grandstand on the left and the grandstand on the right. Deservedly so. What an afternoon for McIlroy. Ian.
Justin Rose for birdie, makes it at 14 from 25 feet, clenched fist from the overnight leader, and that keeps him clinging on. He moves to 7 under, Ali, with that birdie at 14.
Right, let's try and keep across this thing. Corey Connors, I think, looking at that big leaderboard, is Rory McIlroy's closest challenger on the golf course at the moment, and he is desperately, he's like, if you picture it, he's like in a running race, and he's desperately sort of grabbing at his shirt, at his shoulder to try and stick with him, and he's done that so wonderfully well this afternoon. He has a decent birdie chance here to get to 9 under. Massive moment coming from McIlroy, and isn't golf funny? So 2 days ago on the 15th, back at the 15th green, McIlroy absolutely flying, chips it into the water. All of a sudden here, 2 days later, glorious sunshine, leading the Masters, and he's got an eagle putt. I mean, what is it, 5 feet or so for eagle here on 15?
Look at the patrons circling this 16th green is clear. Everybody is staring at this 15th green. Corey Connors to putt first. Both on the wrong side of the hole. They're both fast defensive putts. Just going to try to trickle it in the edges here. And just let it drop at Corey Connors. Going to putt first. Gives Rory just a second to catch his breath, because that 6-iron was majestic, and you have to give yourself a little time to breathe right now. So coming in, we're missing this shot behind us.
Shane Lowry, tee shot on the 16th. Almost forgot about Shane Lowry. Bunker on the left-hand side of the par 3 16th. Mustn't forget about Shane Lowry either. Disappointed with that one. Bunker on the left of the 16th. 7 under par. 3 shots off McIlroy's lead at the moment. But we're looking at Corey Connors here in the middle of the 15th green in his light olive green trousers and his white polo shirt, sizing up the birdie putt. Ian, what have you got?
Bryson DeChambeau just holding out Ali from 4 feet, saving his par. Good up and down from off the front of the green. He remains at 7 under, Ali.
So behind us on the 16th tee, Matt McCarthy, the left-hander, waiting to play. He is at 6 under. Larry's in the bunker left of that 16th green at 7 under. And around this 15th green, genuinely, I mean, I've sort of dropped to a whisper. The players shouldn't be able to hear me here, but you can actually hear a pin drop around this green. It feels like the whole eyes of Augusta National are looking at this 15th green. Matt McCarthy's
in the water, left of the hole. You cannot go left of this hole. The wind is just picking up a little bit. The players aren't feeling it down there. We're up about 15 yards above them. We're feeling a little bit. Now Corey Connors has waited for them to tee off. He's going to putt before they walk in front of him. The ball is on its way. Is it high enough? Is it hard enough? No, on either side.
It's a trickler. It's a scary putt. Andrew McGee just told you that. He knows about putting on these greens, and these players fearful of this 15th green in particular this year. Newly laid surface, very hard, difficult to control the ball. So Connors can only make a par. He's McIlroy's closest challenger at 8 under. If McIlroy can hold this putt in the next 30 seconds or so, then he's got a 4-shot lead at the Masters. He's got that lovely, confident bounce in the stride. The blue trousers, the white shirt, the spotlight on him as always. He's so used to that. Going through the familiar pre-shot putting routine. I'd say 5 feet. Quick putt, 15th. The fans will tell you if it drops on its way. Will it drop? Yes, it will! Booming roars ripple down the fairways at Augusta National. It's an eagle at the 15th for Rory McIlroy. He shoots to 12 under par, 66 yesterday, 6 under par for his round today. A stunning drive, a sizzling iron shot, a pure putt. That is how you do it.
Wow, speechless. That is amazing. That 6-iron, he learned his lesson. Don't hook it into this green. Put it up in the air with a little cut to come down soft. Exactly what he did.
Tell you what's really interesting here as well, Andrew. He's not walking to the 16th tee as yet. He's going to have quite a wait on the 16th tee when the time comes, because at the moment, Shane Lowry has stopped short right, and he's waiting for Matt McCarthy, of course, to play from the drop zone, having found the water with his initial tee shot on the par 3 16th. This is sensible from McIlroy. Some whooping and a hollering from the grandstands behind us. They've just seen the 12 go up on the giant leaderboard across the 15th green. I mean, goodness me, if they didn't know what that roar meant, what are they doing here at the Masters? They're vision obscured by the stand that we're sitting in. So McCarty's shot, the left-hander, this is third on the par 3 16th, finds the front left of the green, and he'll have that for a bogey. Lowry's got a bunker shot to come. But I think this is really interesting, this reminds me of Danny Willett, 2016, when he won the Masters and took his time before getting to the 16th after Jordan Spieth had problems at Amen Corner. Ian, what's going on with you?
Yeah, that's a really good, very, very good memory you had there, Ali, in terms of Willett. I've got Bryson DeChambeau splitting the fairway. I don't think he's quite as long as McIlroy was, but it's a fine tee shot from the US Open champion. And DeChambeau at 7 under par, middle of the fairway on 15. McIlroy now 4 shots clear, 12 under par, 4 ahead of Connors, 5 ahead of Lowry, Rose and DeChambeau. And in the clubhouse at 6 under par, we have Patrick Reed and Ludwig Åberg, both round in 69s today. Out on the course, Matt McCarty obviously in trouble on 16, but he was on 6 under on the 16th tee. And Jason Day playing 18, and he has wedge in hand there at 5 under, playing his 3rd shot in with his narrow stance, and he just bunts it forward and then spins it back towards the hole. Oh, brilliant from Jason Day, and he's put it to 18 inches, so should save his par, and he'll be in the house at 5 under.
Well, Rory McIlroy, we were just talking about Danny Willett in 2016, has done exactly what Danny Willett did that day. There's plenty of golf to be played up on the 16th green. At the moment, we've got Shane Lowry up there, hulking figure of the Irishman, bearded, under the white cap, sizing up the bunker shot from the left-hand side of this 16th green. In fact, this is a fun shot, Andrew McGee, because this is the one, it's like the Tiger Woods chip from behind this bunker in 2005. When you look for the line, don't you send it beyond the flag, it stops, and it tries to come back towards the hole.
Well, he knows he doesn't have enough room to land it just on and stop it. So he's walked all the way past to the top where he wants to get this ball up to, and then roll back. This is the fun stuff. You're correct. Big swing. Can he get up to the top of the hill? Yes. Is it high enough to get enough speed to come down? Here it comes. Here it comes.
It's on its way. You can hear the patrons are excited. Will it go? Oh, goodness me, it very nearly did. He nearly pulled off a Tiger Woods. It stops about 4 feet away. That's how you got to play it.
That's the only shot he had. That's all he had. But he has about 4 or 5 foot for par here on the 16th.
Right, Rory McIlroy 12 under, Corey Connors playing alongside him at 8 under. He is waiting on the tee below patiently with his arms crossed. Harry Diamond, McIlroy's caddy, standing to the left of Connors, looking at the yardage chart. McIlroy is on his way back from the restroom. But it really does take me back. Do you remember that day, Andrew, when Jordan Spieth, further down the course, had the Masters in his grasp and then had a nightmare at the par 3 12th, and his numbers went up on the big leaderboard here, and Willett spotted it. Willett was playing alongside Lee Westwood, and Willett came to this 16th tee and did exactly what Rory McIlroy has done there, just took himself away from it all. Because as McIlroy walked to the 16th there, that was bedlam from this grandstand and that grandstand. So he's just taken himself away from it for a little bit.
I was on the 12th watching the Spieth disaster at the same time, which made us all Americans very sad.
Right, Matt McCarty away in the distance on the 16th green, keeping eyes on Rory McIlroy all the time. Now he's standing shoulder to shoulder with his good friend and caddy Harry Diamond, and I know it's what the sports psychologists say, don't they? He is trying to stay in the moment. Don't think about what it means, the position he's in. Just think about the next golf shot. The next golf shot is the tee shot on the par 3 16th. So McCarty makes his bogey, so basically gets up and down from the drop zone. Second shot from the drop zone in front of the water onto the green. He's hold the putt. And Shane Lowry now, Rory McIlroy's great friend, looking for the up and down here to stay at 7 under par, which will keep him within 5 shots of the Rory McIlroy lead. What an afternoon we have had here at Augusta National. More of it to come tomorrow as well. You will not miss a shot of the final round on 5 Live Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. The sunshine has disappeared. The waters in front of the 16th are flat calm. Thousands and thousands of spectators in the multicoloured golf clothing staring at Shane Lowry and waiting for Rory McIlroy. And McIlroy, cool as you like, behind us, just standing with right hand on hip, left hand on golf club, waiting for his turn on the 16th. Lowry for the par. Oh, he loves it. Clenching the fist, ball on the way to the hole. And again, he knew as soon as he popped it in, as soon as he hit the putt, it was heading for the middle of the hole. He remains at 7 under par. Right, Andrew Magee, before I describe this tee shot, tell our listeners what this tee shot is all about with the pin where it is today.
Well, again, we've seen this pin early in the week. Use the big slope right of the hole. Left of the hole is silly. Do not attempt this shot left of this hole. So when he is a fader, it would be a nice little hold up, a little tiny draw, which is a right to left shot for a right-handed player. Just right of the hole, say 20 feet, and use the bank to come down like we just saw Shane Lowry's ball come down from that sand shot over the ball. A couple waggles, looks it up again, looks up 3 times, back swing, ball's on its way.
On its way. Get in the hole, they shout. The line, to me, I tell you what, looks really good. That is miles in the air. It's slightly left of the flag. It comes down on the putting surface. It's almost pin high. It's just beyond the flag. It stays in that channel. Lovely. Low left of the putt, and Andrew Magee says lovely.
Lovely shot, 10 feet left of the hole. Little fast putt coming down, but he has a birdie opportunity here on the 16th, which is all that matters.
Right, so Rory McIlroy safely on the 16th green. Immediately the head is buried in the yardage chart. Corey Connors is waiting to play. 15th hole behind us. Justin Rose and Bryson DeChambeau on the way. I can see them marching down the 15th. There's definitely a layup from one of them. Ian, what have you seen from the TV pictures?
Bryson DeChambeau just hitting in with a 7-iron from 229 yards, Ali, and he's come to rest just to the left of the green. Should be able to see his ball.
Yeah, I can see it. It's just down beneath us here. So Bryson DeChambeau's there in 2. Corey Connors has hit a stunning tee shot here, exactly the one that Andrew Magee was talking about. This one not quite as far as McIlroy's, but again, it takes the slope and rolls down right in line with the yellow flagstick. And it's just an incredible picture here at Augusta because we have got thousands of fans on their feet. Rory McIlroy looks to his right and looks to some of his closest challengers. Justin Rose has had to lay up on the par 5 15th. Bryson DeChambeau to the left of the green in 2. I've not seen anyone there today. This walk, I always think, Andrew, for Rory McIlroy at the moment, is really picturesque. Water on the left-hand side, the sort of reflection of all those thousands of patrons over the other side of the bank. They've been sitting there all day waiting for these kind of moments, and then you've got that lovely walk between the sort of tall pines, and you can see the white sand of the bunkers in the distance. He's just getting roared all the way here to the 16th green. We have seen stunning golf from McIlroy today.
Yeah, the two players are walking kind of together, but there's no words spoken right now. This is Corey Connors knows this is Rory McIlroy's time, and he's giving it to him. Let him just digest this moment. He's got a big birdie putt. He knows he's had tough times coming in the first day. He's giving him his time to control himself right here.
Roars for McIlroy, roars for Bryson DeChambeau. Game on at the Masters. McIlroy 12 under. His playing partner Corey Connors with a birdie putt to come as well on the 16th at 8 under. Bryson DeChambeau, let's not forget, with an eagle chip from the left-hand side of the 15th green. So he's probably got 6 or 7 yards of fringe of slope in front of him, and then a lot of green to work with. And I guess that way, Andrew, you always talk when you're the right-hand side of the flag, it's incredibly quick coming towards us. Bryson DeChambeau is sort of going to be playing into that slope and towards it. He's got his arms crossed and he's sizing up his next shot. Justin Rose is next to play. Started the day at 8 under. Currently 1 over for his round. Third shot. This is a terrifying one. You stand with your ball on a tight lie, a downhill lie. When you look at the green, it's like an infinity pool. It seems like there's absolutely nothing beyond the flag. Sends the ball up in the air. Lovely flowing follow through. This looks good. Bounces once, twice, just beyond the flagstick. Checks, stops dead, no spin back. But Justin Rose, I'd say 12 feet away for a birdie chance here on the 15th. DeChambeau waiting to chip for eagle. Connors waiting to putt for birdie. McIlroy waiting to putt for birdie. Saturday night at the Masters.
Incredible stuff. Great show of sportsmanship. Corey Connors let Rory walk on the green first. He deserves it. He is showing lots of etiquette, that Corey Connors. He is gonna putt first. From our distance, we can just see he's out and he's below the hole. He has an uphill right to left putt. Maybe an easier putt, but further away than Rory. Rory has a little slick one left to right down the hill. The kind you just want to last roll it into the hole and not really give it a bang.
Right, protagonists all in front of us on the 15th and 16th. McIlroy 12 under. Connors about to putt for birdie on the 16th at 8 under. Bryson DeChambeau, dark blue trousers, white polo shirt, sizing up the chip for eagle on the 15th. He's at 7 under. Connors, birdie putt on the way, and he's up and after it and doesn't like it and pulls the bull marker out of his pocket and didn't quite give it enough. You can hear some birds chirruping away in the distance as well. Enjoying the golf. Incredible drama here at Augusta National, and in fact Corey Connors there has just popped the marker down. He is going to putt and pop this in for par. He hopes to stay at 8 under par. And McIlroy, I think McIlroy is going to be very aware here that Bryson DeChambeau is about to chip for eagle behind him on the 15th. So he's going to have a look at the putt from behind the hole. But he's going to wait. He's going to wait. And here's DeChambeau. DeChambeau looks to his left, and they're kind of sort of looking at each other, the two rivals, and deciding who is going to go first. But it's definitely DeChambeau. DeChambeau from the back left of the 15th green has a little look at the hole. Arms locked, long iron club, sends it forward, throws it high, couple of bounces towards the flag, then it stops, third bounce, fabulous judgment of distance, skids it in to about 3 feet DeChambeau, and he's going to have that for a birdie. We'll get Andrew McGee's appreciation of that in just a second, but let's get the binoculars to the eyes for Rory McIlroy. Another big moment, 6 under par for the round so far. He's been putting quite beautifully. This one for birdie on the 16th to get to 13 under, on its way, turning from left to right for Rory McIlroy on the 16th. Will it go? No, he sweeps the putter forward, tries to urge it into the hole. That one won't drop, but it's another hole ticked off, Andrew McGee. Par for McIlroy stays at 12 under.
Love that. Another hole ticked off. Just tick them off one at a time. Now number 17, tee shot only on his mind. Beautiful routine. You can tell he's been working with Barbara Telex. I did the same, tried to do the same thing. His eyes come back and his last look, and he just flows. He just keeps going. He doesn't stop and start to wonder. He's ready to flow into it all day long. He's been doing it.
12 under par. His closest challenger, Corey Connors, 8 under par. He had a 4-shot lead. He has a 4-shot lead right now. Back in 2011, as a much younger, less experienced golfer, had a 4-shot lead going into the final round there, and we all know what happened. This is a very different Rory McIlroy. Augusta just looking absolutely stunning in the late Saturday evening sunshine as Justin Rose holds the putter out straight in front of him, points it at the hole, then moves a couple of yards behind the ball, puts his left hand to the visor of his cap just to shield the eyes from the sun a little, has a good look at the line of this putt, and then as ever with Rose, just tucks the little bit of sleeve under his left armpit, locks that left arm close to his body, turns the right hand into the claw grip. This for a birdie to get to 8 under. Rose sends it on its way, left to right, and that one misses on the right. As you would say, Andrew.
The low side, the amateur side, very easy to do, to come out of that a little bit, lots of speed. If I was a betting guy, I was going to say that's going to miss right if he doesn't make it, because it's going to run out of speed. And you just want to trickle him in and have it tap it and not have a 2-footer coming back again and again and again. It'll wear you out. Next up, Bryson DeChambeau to get to 8 under par, get himself in the second place.
Right. And probably hear our colleagues from Japanese television getting very excited about what they can see in front of them. Broadcasters from America on our left, and Bryson DeChambeau, the focus of the attention at the moment. Long putter in his hand, again down on his haunches, and he's holding the putter by its face right down at the bottom, and again just a bit like Justin Rose, holds it at the angle, points it at the hole, and his caddy stands there on the left with that bright yellow flagstick, yellow flag perched on his left shoulder. So DeChambeau for birdie on the 15th to get to 8 under, to within 4 of Rory McIlroy, who eagled this hole moments ago. DeChambeau pauses, pulls the putter head back, sends it on its way and into the heart of the hole. And Bryson DeChambeau, as you'd expect, is not giving this up. Some ground to make up, but he's made his birdie here on the 15th. He moves to 8 under. He's 4 behind Rory McIlroy. Mark.
What a 20-25 minutes you've just had there.
Yes.
Amazing.
That's why I love the 15th and the 12th and the 11th and all of the other. Oh my gosh, this is the best.
Just stories and tension, Ali, wherever you look.
It's just, I mean, we say it every year, don't we? We don't get the leaderboard like that every year, Mark, but when you're in this position and you've got the golfers, everyone contesting the top of the leaderboard, and I know McIlroy is clear at the moment, but all aware of each other, and the stage is laid out in front of you. and everyone can see what everyone else is doing. It just lends itself to terrific golfing drama. Justin Rose, Bryson DeChambeau, final group out on the course. They move on to the 16th tee.
OK, so whilst they move on to the 16th tee, and the applause around here is for Shane Lowry as he approaches his ball. He's just shy of the green in 2. It's going to be a dramatic last hour or so here at Augusta National. So to allow us to bring all of that to you, we're going to take a news now. It is around 20 past 11. Here's John Barnes.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Mark. The Prime Minister has said all options remain on the table over the future of British Steel after the passing of a bill designed to rescue the company. The bill gives the government the power to run the firm's plant in Scunthorpe. Bill Penn, an international steel consultant, says the government made the right decision.
I think it was necessary because we would be the only country in the G7 without steel-making capacity. But it's not going to be an easy road because making steel in the UK, it's very difficult to do it profitably. And that's because of dumping of steel, particularly from China, and the high energy costs that we've got in the UK compared to our European competitors.
Hashim Abidi, the brother of the Manchester Arena bomber, has used homemade weapons to attack 3 prison officers at Franklin Jail, where he's serving a life sentence. He was jailed for helping his brother Salman murder the 22 people who were killed in the bombing. Daniel De Simone has the details.
3 officers were injured in this attack, 2 men who are understood to be in a critical condition, and a woman who has been discharged from hospital. Their injuries include burns and stab wounds. Abedi threw hot cooking oil before he produced homemade weapons and stabbed the officers. The attack took place in a separation centre, which houses a small number of the country's most dangerous terrorist prisoners, and there are major questions about how the incident could have taken place.
Washington has handed its first major concession to China in their escalating trade war by exempting some goods from US tariffs. Smartphones, computers and other electronics imported into the US won't be subject to the 125% levy on goods from China. An Italian museum has put hundreds of stolen artefacts on display after they were recovered by the authorities. They include marble statues, fine ceramics and weapons. Many were looted from tombs or ancient shipwrecks. The museum in Naples says it highlights the damage caused by the illegal market.
If a Banksy appeared on your house, you'd be sitting on a fortune, right?
At first you think you're gifted, but you're actually not.
This is a tale of 2 murals, Margate's Valentine's Day Mascara and the Lowestoft Seagull. And the true cost of free art for the people who have to live with it.
£40,000 cost per annum. We didn't know what to do.
Nobody's turned up to say we'll help you protect it.
The Banksy story, when Banksy comes to town. Listen on BBC Sounds.
The 89th Masters, live from Augusta National.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Live.
And BBC Sounds.
Rory McIlroy has 2 holes left to play. He has a 4-shot lead as we come to the end of the 3rd round at the 89th Masters. But Alistair Bruce Ball, it may be about to go down to 3.
Well, you just marvel, Mark, at the quality of the golf we have seen this afternoon at Augusta, not only from Rory McIlroy, but from the likes of Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Rose. And at the moment, Bryson DeChambeau is marching off the front of the 16th tee. He's taken his baseball cap off his head, and he wants more from these patrons. He's saying, come on, roar me down this 16th. 2 tee shots there, Andrew McGee, 172 yards. Both took dead aim, both probably within 7-8 feet. DeChambeau's definitely closer. We've seen a few close today, actually, to the hole-in-one, both with birdie chances to come if DeChambeau makes it. He's at 9. If Rose gets it, he's at 8.
2 textbook shots right of the pin, what you're supposed to do. I think DeChambeau's a little bit closer, maybe a 3-foot tap in, and Rose maybe 4 feet above the hole. 2 exquisite shots to wrap up today on 16.
Exquisite. That is exactly the word to describe those 2 tee shots, and it's been an exquisite evening of golf on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. And Justin Rose takes a big swig of drink here, and DeChambeau's at it again. It's like he scored a goal at a football match in the Premier League here. DeChambeau stomping onto the 16th green. But I think it sends a message, Andrew, doesn't it? It sends a message like, I'm trying to catch this guy, McIlroy. I'm in the fight here. I need your backing.
Exactly, and I think he knows he's the face of American golf. He knows Scheffler can't really bring along the fans. He knows that he may be our only chance right now until we can find another Tiger Woods. Where is it? Where is he?
But they want the romance here, don't they? The
Absolutely.
Patriots. That's what it feels
Don't
like.
we all want a little romance like
we
this?
do, Andrew, don't we? But
So
they want the romance. That's what it feels like. Given the cheers, given the reaction to the scoreboards, they want the romance of Rory.
Well said.
And Mark, and I know we've mentioned this in our coverage before, but let's take ourselves back, to the US Open last summer. McIlroy against DeChambeau at Pinehurst, and DeChambeau came out on top. It could be McIlroy and DeChambeau playing side by side in the final round tomorrow. The final two golfers playing in this last group are sizing up putts in the shadows, the long shadows of the pine trees, the loblolly pines here at Augusta. A scene, it's so beautiful, it's difficult to describe. We see it every year and we love it every year, but the golfers aren't thinking about that. They're thinking about slippery, slidey, speedy putts, but putts because they're chasing, Andrew, you can't be short here, you can't be defensive, you've got to have a go.
They're still in the office. The bell hasn't rung yet. You're not allowed to leave and go home and catch the train. This is it. You have to finish out the last report. You have to sign it. You have to give it to your boss. You've got to finish out this report, which means make some putts, hit the fairways coming in, and then you can catch your train.
Right, Justin Rose has got a while to wait before he heads to the platform to catch that train. Still in contention for the Masters. He was our first round leader. He was our halfway leader. He's currently at 7 under par. And I'm peering at the tall, angular figure of the Englishman, just sizing everything up at the moment, away in the distance on the 16th green. Puts the ball down, back on the green, then he walks off the front left of the green. So he's on that slope between the green and the water, down on his haunches. And he's studying the line of the putt intently. And now he's in conversation with his caddy as well. What about it, this one, Andrew?
You know how hard it is to come out to the golf course every single day and see your name on top. His name has been on top of the leaderboard since Thursday morning. And he gets to keep seeing this and just over and over, and he wants to keep it there desperately. And he knows how important this putt is. He needs it.
News of Shane Lowry shortly. Rose about to go here on the 16th for a birdie to get to 8 under, to go level with DeChambeau, who's about 3 feet away, to get to 9 under. Rory McIlroy on the 17th at 12 under par after the stunning eagle on the 15th. Rose then for the birdie on 16. He can't convert it. It's not going to be a birdie. He'll stay at 7 under. James?
Well, Shane Lowry, he hit his tee shot a long way left off this 17th tee, way into the pine straw. He actually hit a miraculous second shot just short of that right-hand bunker, and he played an exquisite chip shot, a couple of hops and then a bit of stop on it. It left him with a testy little 3.5 footer to this back right hole location. And then Lowry took a lot of care, just prodding down some of the spike marks that he could see in the setting sunshine here at number 17. But he's missed it. It's going to be a drop shot at least for Shane Lowry. He's still got a bit of work to tidy up for his bogey. 5, Ali.
McIlroy 12 under. The numbers still up on the leaderboard here, although most of the grandstand, certainly the one over the other side of the 15th, is now empty. McIlroy 12 under. Connors 8 under. DeChambeau 8 under with a short birdie putt to come on the 16th. Rose at 7 under, and it's still his turn, Justin Rose, so he did have a go at the birdie putt, and he's giving this one every concentration as well, standing in the long shadows draped over the 16th green, holding that putter out in front of him again, pointing at the hole. White glove flopping out of the back pocket of those blue trousers, and now Rose stands over the top of the ball, peers down at the little white sphere between his feet, sends it on the... I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He stabs the last one in with one hand, and Justin Rose from nowhere has 3-putted the 16th green. He goes back to 6 under. DeChambeau's birdie to come. James?
Well, Rory McIlroy has just hit an absolute beauty. Middle of the fairway he was at number 17. He's probably got himself about 7.5, 8 feet left for a birdie to extend that lead. I should also just mop up Shane Lowry. He did tidy up for a bogey 5 here at number 17. He'll have been bitterly disappointed with that. He therefore falls back to 6 under par here on Masters Saturday. A really sloppy, careless, from nowhere bogey 5 He's back to 1 under par on the day, 6 under for the tournament.
Same for Justin Rose on the par 3 16th. It's exactly what we were talking about in the last 15 minutes or so. Augusta National gets you in the end. It tests your patience, it tests all your skills, it wears you down. You're utterly exhausted, and then things like that can happen. DeChambeau now you'll certainly know if this one goes in. This is for birdie, this to get to 9 under, and this to be McIlroy's closest challenger on his own. On its way, and in the hole for Bryson DeChambeau. Birdie at 15, birdie at 16, an enormous roar to the patrons to the left of the 16th green, and he is hunting Rory McIlroy down. What were you chuckling at there, Andrew?
He put hands on hip and he looked at the crowd like, come on. He baited him into cheering for him. I mean, this showman who is this guy? We never get to see him.
He's pumped. We're pumped. James Gregg?
They're pumped here, let me tell you, because Rory McIlroy comes into view to the 17th green. They are on their feet in the gallery stand here. Down below, just on their seats outside the ropes. They are all standing to a man, woman and child as Rory McIlroy makes his way to the 17th. And Bryson may have cut that lead to 3, but Rory strides onto this green, James Gregg, with the purpose of a man who's going to take it back to 4.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he'll be hoping to do here, Mark. I mean, that facial expression of his is deadpan, but the strut is there, and he's probably just getting a really good view now just how good that second shot that he hit was. So he'll just replace that little pitch mark that he's made in the green here at number 17. It's a great vista here. There's been lots of familiar faces who've been sat here for 2-3 hours just hoping to try and soak this moment in. We've got a little moment actually, but Bryson DeChambeau obviously still hoping to feature heavily. Ian Carter.
Yes, he's on the 17th tee now. There's 440 yard par 4 straight up the hill. He's going with the fairway wood. Bogeyed this on the first day, Bryson DeChambeau. There's the tee shot, climbing high into the clear evening skies and going down the right side of the fairway, James. So he's not got the ideal angle to attack that pin back right, but he's in the fairway.
Well, Corey Connors will be putting first. He also, the Canadian, hit a beauty in here from the middle of the fairway. He's got kind of faded green trousers on with the white top, and the sunglasses that he was hiding behind earlier on, well, no need for those now. They sit on the back of his cap upside down, and he's just standing perpendicular onto this line that he's got himself, just sizing up now. For a birdie, Corey Connors, it would be a 5th birdie of the day, offset by a couple of bogeys at holes 4 and 7. He's at 8 under par, a couple under on the day. He's gone about his business quietly, but when Rory has been making all of the noise here on Masters Saturday, here on BBC Radio 5 Live, you need to start making some noise yourself. This is a chance for Connors to get himself within 3. The ball on its way towards the cup now. Oh, and I think he fancied it. Just grazed the right edge. The Canadian very disappointed with that. He's going to just stick a little coin behind the ball. There's only 18 inches or so of tidying up to do to keep himself there at -8. But now it's all about Rory McIlroy, headed at a canter towards a 54-hole lead here at the 89th Masters Tournament. He's had birdies at 1, 3, 5 and 13. 2 eagles on the scorecard as well at holes 2 and that ridiculous one he had at 15. 7.5, 8 feet at the very most left for the Northern Irishman, looking of course to complete the career Grand Slam here. This would really make it difficult for that chasing pack, the likes of DeChambeau, to catch him tomorrow if he were to knock this one in. This to go 5 clear at the Masters at the 17th green. And it's not going to be. So a little tug there for Rory McIlroy. Would have been 4 clear, I beg your pardon, had that dropped. So that lead does remain at 3 for McIlroy. Bogeys at 8 and 10, offsetting all that brilliance that we've been hearing all the way through the evening and the afternoon here on BBC Radio 5 Live. He's got a lot of work to do left, actually, a lot more than he would have liked. Trish Johnson, you've got eyes on this. That was a little careless.
Yeah, I think it was another one of those that just maybe a little left off the club face, and obviously those are the ones left to right down the hill. If you just tug it a little bit, it just keeps going. So yeah, I think he's still got about 3 feet left, James.
He's not lost his turn, put it that way, Trish. He's stood over it now. This for par here at number 17, the hardest hole on this golf course here at Augusta National. And McIlroy tidies up the grandstand. They like that one. He's going to depart and kind of doesn't really hide his emotions there. He's disappointed not to have knocked that one in there. Rory McIlroy will have Corey Connors just to tidy up here, who's taking good care over this little tiddler that he's got to keep himself in this tournament. Very much so there at 8 under par, a 2-time winner on the PGA Tour. Both of those wins coming at the Texas Open. And a decade ago, the golfing career of Corey Connors starting right here at Augusta National. He was a low amateur. He played all 4 days. There's a few spectators eager to try and get themselves up that 18th hole. Yeah, very, very strange. But Corey Connors does tidy up, and now those keen beavers will be able to leave this grandstand, and that penultimate pairing here on Saturday will move towards the 18th tee. And all that remains now is this final group here on Saturday, and Bryson DeChambeau, I'm told, has hit an absolute beauty up the middle of this penultimate hole.
You do. I said it, a main corner. I wonder where they're going. They've got one more group to come up 17, which includes an American who is 3 shots off the lead, who is actually desperately trying to get his fellow countrymen to give him a bit of welly as he walks around these last few holes, isn't he, Trish?
Yeah, he is, but I mean, he's banging his head against a bit of a brick wall here, because quite honestly, Rory, I would say 75% minimum of the patrons out there want Rory to win this. So he can keep trying, but I don't think he's going to have a lot of joy.
No. Right. So here we go, James. You have the challenge here on 17. We have a bright sun that is burning off some of the clouds above us. We have shadows being cast by some of the trees. We have a crowd that is 5 or 6 deep through those trees, and the trees are obscuring the view of our final 2 golfers, of Justin Rose and Bryson DeChambeau. But from Ian's description, and I think this was right, and actually just trying to recognise my golfers through the bright sunlight, Justin Rose in the middle of the fairway, and I think, are you there, Ian?
Yes, I am.
You said Bryson had just gone to the right.
Yes,
slightly.
yes. So he's down the right side.
We can see Bryson through those trees, and Justin Rose right in the middle, James.
Yeah. Well, that's the flat part of the fairway, isn't it? These players want to be on the right-hand side. That said, this pin over in the back right corner today, it kind of takes attacking that whole location completely out of it by being over on that right-hand side. I think there's a bit of chat between player and caddy here with Bryson DeChambeau. You guys have got a far better view than I, because Mark said it was so easy because of all the different challenges listed. I'm going to perhaps just let you take.
I was giving us an out, James, to help us, Ian, and you will also be watching the drives off 18.
Yeah, well, here's DeChambeau. He's 173 yards out, heading towards you now.
Yeah, and it's just going to cling on to the very back edge. It's actually going to dribble down into that back left corner where we had the whole location on day one. It's going to be a really tricky birdie putt from around 30 feet, a bit of undulation. There's an elephant's back, it looks like, buried underneath the green between where his ball is situated and where that pin is, because that's going to be fast for Bryson.
But Trish, it clung on. If it had gone down, then we've seen players have all sorts of trouble if it goes off the back of this 17th.
Yeah, I tell you what though, that is not going to be easy to get that anywhere near the flag, and he has been pulling his iron shots these last few holes. It's going to be tricky.
Justin Rose now with his second shot to the 17th, 155 yards out, and he's hitting from the left side, so he's got an angle to attack this back right pin, James.
Yeah, but either long or right of this whole location is trouble. But that one straight at it. What a stunner from Justin Rose. Straight over the top of the banner. It took a couple of hops and then decided to slam the brakes on. It clings on. It's probably 9-10 feet past that pin. Justin Rose will have a birdie putt to get back to 7 under par. Shane Lowry, what news, Catherine Downs?
Yeah, just had eyes on Shane Lowry playing outside the ropes on the 18th up the left-hand side in the pine straw, and he's threaded one through the trees, that one flying the green on 18 and plunging down into one of those gaping bunkers beyond the flag, and he's short-sided himself as well. But if anyone can conjure some magic from the sand on the last, it's Shane Lowry playing up 18 at 6 under par, 6 behind the leader Rory McIlroy.
And not for the first time on this golf course in the last hour or so, Bryson DeChambeau and Rory McIlroy will be able to see each other from their differing holes. Bryson approaching the 17th green, Rory on the 18th tee, James Gray.
Yeah, and he's just been waiting for his Ryder Cup teammate up ahead there, as Kat described, to try and feather one out, conjure something up at that final hole. Of course, Lowry off the back of a drop shot a few moments ago, like we saw here at number 17. Now Rory stood over his ball here at this 18th tee. Everything very still indeed. Spectators 2 or 3 deep round this little narrow avenue of perfectly manicured tee box. Ian Carter, you've got eyes on this tee ball. It's on the way. McIlroy holding the pose.
Yeah, driver. It's leaked down the right-hand side, but not too far. It's clung on to the fairway. It's in the shadows, and he's on the fairway, and that's the key thing for McIlroy on this remarkable third-round day with a 3-shot lead, as it stands at the moment at 12 under par, and the final tee shot of this round completed by McIlroy, finding the short stuff.
And Bryson DeChambeau has reached his ball for this very difficult birdie putt.
Well, they call him the golfing scientist, don't they? I think that's actually a moniker that he quite likes, Bryson DeChambeau. That's certainly the impression that you get. He plays up to it. He's going to require all of the very best of his equations here, though, to navigate this one from this back left corner, where his ball is situated at this 17th hole. Statistically the most difficult hole on the golf course today, which is a surprise. 440 yards, which may sound long to you and I, but it's a bit of a sort of middle of the road length par 4, that one, for these guys who play week in, week out on these extraordinarily long PGA Tour golf courses. We've got a little bit more sizing up to do with Bryson. So Catherine Downs, what news?
Corey Connors and Rory McIlroy now marching down that thin avenue that you were describing beautifully there, James. The shadows cast from the spectators either side as they head down the 18th. Corey Connors, his drive fading slightly down the right-hand side. He's just nestled up into that first cut of rough on the right, just under the trees. Rory McIlroy in the fairway, and Corey Connors 8 behind his playing partner.
And as he walks down just below us here from our vantage point on the grandstand by the 17th green, he's just a couple of yards ahead of Corey Connors and to his left, and he is smiling at some of the patrons as they shout Rory and applaud him. There was a definite smile on his face. Bryson marching back towards his ball marker.
Yeah, and you can see why. Justin Rose actually stood right where he's placed the marker, almost just to mimic and envision him holding this putt. I think that Rose perhaps feels that he needs a birdie finish. He'll have paid close attention to that leaderboard changing all the way around Augusta National throughout the afternoon. He'll know exactly where he stands in relation to his friend Rory McIlroy. They've played so many Ryder Cups together, and Rose respects the game of the Northern Irishman oh so well. So he'll feel like his back's against the wall, but he's hit a beauty in here at 17. Time being taken by Bryson DeChambeau, and why not? This is a very big moment for him. Of course, he led after both rounds 1 and 2 here 12 months ago. Coming into the week, 9 of his last 10 rounds though here at Augusta were over par. That's certainly a trend that he's bucked here this week. He's about to strike this putt up and over that little ridge that bisects the back third of this 17th green to come up, and over it comes now. It reaches the apex, and that needs to slow down. I think it's just veering off to the right, but actually that's a pretty good speed. It's still rolling towards the feet there of his caddy, actually, that one, Mark. He's got a little bit more work to do. I think that Bryson DeChambeau will be fairly happy with that one here at number 18. Still incredibly large galleries with their eyes here on the US Open Chap.
Couldn't have done much more with that, Trish, could he?
I thought it was a fantastic putt, to be honest. I'm surprised he looked so disappointed.
I did as well. But I mean, I don't see what else he could have done. Do you?
No, I think he'd be chuffed to bits with that.
So he's got a 3-4 footer for his par here to keep the gap at 3. Shane Lowry being watched by Ian.
Yeah, loose bunker shot from back right of the green, and airmails the hole and goes to the other side of the green. So a lengthy par putt to come for Lowry, just starting to unravel for the Irishman.
Justin Rose now just holding that putter out in front of him, and then the two fingers go up, aim point, if you know what that is. And if you're a golf aficionado, you'll know that that's causing a real ruckus with slow play on the PGA Tour. But it doesn't matter when there's no groups behind you here on Saturday at the Masters. That sun's poked back out again, which is good news, because it was dropping a little chilly here on the 17th green. The Englishman, the former US Open champion, the former Olympic gold medalist, such a decorated career, but oh so desperate to add a green jacket to that incredible resume. He stands over the ball now, does Justin Rose. This for birdie then, to get back to 1 over on the day. And he's completely still. That ball rolling, and just left of the cup for Justin Rose. He needed it so desperately, didn't he? Back at 6 under par for the championship. He started the day there at -8, and with that halfway lead, the 44-year-old, of course, on his 20th Masters appearance. And just think of all those things that he's achieved in the game. What a great ambassador he's been for European golf over in the United States, and the way he carries himself, the way he conducts himself, the way he qualified for the Open Championship last summer. He really still has that fire burning in the belly, but he'll need something special tomorrow, will Justin Rose. Maybe a birdie up the last might just keep that fire burning brightly. Now, Bryson DeChambeau with a little bit of tidying up to do. He certainly wasn't envisioning this when he hit his second shot into the green. He was probably trying to set up another birdie opportunity. He's had birdies at holes 1, 2, 8 and 15, offset by bogeys at 3, 7 and the par 3 12 for Bryson DeChambeau. And this, he's just taking a lot of care over this one, really twitching that little black line that he's got drawn on the top of his golf ball. Famously, he likes to leave his golf balls in water and see which ones kind of tilt and don't and all that kind of stuff. And now he stands over it. Let's see if this bit of science on the golf ball and the line being drawn on it works for him here. I think this will be fairly straight, but that requires a good stroke, as we know. DeChambeau with the funky putting grip does roll it in, but the amount of time that he took over that particular par putt, Trish Johnson, didn't exactly fill fans of Bryson DeChambeau with confidence, I don't think.
Well, I think he just knew how incredibly important it is. You know, he knows he's 3 shots behind. He knows he can't give Rory any more time, get any further ahead. So that was a very important putt.
18th green, Shane Lowry looking to save his par from the back left corner, and that's cozying up to the hole, and he'll tap that in for a bogey, which will leave him at 5 under par, 7 shots behind McIlroy as it stands at the moment going into the final round. A really messy end for Shane Lowry, a 71 today, and that is that for the Irishman.
God, he'll be fuming with that, won't he, Ian, Trish? He was 7 under coming down 17, and it was just that one putt, and it actually saw with Tyrrell Hatton yesterday as well. And you just get one putt wrong here, and it can affect your feeling going down 18 in the round.
It just eats at them, doesn't it? Yeah. This golf course, it wears you down mentally, I think.
Trish?
Yeah, do you know what I think with the putting? That's the thing. These greens are so quick. You just cannot not concentrate for the whole way round. You get it wrong, like Justin Rose did at 16. You've got a birdie putt of 3 feet, and all of a sudden you walk off with a 4, and you just think, can I just have that again? Because I'd never do that again.
And the same thing, Ian, has happened to Lowry's playing partners today, and Matt McCarthy, who has been so consistent, didn't drop a shot until he got to the his score didn't change until he got to the 13th, which he birdied, so he went from 5 under to 6 under. He was 6 under once he played the par 5 15th, and he's finished 2 under.
Yeah, finished up with a 75, so McCarthy 3 over today, 2 under overall. Now McIlroy on the 18th, the leader at 12 under. 6 under for the round. And they've settled on an 8-iron for this 159-yard shot up the hill in the evening sunshine. 6 under for his round, 12 under overall. Commanding position at the Masters. The one major he's yet to win. There he goes. And he wants it to fly. Has he given it enough to get up to that back pin position? Yes, he has. Superb shot. missing on the right side of the hole, not flirting with short-siding himself, putting it into the back portion of the green and setting up the prospect of a closing birdie from around about 12-15 feet.
Yeah, fantastic shot that one, wasn't it? Pin high, perfect position. He's going to have an uphill putt so he can be aggressive with it, a little left to right possibly, but he wanted it to go. Obviously just wasn't quite sure. I think he gave it everything, but it's absolutely perfect. And, well, what an important putt. 4-shot lead if he can knock that one in.
He's been in a cocoon all the way round. He's not really acknowledged too much of the applause, which he's going to get an awful lot of now, and this will be a very special moment after a very special third round, you would imagine, for Rory McIlroy. But back on the tee is Bryson DeChambeau on this 465 yard par 4. DeChambeau with his tee shot, and it's just come up just into the bunker down the left-hand side and into the sand it falls. Here is McIlroy emerging onto the 18th green and marching very purposefully there. They're all responding, they're all standing, thousands of people. McIlroy in his own sweet little world, barely acknowledging it, just a gentle offering of the hand, but I think that's been really significant. When he hit that magnificent 6-iron into the 15th, there was just a gentle fist bump, not a fist bump, a clenching of the fist as he walked along. It was almost like a private affirmation, rather than what we've seen from DeChambeau really trying to get the crowd going.
Justin Rose on the last tee. Long shadows cast by the patrons, leaning on the ropes for Rose. 6 under par, 6 off the lead for the Englishman, and that lovely balanced swing of the 2013 US Open champion, launching the ball up the centre of the fairway on the last. He'd love a hot finish here to get himself back in touch, within sniffing distance of those leaders. McIlroy at 12 under on the 18th, DeChambeau at 9 under, playing alongside Rose as they walk down the last.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing with McIlroy today, as you said, Ian, is his unwillingness to sort of take all the adoration in. He just is. It's like he doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to know. It's way too early. I just want to stay in my little, like you say, little bubble. And he's hit so many fantastic shots today.
He really has. Here's Corey Connors from left of the green, just down in the depression to the left of it, pitching up to the back of the green. He'd love that one to trundle back down off the slope, but it's stubbornly sticking, and now it starts rolling. Now it starts rolling. It took a while, but it got there. I think actually maybe because Harry Diamond was just walking around there, maybe there was just a little vibration there. And anyway, the ball has come back down, and Connors will be grateful for that, because he's got it to within 8 feet, something like that, to save his par. So let's savour, if you like, this leaderboard as it stands right now. McIlroy 6 under for his round. He's got a putt for a 65 to follow yesterday's 66 that would take him to 13 under and would take him 4 shots clear. 3 ahead as it stands at the moment. Bryson DeChambeau having driven into the bunker on the 18th. So DeChambeau with work to do to find the putting surface. But what do you think for Rory McIlroy, Trish? He can be aggressive, can't he?
Yeah, he can. He's hit it in absolutely the right place. I think he's going to have a little bit of movement, just a little fraction movement left to right. I think he's... he's putted beautifully, but having said that, he's left some out there as well. There's no question. This would be, I think, just for him personally, to finish off the way that he's played today, this is a big putt. It's definitely got some left to right, and it depends how aggressive he wants to be. If he wants to go dead pace, I'd say it's just outside the hole.
15 feet on its way. This for birdie, looking to turn from left to right, turning and stopping. Just short. McIlroy shakes his head, a little bit of frustration, but he walks round, and from a couple of inches he taps in for a closing par, and the crowd rise to Rory McIlroy. What a fabulous third round it's been. A second successive 66, and McIlroy at 12 under in the driver's seat heading into the final round of the Masters. He shakes hands with his caddy, Harry Diamond, gives him a pat on the back. They have worked extremely well together today. The highlight, 2 eagles in that round. But my goodness me, history beckons now after that round, because it's not quite on the end of his club, but he has put himself in pole position for the final round.
Yeah, and I have to say I've got so much admiration for him, because after that first round, the way he finished that, most people I think would have gone home and thought, you know what, I've done it, I can't do this anymore. But he had a great conversation with Bob Rotella, and I think Rotella basically told him, listen, you did nothing wrong today. You made one maybe mental error, but the rest of your game is absolutely outstanding, and just go out there and show everybody exactly how good you are, and he's done exactly that.
Yeah, talked, didn't he, in his press conference yesterday about his resilience and how important it's been for him over the first 3 days now of this tournament, and showing some great resilience through a little bit of a rocky patch in the middle of the round. A good finish for Rory McIlroy. Corey Connors looking to follow his playing partner into the hole here. Looks good for Connors. Yes, in it goes. Clench of the fist for the Canadian. Takes off his hat. The 70 for Connors today leaves him at 8 under, 4 behind his playing partner. Successive rounds of 70 for Corey Connors, and Rory McIlroy now takes off his hat and is ready to accept the adulation of the crowd, Ian.
Yeah, he marches up that hill and the spectators are all applauding, and he has taken the cap from his head. He's run his fingers through his greying hair and he is marching away. And you think back to 2011 when he had a floppy mop of jet black hair and he held a 4-shot lead going into the final round, and it all unravelled, and we've waited and waited and waited, and so has he. And now he's in a very, very similar position to that one 14 years ago. A healthy lead at the very least going into the final round, and that's why they're cheering, and they recognise here the magnitude of the moment, the potential magnitude of the achievement that lies before Rory McIlroy tomorrow. A walk into the status of all-time greatness awaits.
Justin Rose then still to finish off. Second shot into the 18th from down the hill. The pine trees rising up into the blue evening sky to the right-hand side. Those gaping white bunkers up ahead on the hill. And Justin Rose flights his ball right into the heart of the green. Will it stick on the downslope? No, it's going to disobediently reverse back down the hill for Justin Rose. Just hasn't been his day. Of the leaders, he's had the worst day of it. 2 over par for his round. And the ball rolling away from the pin on the final green.
Now the man in second place, Bryson DeChambeau, from the first of the 2 bunkers down the left-hand side. He's a good way back. He's got 176 yards, and he'll be looking for a clean contact here and try and get this up to the back of the green. Smooth swing from DeChambeau. He watches from beneath the peak of his cap. The ball clings on to the very left edge of the green, just on the fringe of it. It could have tiptoed down the slope. It didn't, and he will be putting with his third shot for an unlikely birdie in terms of being how realistic it is going to be, but that's not bad from there.
No, I think when he sees, where his drive ended up, I think he'd be more than happy to have any sort of shot at a birdie. Poor drive from DeChambeau, but a beautifully struck iron shot, level with the flag, but probably a good 45 feet away.
Trish, you've been saying this sort of all week, saying, I can't remember a leaderboard like this, and having so many players in contention. We've now got that usual separation, haven't we? Because if you look at it, you've got McIlroy at 12 under. In all probability, DeChambeau's going to finish at 9 under, but he could 3-putt from there, or he could make an unlikely birdie. We wait to see. Corey Connors at 8 under, and then the next group of players are all at 6 under. So that separation is there. It looks like it could be a duel, very similar to the way it panned out at the US Open. I'm not saying the same outcome, but, you know, a contest between McIlroy and DeChambeau.
Very much so. And to be honest, we said, didn't we, at the start of the day, we would love it if we got in here and there were 5 or 6 players, you know, all within a shot of each other coming into tomorrow. What we didn't say was if McIlroy's got a 3-shot lead, we'd be delighted with that, obviously. But yes, you're absolutely right. It looks like a 3-horse race. You can't imagine one of those 3 players, even if Rory had a shocker, of, you know, dropping shots. They've got to be going forward. So I would say it is a 3-horse race. But what a position to be in. Seriously, that is some of the best golf. I think that's some of the best golf in 3 days that he's probably ever played, back to back to back.
Yeah, I'm struggling to remember a better 3 days at the Masters so far, Mark. DeChambeau making his way up to the 18th green. He's going to be putting very soon. But it's been special, hasn't it?
It really has. And we did talk, as Trish brilliantly put it, that we, you know, how exciting it would be if we had 5 or 6 players within a shot of each other going in tomorrow. What we also did point out was if we get a final pairing of the 2 it looks like we're going to get, I know it could be 3 shots, but it's still a margin that is going to bring us excitement from start to finish. You would expect tomorrow.
Well, yeah, absolutely. The only thing I will say is 3 shots. You know, it sounds like it's a decent lead, but first hole, birdie bogey, is down to 1.
Or what McIlroy did today, birdie eagle.
Well,
and all of a sudden you made your 3 shots up, haven't you?
Yeah, you have, but the chances of doing that, you know, again, that's. But yeah, I mean, it's nothing. But it's a great start for McIlroy. Let's be honest, we didn't expect to see him. Certainly, at the end of the first day, we did not expect him to be in this position.
All eyes then on the 18th, the final pairing out on the course in this golden evening sunshine. Justin Rose to putt first from 45-50 feet. A mighty swing of the putter as it takes the Burrows up the slope from way down the bottom tier of the green, and that one left well short by Justin Rose. He's got another 6 feet or so to save par here on the last and to stay 6 shots off the lead. The Englishman who started the day right at the top of the leaderboard here at Augusta has trailed and travailed around these fairways. 2 over par for the day, and he will be amongst those outside chasers going into tomorrow's final round.
Bryson DeChambeau having a quiet word with Greg Bodine, his caddy. He's paced out his putt. I counted them, 15 paces. So 45 feet across the back of the green. Not too much movement, maybe a little left to right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, he's sort of on the same line as Rory, but he's got another, 20, 25 feet to go. So if Rory's was breaking, I don't know, 6 to 8 inches outside, I think this has got to be probably a couple of feet, maybe, at a decent pace.
Everyone's settled down. Great ovation for DeChambeau when he came up, reigning US Open champion. Those lengthy shadows in the crystal clear evening sunshine here. Been blessed with wonderful weather since the deluge of Monday. It's been a magnificent Masters as well. And he's down on his haunches and he's just talking it through, taking every care here. And his caddy just stands behind him. He's computed it all. On Washington Road, an emergency vehicle goes by, proving there is something in the outside world, but it doesn't feel like it when you're at the Masters, and it's as captivating as this. And here is Bryson DeChambeau. This to narrow the arrears to 2 shots with an unlikely birdie on the last. Borrowing from left to right, the ball starts its journey now, on its way now, heading towards the hole. Looks good for pace, looks good for line. It turns and disappears. Oh, that's extraordinary. What a way to cap this final day, this Saturday, Super Saturday at Augusta. Bryson DeChambeau with an absolute bomb from downtown, holing for birdie. And they go bonkers around the 18th. Extraordinary. And he's in for a round of 69, 10 under par. And he's reminded Rory McIlroy that he ain't out of this by any stretch of the imagination. Just 2 behind going into the final round.
Well, seriously, I cannot believe that. That is one of the best putts you're ever going to see. It's gone in at perfect pace, right bang in the middle. It never looked like it was missing. And talk about getting yourself right back into it. I mean, 2 shots is neither here nor there. Unbelievable finish by DeChambeau.
Wow. Andrew McGee is here as well, just in the far side of our commentary area. Give us your thoughts.
He's not afraid. He is not afraid. He's not lagging it up there. I really think he was thinking about making it to show off in front of these fans. That's who he is. That's who he is now. I mean, he was trying to not leave it short and lag it up there and try to make the putt. Brilliant. Obviously works. Holy.
Greatest showman in the game, the greatest shot maker in the game is probably Rory McIlroy. We've got them going head-to-head tomorrow. Amazing. Justin Rose.
Don't swear again, Andrew. Right? You nearly did.
Oh, boy. I was close. Jabbers. Yep.
Here's Justin Rose with Cat.
Yep, 4 is par from 6-8 feet down the hill, putting up towards the hole in the lengthening shallows, and it's not going to be for Justin Rose. 3 times he'd led the Masters after the first couple of rounds, but his challenge fading in the evening sunshine. Back to 5 under par for Justin Rose, and now it'll be all eyes on the final 2 out tomorrow. McIlroy at 12 under par and DeChambeau with that firework on the last at 10 under, 2 shots back, Mark.
Wow. What an afternoon. I mean, honestly, what an afternoon of sport. Forget one of the great golf afternoons. What it feels like, and I know we're very lucky to be here and very privileged to be here, and that sort of enhances your feelings about the stuff that you experience and the stuff that you watch. But that will take some beating as an afternoon of sport, Ian Carter.
Well, certainly, I'm struggling to think of a more dramatic. We've seen some great stuff down the years at the Masters. It's why it's so magical. But this will go down as one of the great days. I wouldn't like to measure it against other sports, but let's have a listen to this, because this is the ovation for Bryson DeChambeau. You've got the 2 most popular players in the game going head-to-head tomorrow. He's low-fiving every single hand that is offered to him. He is roaring, he is shouting, he is super pumped. He's the exact opposite to how Rory McIlroy has been in his own little cocoon. It's extraordinary. So there we are.
I would not put my hand out to be low-fived by Bryson in the pumped-up mood he's in. I think I'd snap my wrist with how he was hitting them as he walked up. Andrew McGee, put what he did there into some kind of context, as well as McIlroy's round of 66 today.
World number 1, American favorite Scotty Scheffler would not be low-fiving everybody. I mean, that's the difference. What's going on our tour. In America, not on our tour, but in America, is the number 1 player, the most popular player, is the guy that no one gets to watch play golf, Bryson DeChambeau. And that was just a beautiful scene right there. You think that was a Sunday, and it's just a Saturday, so what do we have in store for us tomorrow? I think so far the storyline has been the weather. It's been perfect. We've had no delays. We've had no lightning. We've had no really high winds to this point. It's been a beautiful week weather-wise, and we've been entertained. Because of that, I think we can continue to play without any delay.
We are now set, aren't we, Ian, for a Masters Sunday between the 2 biggest box office golfers in the world when it comes to male golf, played against the backdrop of their history at the US Open, played against the second backdrop of Rory McIlroy's history here at Augusta, played against a third backdrop of one of them going for a Grand Slam, played against a 4th backdrop of it Europe against America, and who the crowds are going to favour tomorrow, whether it be romance or home golfer. I mean,
and a 5th backdrop.
Oh, go on then.
Live against the PGA Tour.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't. I said earlier, didn't I, that if those 2 end up as the final partnership, final pair on Masters Sunday, I can't see anybody else being watched on the golf course. Genuinely tomorrow, I can't.
No, exactly. I think we'll be seeing crowd scenes around that group that will be commensurate with Tiger Woods in 2019, peak Tiger Woods when he was going for the Grand Slam in 2001. that's where this Masters has elevated itself to, with especially the golf that we witnessed today. It was teed up by the golf of McIlroy yesterday with his 66, but backing up a low round. Yesterday's 66 was the lowest round of the week, or rather of a challenging Friday, and then to back it up with another 66, which, if I'm not mistaken, tied the low round of the day once again. I mean, that's just brilliant golf, and DeChambeau somehow has clung on to his coattails, and I'm not quite sure how he has done it, really, because he's been way more ragged compared with so much of the immaculate play that we've seen from McIlroy. But the contrasts are just there, and also in demeanour. You're going to have DeChambeau absolutely revving up the crowd. McIlroy has clearly got a policy to stay in his own bubble, so that's going to be fascinating as well. And the difference between Pinehurst and the US Open is that they are in the same pairing, which they weren't last time. And McIlroy admits subsequently that he got taken out of his own bubble because he was so concerned about what DeChambeau was doing and the routing of the course, and he was being distracted there. Well, it's going to be slap bang in front of him, and that has to concentrate the mind, and hopefully from a Northern Irish perspective that might be significant. That might be what helps him not get distracted by the moment, everything else that's on the line, and he might just get this thing done.
From a golfer's perspective, Trish, do you leave here tonight as Rory McIlroy and think, I've just played that round and I haven't been able to shake him off?
No, not in any shape or form.
What do you think?
Well,
then?
If I was McIlroy, I'd be thinking he's just had back-to-back 66s. He'd looked back on his first round, and for the life of us, we thought he was going to shoot 66, get up and down on the par 5. He looked like doing that. He hasn't put a foot wrong. I don't think it's anything to do, but make no mistake, Mark, he still left a few out there. There are a few putts he left out there, but he is playing so incredibly well. I wouldn't worry about it in the slightest. I just think more of the same tomorrow, and I'm convinced that he will pick up his green jacket and his Grand Slam.
Do either of them sleep well, Andrew McGee?
Neither of them sleep well, but I think it becomes match play towards the back nine. The front nine, they're not going to be me against you at all. It's going to be play the golf course, let's get ourselves, make some birdies, and let's get going. And then if they separate themselves even more towards the final holes on Sunday afternoon, which is what we all want, that becomes match play, and then they're going to be watching each other and making sure if one hits it in the bunker, the other guy's going to be way right over in the fat part of the green. And but it's really interesting to see how this is going to unfold. It's like a technician, maybe I'm trying to figure out a Seve. Who's the Seve in this that kind of hits it around and makes long putts and chips in? And
a Seve against a Langer.
I mean, DeChambeau does all that. He's off the line. He makes long putts. He holds out sand shots. And then Rory is really steady Eddie, but then he doesn't sometimes. He makes a double.
Well, not a bad first Masters for you to be doing, is it, James Gregg?
This is unbelievable.
You can come again.
Yeah, I mean that noise. I actually took my headphones off when I heard that noise going, the putt going at number 18, and without going too ridiculous, I actually brought a bit of a tear to my eye, because that to be kind of here when that kind of moment is happening 100-200 metres up the fairway here is just ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous. I can't wait for that final round tomorrow.
Neither can I. And at the other end of the scale, a final word, Ian Carter. Sport is built on great duels, and you grow up watching golf being told of the great duels of the past, and we are set up for one.
We are indeed, and as I say, the two most captivating characters in the game right now are the ones who are going to be going head-to-head with McIlroy with that. And I'd only call it a slight advantage, because two shots can go in the blink of an eye. We saw that time and again, one way or another, today on this incredible Saturday. And, who knows what Sunday will bring. I think it could be truly momentous, though.
We came on air at midday with 5 Live Sport. If you've been with us all the way through to sort of 10 past midnight, then thank you for being with us for that whole marathon. But if you feel anything like I do, you kind of want to go again right now with these two and start this final round right now. It is mouth-watering, and we will bring it to you in full tomorrow on 5 Live. You've got Premier League Sunday first of all, but we will be on air with the golf coverage live from here at Augusta from 7:30 UK time, so you will get every single shot of DeChambeau and McIlroy as they go head-to-head. Some others may think they have a say in it, but at the moment we're billing it as those two going head-to-head for their first green jacket. We'll see you tomorrow. Match the Day Top 10 is next here on 5 Live.